All right, welcome into the 49ers Report live here on Chat Sports. I am Chase Sr. He is Thomas Mott. We finally made it to night one of the 2021 NFL Draft. Weeks of speculation, weeks of rumors, and we are about to find out live who the San Francisco 49ers take at pick number 3. The 49ers Report brought to you by our friends at Manscaped. Head to manscaped.com/49ers and you get 20% off plus free shipping if you enter the promo code 49ers. We have some people watching right now, the faithful. We appreciate you no matter where you're watching, how you're watching. We appreciate you kicking it with us here live on Chat Sports here on Draft Night. We're coming to you from Dallas, Thomas Mott in Atlanta. So let me bring on my fellow 49ers Report host, Thomas Mott. Thomas, we finally made it, man. I've been bumping Draft Day by Drake all day. Let's get it. I'm pumped.
Chase, we've been talking about this for, months and months and months. We do news and we do rumors. Who will the Niners take? And then they traded up, and it all changed, right? There were three options: Mac Jones, Trey Lance, and I guess Justin Fields, even though a lot of people don't think Fields is going to be there. But it doesn't matter, right? We are less than, 10 minutes away from all the rumors, all the speculation, all the news being over. Absolutely cannot wait.
49ers set to pick at number 3. The New York Jets are currently on the clock, about to make their selection. We already know who the Jacksonville Jaguars chose with the number 1 pick in the 2021 draft. They went, of course, with Trevor Lawrence, quarterback out of Clemson. Everybody knew this was going to be the pick. He has been deemed a superstar seemingly ever since he was 14, 15 years old, wins a national championship at Clemson as a freshman. He is going to be the new franchise quarterback of the Jacksonville Jaguars, a no-brainer as Urban Meyer kicks off his tenure there in Jacksonville. So Trevor Lawrence at 1 to Jacksonville. We'll see where the New York Jets go with pick number 2. The pick is in, so we're about to find out if it is indeed the pick that we all expected it to be, and that is Zach Wilson. But 49ers fans, tell Thomas and I who you want at pick number 3. Is it going to be Mac Jones? If you think so, type MJ. Is it going to be Justin Fields? Type JF. If it's Trey Lance, get into the comments and type TL. The great thing about what we do here at Chat Sports, we are an interactive YouTube channel. So you can watch the NFL draft on some of the other networks. But 1, we get the picks before everybody else. And 2, instead of just watching on your couch, maybe drinking and watching the NFL draft, we allow you to hop on board and join the show. So get into the comments and let us know who you want as the 49ers pick at number 3. Overwhelmingly, it is Trey Lance. It is Justin Fields. A couple of people are in the comments saying it's going to be Mac Jones. Thomas Mott, what do you think?
Listen, I've said for months that it would go ahead and be Justin Fields. That changed about a week ago, and I talked about it here on the 49ers Report. There's too much reporting. We talk about it on the channel all the time. Too many insiders, too many people with actual knowledge think it will be Mac Jones. And the report was 49ers came up to number 3 wanting to go ahead and take Mac Jones, but they traded up so darn early they had plenty of time to do the rest of the research on Trey Lance and Justin Fields. Everything I keep hearing is that they like all 3. They really like Trey Lance. I'm going with Mac Jones right now. And listen, it's going to be a tougher sell to 49er fans. But I think once he gets in a Niner uniform, once you see him in a Kyle Shanahan offense, listen, any one of the 3 can be really good. But Mac Jones, to me, is going to be the pick right here. Fantastic season at Alabama. I know 49er fans aren't pumped about it. I wasn't for a very long time. I've sold myself on Kyle Shanahan. I'm convinced he's going to go ahead and be the Alabama quarterback.
So the New York Jets go with Zach Wilson, and Thomas, great insight there. I refuse to give in to the Mac Jones hype. I just think when you exhaust all the resources that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch did, it doesn't make sense to me that they would move up to number 3, exhaust those future first-round picks, and take a player who, 1, has a clear ceiling, and 2, they didn't need to move up and give away those future draft assets to pick a player like Mac Jones. Now, who knows who it's going to be? We're about to find out because the 49ers are on the clock. We are minutes away from finding out who San Francisco does go with, and we can put all of these rumors to bed. We know it's going to be Trey Lance, Justin Fields, or possibly Mac Jones. But there is some rumors out there that maybe the 49ers are interested in a veteran who we know about, a guy who brought home an MVP trophy this past year, and that is Aaron Rodgers. Ian Rappaport tweeted this earlier. While focusing on the draft, the 49ers have been monitoring the veteran quarterbacks. Deshaun Watson, of course, we have to figure out the legal situation there before anything comes to fruition, and Aaron Rodgers. This wasn't the first piece of due diligence either. Adam Schefter tweeted this a little bit after Rappaport tweeted. Reigning MVP Aaron Rodgers is so disgruntled with the Green Bay Packers that he has told some within the organization that he does not want to return to the team. League and team sources told ESPN on Thursday. Now, since then, there have been a flurry of reports. Pro Football Talk had tweeted out that the San Francisco 49ers, the Las Vegas Raiders, and the Denver Broncos are among the 3 teams who are on the list of destinations for Aaron Rodgers. Could it be the 49ers? I think they're going to go with the rookie quarterback here at number 3. But what would the faithful do? Chime in. Let's get your feedback. Let's see what you think, 49ers fans. What would you do? Would you keep the pick at number 3? If so, type KTP. If you'd trade the pick to try to bring in Aaron Rodgers, type TTP. What would you do, Thomas? Are you going with one of the rookie quarterbacks and allowing Kyle Shanahan to groom him from the start, or are you going after Aaron Rodgers, trading away pick number 3, some other assets to bring in a guy who's a bona fide Hall of Famer?
Well, listen, there's only one team in the National Football League that wouldn't take their current quarterback over, let's just say, Aaron Rodgers. That's, of course, the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. So I'd like Aaron Rodgers in a Niner uniform. It's not going to happen, and that needs to be clearly said right now. I know it crushes dreams, and people talk about all the time. Shanahan, very interested. Apparently, they tried to trade for him just a couple of days ago. They don't have enough assets. Unless they want to get rid of every single star player they have, including Warner, including Bosa, including Garoppolo, probably more. They don't have a first-round pick the next 2 years. Rodgers, to me, seems very impossible. He's very expensive as well. A rookie quarterback can, who knows, be better than Aaron Rodgers and also a lot cheaper, at least for the next couple of years.
And we are less than 4 minutes away from finding out what the 49ers do at pick number 3. Real quick, let's get to our Super Chat menu because this is part of the brilliance of Chat Sports. We have fun. We hit you with the hard-hitting analysis. We allow the fans to join the show. But here is our Super Chat menu and how this works. We will answer your questions once the 49ers do make their pick. Okay, $1, you get a shout out. $5 is a beer cheer. $10, we hit the roulette wheel. $20 is a Kermit impersonation from me. And $50 is a beer shotgun. But it looks as though, did the San Francisco 49ers trade this draft choice? Or did they, I think ESPN just popped up how they moved up to number 3. I think that's what happened right there. Okay. Just want to make sure. So that's, hey, we got a lot of stuff that we're doing right now here on the 49ers Report. We're reacting to everything in real time. That's the beauty of what we're doing right now. So, Thomas, let's go back to these quarterbacks and the 3 who are in play. We're looking at Justin Fields out of Ohio State. Now, according to reports, it looks as though it's down to either Mac Jones or Trey Lance, but we've seen some crazier things happen before. Mac Jones is the other quarterback who the 49ers have honed in on out of Alabama, the national champion who burst on the scene last year, kind of like Joe Burrow did in the previous season with LSU. Lastly, Trey Lance. Yeah, he's only attempted more than 300 passes in his collegiate career, but the upside is certainly there. All of these guys, man, I'll tell you what, whatever quarterback goes to the 49ers, I think they're going to be great because Kyle Shanahan is a very creative play caller. He is very great with working with quarterbacks, and I think whoever he inserts into his system is going to have success because of the culture that's in place, but also the lethal mentality of that 49ers offense, Thomas.
Well, let's think about this. If it's not going to be Justin Fields, and we've talked about how it sounds like Justin Fields is out of the running, you go Trey Lance versus Mac Jones. Which quarterback makes more sense to win right now? And the simple answer is on your screen right there. He's right in the middle. It's Mac Jones. Now, Mac Jones is a hard sell to 49er fans because we've overhyped Trey Lance. We've overhyped Justin Fields. Look at the numbers here. This is not some random quarterback at a other group of 5 school who was playing against a bunch of no-name players with a bunch of no-name players. This is the University of Alabama. This is a national championship football team that absolutely dominated everybody. Yes, he had weapons all around him, but guess what? If Mac Jones is the pick here, he's going to have weapons in San Francisco. Thinking the idea that Mac Jones is not worthy of the pick because he's only been there for 1 year should then technically completely rule out a guy like Trey Lance. So as you sit here, all 3 of these guys are worthy. All 3 of them have their upside. But I don't want 49er fans who might be watching Mac Jones come to San Francisco in less than 2 minutes to freak out on the idea that he's not ready or that he only had 1 year because his 1 year at Alabama was Joe Burrow type levels. And we saw how great Burrow was pre-injury there with the Cincinnati Bengals.
No doubt. Yeah, so get into the comments right now, 49ers fans. Let us know who you would take if you were in Kyle Shanahan's shoes, because let's be honest, Kyle Shanahan is the one making this pick. Type MJ for Mac Jones. Type JF for Justin Fields. Type TL for Trey Lance. The pick for the 49ers is in, and now we wait to see who they go with pick number 3 in the 2021 NFL Draft. Thomas, it's funny because you and I have both been on the 49ers report, and we have just exhausted ourselves going through all of the rumors. First, it looked like it was going to be Justin Fields. Then it shifted to Mac Jones. Recently, the hype has been surrounded by Trey Lance. So, hey, we're going to put all of these rumors to bed, and right here live on the 49ers report, we are going to react to who San Francisco picks to be their future quarterback. This is unbelievable that it's finally coming to fruition, and Roger Goodell right now is headed to the stage. Who is San Francisco going to take at pick number 3? For all of you watching, you're about to find out. We appreciate you rocking with us here on the 49ers report. The pick is in, and they go with Trey Lance out of North Dakota State.
Wow.
I told you not to give in to the Mac Jones hype. The 49ers go with Trey Lance as their future quarterback. Thomas, your first initial reaction to them pivoting, not going with Mac Jones and going to Trey Lance.
Well, listen, we're going to get to see what Kyle Shanahan can do with a truly mobile quarterback. We got to emphasize mobility here because, yes, Trey Lance can run, but he's a pocket passer first, and I'd like to say a pocket passer with mobility. Everyone jumped in on Mac Jones, including myself, because you look at the history, and honestly, what Kyle Shanahan likes. Talking about Kirk Cousins, Matt Ryan, both of them had their best career seasons with Kyle Shanahan. Add Jimmy Garoppolo to that list. Now we get to see what a mobile quarterback can do in a Kyle Shanahan system. Again, listen, Lance is the wild card in this draft. He's either going to be the greatest quarterback of the entire class by far, because people say he's fantastic, or it's going to be a busted pick. Listen, I've said before, this could have been Mac Jones. It could have been Justin Fields. I wouldn't care. I trust Kyle Shanahan, and honestly, just thinking about it right now, I'm buying into the idea of a mobile quarterback in the Kyle Shanahan system. One thing to help sell some Niner fans who might have been in on Justin Fields or been in on even a guy like Mac Jones. Todd McShay said earlier today on ESPN, Trey Lance is the smartest quarterback in this draft, and he said it wasn't even close.
So Trey Lance, what he's bringing to the table is leadership. He's bringing intangibles. People have raved about his character. That's both people around the NFL, his coaches, and his teammates at North Dakota State. People love the character of Trey Lance. So not only are they getting an uber athlete who has a boatload of potential to really be a superstar in this league, but they are also getting all of the prerequisites that you look for in a starting quarterback. That is the leadership qualities. That is him being a guy who is the first one in the building, the last one out. I love this pick for the 49ers, and Thomas, I think you make a good point in saying he is about to unleash the potential that we haven't seen in this 49ers offense, because Kyle Shanahan, as the head coach of this team, has never had a guy who's been mobile and athletic to the point that Trey Lance is, and also has the arm talent of Trey Lance. And you look at his numbers from 2019, because in 2020, he only played 1 game. He was terrific. The completion percentage is what you look for, right around 67%. He threw for nearly 3,000 yards. But the big number there that tells me this kid is a great decision maker, 28 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, and that doesn't include all of the touchdowns that he compiled on the ground. So 49ers, get into the comments. Let us know what you think of the 49ers. Not going with Justin Fields, who a lot of the faithful wanted the 49ers to pick. Not going with Mac Jones out of Alabama, but electing to go with Trey Lance. Producer Jeremy, let's get ready to reset here and further look into and break down this 49ers pick of Trey Lance, number 3 overall. I think it does surprise a lot of people because all of the rumors were hot and heavy around Mac Jones going to San Francisco at number 3. Instead, they go with a raw prospect with much more upside instead of a guy that has a clear ceiling. Are you in agreement on that, Thomas?
I agree with it 100%, and the upside for Trey Lance is absolutely fantastic. And I think that this has big-time implications on Jimmy Garoppolo, right? I mean, Mac Jones is a more pro-ready guy today. He's ready to rock tomorrow in terms of what he did, at least played more recently at Alabama. So the thought process is here, if they don't get a solid trade offer for Jimmy Garoppolo, and reports are saying that they will not be getting one, at least not tonight, maybe tomorrow or day 3 or whatever it is, then Garoppolo will be your starter. They give time for Trey Lance to figure things out. As we've heard, the Kyle Shanahan system is a little bit difficult to learn, but if anyone can do it and do it quickly, Trey Lance is 110% that guy. And as you sit here as a Niner fan, you got to trust Kyle Shanahan to go ahead and get this kid ready to rock as soon as possible.
You're watching the 49ers Report live on day 1, night 1 of the 2021 NFL Draft. Chase Sr. and Thomas Mott here with you, and we are about to break down the 49ers selection of Trey Lance at pick number 3 in the NFL Draft. But first, let's get to our sponsor here. The 49ers Report is brought to you by our friends at Manscaped, the official men's grooming product sponsor of the 49ers Report, as well as the San Francisco 49ers football team, and now Trey Lance. So go to manscaped.com/49ers. You get 20% off plus free shipping on all of the best male grooming products, and be sure to enter the promo code 49ers so you get some of the best deals out there on the best male grooming products, the same products that Thomas Mott and Chase Sr. use, but also all of the players on the San Francisco 49ers. 49ers fans, join in, hop on board, join the show, get into the comments. We want your one-word reaction to Trey Lance going to San Francisco at number 3. For me, I wasn't surprised by it. I think it's the right pick. So for me, I'm typing correct. Thomas, what are you going with?
I'm going with shocked because, again, I mean, for months we talked about Trey Lance being a possibility. I didn't think it was going to happen. I had fully bought into the Mac Jones pie, and now I'm stuck with believing in Trey Lance. And I said before, we trust Kyle Shanahan, but this is still, to me, a shocking pick to take him over both Justin Fields and Mac Jones, and that's the excitement of the NFL Draft. 49ers
fans chiming in the comment section. Shocked. Absolutely. Minecraft Madness thinks it's horrible. Antoine saying, wow. Tristan McDaniel saying, let's go. Rob's Random Records going with revolutionary. Spartan King saying, let's go. Let's continue to further break down Trey Lance going to the 49ers at pick number 3. So at the end of the day, Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch elect to go with the quarterback with boatloads of upside. So much potential instead of the quarterback who might have been the most week 1 ready prospect in Mac Jones. They go with Trey Lance, who is a little bit raw, might need some grooming, but if you get the pick right, in my opinion, could take over the league and develop at a rate like Patrick Mahomes because of the arm and athletic talent, like Josh Allen and the jump that he made from Wyoming to this past year where he was in the MVP conversation. And I absolutely love the selection of Trey Lance because I think he unlocks a different element of this 49ers offense that we have not seen in Kyle Shanahan's offense in previous years because he has never had a starting quarterback with the 49ers who poses a dual threat, running the football as well as passing the football like Trey Lance. And you look at his numbers from 2019, because of the coronavirus, North Dakota State had only played 1 game in 2020. The numbers were stupid 2 years ago. The completion percentage, nearly 67%. He almost threw for 3,000 yards. And the big numbers right there, 28 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Thomas, I know that you were leaning toward Mac Jones being the guy, and you might have wanted the 49ers to go in that direction, but what you can't deny is the upside here with Trey Lance. And as we continue to bask and let this marinate, what do you think about this pick at number 3 for San Francisco?
The immediate thought process here is he's a more mobile Big Ben Roethlisberger. The size and the frame are very, very similar, and the play style is there with just an upside in terms of mobility, right? Big Ben, of course, a pocket passer, but he moves well inside the pocket. Trey Lance does all the things that Big Ben does, or at least did before Big Ben got super old, but he does it to the next level from a mobility standpoint. You talked about unlocking the Kyle Shanahan offense. I see it as continuing to run the exact same offense, just with the option to now have the quarterback roll out of the pocket and create with his legs. Something Jimmy Garoppolo never really did. Had a lot of injuries, and of course, Mullins and Beathard didn't do that either. And so now you come in with already an absolute genius of an offensive coordinator and head coach in Kyle Shanahan. You have a ton of weapons on the outside. You have one of the best running games, a three-headed monster behind you. You have an offensive line that's good, not great. I'd say probably top 12, top 15 in the National Football League. And the thought process is here, if you can get a quarterback who gives you 90% of what Jimmy Garoppolo did from a throwing standpoint and make up the other 10% from a running standpoint, and he protected the football way better at North Dakota State than Garoppolo ever did in his career, you will get, like you said, the unlocked Kyle Shanahan offense, and that probably means a playoff berth, especially in what's going to be a tough division in the NFC West.
The 49ers report and this pick of Trey Lance is brought to you by our great partner at Manscaped. So go to manscaped.com/49ers, enter the promo code 49ers, and you get 20% off plus free shipping on some of the best male grooming products out there. Who knows? The 49ers went with a quarterback at number 3. Maybe they go defensive back in round 2, and you already know that defensive back products and prospects, they need to hone in on their ball skills. And for the 49ers fans out there, you need to hone in on your ball skills as well. And you can do that with our friends at Manscaped. They have some of the best male grooming products out there. The Lawnmower 3.0. If it's getting hairy down there and if it's getting scary for your lady, you take the Lawnmower 3.0, you trim yourself up, you look clean, you look great, and hey, maybe you look even bigger for your girlfriend out there. Also, the cleanser, the ball deodorant, the ball wipes. All of these products Thomas and I use on a daily basis, and you know who's happy about it? Our girlfriends. So head to manscaped.com/49ers, enter the promo code 49ers, and you get 20% off plus free shipping. And this is what the products are right here. The Lawnmower 3.0, I use this on a near weekly basis because I'm not the hairiest dude, but when it comes back, I need to take care of it with the Lawnmower 3.0. The boxer briefs are in the perfect package as well. I'm a big runner. I'm trying to run between 800 and 1,000 miles this year. I wear these boxer briefs, and my balls don't juggle around a little bit. And then the travel bag, another fantastic product in this package, as well as the ball deodorant and the ball toner. So once again, go to manscaped.com/49ers, enter the promo code 49ers. You get 20% off plus free shipping. Thomas and I are going to put this link in the description as well as the comments, and you can get this great deal today. So the 49ers go with Trey Lance and elect not to go with Justin Fields and Mac Jones. And my gosh, Thomas, it had to have been a very exhausting and tough decision for Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, because I think each of these prospects have a lot of potential. And you look across the board, there's one common theme that the 49ers had zoned in on. That's accuracy, that's decision making. And Justin Fields, Mac Jones, Trey Lance possess all of those qualities. And you can see that's evident by the completion percentage. Justin Fields completed more than 70% of his passes last year. Mac Jones completed 77% of his passes. I don't care if he's throwing to multiple first-round picks. You have to still complete your passes, and that's what Mac Jones did last year en route to a national championship. But what we're focusing on here is the future quarterback of the 49ers, and that is Trey Lance. And this is why I like him as a prospect. And Thomas, I want you to bounce off me once I'm done running through my scouting profile for the former North Dakota State quarterback who's now going to be rocking a 49ers jersey in the future. I love his size, speed, and arm. I think that they're all freakish qualities, and I think those are going to translate immediately in the NFL. And something that we've been talking about, Thomas, his dual threat ability is going to completely unlock Kyle Shanahan's offense and give defenses something else to think about. Whereas when they had Jimmy Garoppolo under center, they really only had to worry about him throwing the ball because they didn't have to worry about him keeping it on RPOs. Here's a underrated aspect of Trey Lance's game, though. He took a lot of snaps under center with North Dakota State. In fact, he took the most snaps under center of all 2021 NFL quarterback draft prospects out there, and had control of North Dakota State's offense at the line of scrimmage, meaning he could change the play at the line of scrimmage. He could audible and totally control the line of scrimmage in a way that the greats do, like Tom Brady and like Peyton Manning. And for me, the comp here is Josh Allen. Josh Allen coming out of Wyoming, like Trey Lance, was very raw. While Josh Allen played right away, I'm not sure that Trey Lance is going to. And if they have to sit him behind Jimmy Garoppolo on this win now roster, I think that bodes well for the 49ers moving forward. But what you saw with Josh Allen, Thomas, is that at Wyoming, he completed around 55% of his passes. And last year, he upped that to nearly 80%. And that is the beauty of having a culture that is sound, and the 49ers have that with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. That's the product of having great coaching around you, which the 49ers have with Kyle Shanahan, and a team that is ready to win right now. The 49ers have that as well. So I'm interested to see if they elect to play Trey Lance right away, or if they redshirt him like the Kansas City Chiefs did with Patrick Mahomes, sit him behind Alex Smith and have Trey Lance sit behind Jimmy Garoppolo, and then just totally unleash him when he's ready. That's my take on Trey Lance. Thomas, give me yours.
I want to go back to what you said about the culture thing, and I think you see all the talking heads on ESPN and all the national networks, and they try to figure out what does it take to be a great quarterback in the National Football League? Why are some rookies successful and some rookies aren't? I think you mentioned it. It's where you go, right? Is Zach Wilson going to have the best shot to be successful in the New York Jets organization? I don't think so in terms of the overall comparison to San Francisco. You put Josh Allen in with Brian Dable up there in Buffalo, and it popped. And that's the hope here with Trey Lance and Kyle Shanahan. I make the argument that any three of these quarterbacks would have been successful in the Kyle Shanahan offense. He's just been that good at scheming guys open. And I think going back to what you said about Garoppolo is accurate too. This, to me, screams we'll start Garoppolo week 1. We'll play Garoppolo till he gets hurt or he throws too many interceptions, and then hope that by that time, whether it's week 2 or week 12 or week 13 or week 1 of 2022, then Trey Lance will go ahead and be ready. Because for as great as Kyle Shanahan is as a schemer, I've heard from literally every quarterback, including Matt Ryan and Kirk Cousins and Jimmy Garoppolo, that it takes time to learn his system. Unless Garoppolo gets traded in the next couple of days, which is still a very real possibility. Day 2 is definitely up there. New England sits at 15. Who knows? I think Garoppolo will be the starter week 1. They will try and get Trey Lance ready as quickly as possible because he is the future. But it will be a matter of time until Trey Lance gets into the starting spot and not an instant guarantee like you would have expected for maybe a Mac Jones.
For the 49ers fans watching right now, this is why you subscribe to the 49ers Report, because we are live right now reacting to Trey Lance going to the 49ers at pick number 3. And don't worry, we are not done here, because once the first round is over, we're going to push out our draft grades for the 49ers. We're going to break down every single pick that they make in the 2021 NFL Draft. We're going to bring you the latest news and rumors around this team over the next 3 days, and bring you weekly videos in the days and weeks after the NFL Draft. So support Thomas and I, support Chat Sports, support the 49ers Report by subscribing right now. And how do you do that? You hit that big red button down below, or you go to youtube.com/49erstv and you subscribe to the channel, because we're hitting you with the best hard-hitting analysis, but we also like to have fun here at Chat Sports as well. Nobody out there is doing what we do here at Chat Sports, and as I'm looking at the screen right now, I see all of the 49ers fans reacting live to the 49ers going with Trey Lance at pick number 3. Shocking to some. I wasn't buying into the Mac Jones hype. Not necessarily shocking for me, but as we look ahead, the 49ers have their quarterback. They pick early in the second round, so I'm curious to see who the 49ers think who are going to go with at pick number 2, but also who 49ers fans want the 49ers to select with pick number 2 in the second round of the NFL Draft. Thomas, you've been breaking down this team for weeks, months, years. Give me some names who you're looking at as potential targets for the 49ers in round 2.
Well, listen, cornerback makes a lot of sense right now for the 49ers. Look at a guy like Asante Samuel Jr. Will he be there out of Florida State? The early part of round 2, probably not. He starts to go back in the well, and there's a couple of cornerbacks in the SEC that you can look at there. I wouldn't wipe out a wide receiver here, because the wide receiver class this year is way better than people predicted this time last year, and there are a ton of options in round 2. Terrace Marshall, the wide receiver out of LSU, he's 6'4", one of the biggest receivers in this draft. The Niners already have 2 receivers they feel really good about. Very unsure about what Jaylen out of Baylor is going to give them in year 3, technically year 1, because he's been hurt so darn much. And also throw out defensive end. I think defensive end is still a need on this football team. They're not trading Nick Bosa for Aaron Rodgers. We understand that. but opposite of Nick Bosa. And Nick Bosa coming off an injury, still a little bit concerning. And there are some good pass rushers. I think Jaylen Phillips out of Miami, maybe Gregory Rousseau out of Miami as well, maybe Carlos Basham out of Wake Forest. Those guys are going to be there more than likely in round 2. And so you look at corner, you look at wide receiver, and now you go ahead and go for pass rusher, all big options tomorrow night.
Yeah, I'm looking at Asante Samuel. I'm looking at guys like Eric Stokes, cornerback out of Georgia, Asante Samuel out of Florida State. Maybe they go offensive line too if a great center or guard drops. But let us know in the comments who you want the 49ers to pick in round 2 of the 2021 NFL Draft. Let's react to the last 2 picks of the draft. And Thomas, you covered the Falcons a lot for us here at Chat Sports on our Falcons channel. They go with Kyle Pitts at pick number 4. I don't know about you, but if he's not my number 1 overall prospect in this draft, I think he might be 2 behind Trevor Lawrence. I see no way in which he busts, but you live in Atlanta, you cover the Falcons, you're on Sports Talk Radio in Atlanta as well. Falcons fans have to be stoked about Kyle Pitts going to the Atlanta Falcons, because that tells me that Arthur Smith and the Falcons organization, after restructuring Matt Ryan's contract, they're ready to win and compete right now, and they just got a potential future Hall of Famer here in Kyle Pitts.
Well, this is the question mark that's been, asked all over Atlanta forever, and it was just answered whether they go Justin Fields, the quarterback formerly out of UGA until he transferred, or the tight end Kyle Pitts. They go here with Kyle Pitts. And listen, I hear you saying that he's the best tight end that we've seen in draft history, essentially, and I second that. The issue that I continue to have with Kyle Pitts is he's not a need on this football team. You sit here, you watch the Atlanta Falcons. I cover the Atlanta Falcons, like you said. They already have Calvin Ridley. They already have Julio Jones. Whether they trade him or not is irrelevant. They're probably going to draft a running back at some point in this draft. Where does Pitts fall into the lineup of number 1 target, number 2 target, number 3 target? I like this, and I think he's going to be very unguardable, and this helps out the Matt Ryan offense. But if you're sitting in Atlanta right now, you're either, like I've talked to people, super pumped about this, or you absolutely hate this pick. And I lean more towards not liking the pick because, again, Atlanta was not in a position to go best player available because they have way too many needs. And I think trading back is a very real possibility, or would have been a real possibility. And apparently nobody called because they stayed put and took Kyle Pitts. Again, Pitts is a great pick. He's going to be a great player, but the hype that he has, being a tight end, this guy's got to turn out to be like a Hall of Famer to live up to the draft hype that ESPN and Fox Sports and we've talked about here at Chat Sports, or else this is going to be a wasted pick and a little bit too high.
Let's bring you the next 2 picks here. So the Cincinnati Bengals elect not to go with Penei Sewell. That's the move I would have made, because I think, you want to get Joe Burrow some weapons, but I would have protected him first, especially after that disastrous knee injury last year. They instead go Jamar Chase. So Kyle Pitts, Jamar Chase go back-to-back at picks 4 and 5. I think they're going to be perennial Pro Bowlers and 10-year studs. And then at pick number 6, the Miami Dolphins go with wide receiver out of Alabama, Devontae Smith. So some surprises there at 5 and 6. It could have been Penei Sewell, as well as maybe a different wide receiver like Jaylen Waddle, but maybe Chase going at 5 forced the Dolphins into going with Devontae Smith at pick number 6. But 49ers fans, I know you have some questions, and Thomas and I have been hosting the 49ers Report for a long time here at Chat Sports. It's our bread and butter. We have so much passion for what we do here. I know we have some super chats to get to, and we also want to answer some of your questions, so we're going to get to those right now and answer some of your questions. Hashtag 49ers or super chat us, and we will answer your questions live here on the 49ers Report, brought to you by Manscaped. So this question coming in from James Schaefer. Let's go. Like I told Chase, I dreamt we pick Lance, and here we go. And yes, Chase, we did call it now, not buying the Mac Jones hype. I told you guys, I wasn't buying the Mac Jones hype. I just thought the 49ers, led by some of the most innovative people in the NFL, led by Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, were too smart to move up and not pick a player who, hey, Trey Lance doesn't have a ceiling at all. There is so much potential, right? This guy can take over the league. I didn't think they were going to go up and pick Mac Jones, a guy who has a clear ceiling. But, Thomas, react to James there, because I know he's really excited.
James is one of the people that really like Trey Lance. And listen, you can basically split Niner fans up 30-30-30 or 33-33-30. 30% wanted Trey Lance. I'd say another group wanted Mac Jones. The other group wanted Justin Fields. And so if you're James, and I think Chase, you were in this camp as well, you're pumped about this. Again, I like Trey Lance. I think he's going to be a good quarterback. I get the idea of picking him. I just kind of bought into Mac Jones or Justin Fields, and so as I'm not super hyped about this pick just because I want to make sure that Trey Lance is going to be good, and he's a big question mark. I get the excitement for all the reasons that we've already talked about, right? The upside here, and that's what you draft for, right? What can he become? He could become one of the best dual-threat quarterbacks in the National Football League who still is a pocket passer first, and that's the most important thing. Pocket passer with mobility is what you get for Trey Lance, and that's what James here is hoping he turns out to be.
Hey, $5 super chat, you know what that means, the faithful. We drink, so cheers to that. Appreciate all the questions coming in. Also, it was Jaylen Waddle to the Dolphins, not Devontae Smith. So, hey, as we do this live, a lot of information coming in. It's Jaylen Waddle to the Dolphins, not Devontae Smith. Next question coming in from Reen. Appreciate this $5 super chat here. Let's go 49ers. What do we do this pick? Your thoughts. What do we do this next pick, I guess is the question there. Keep crushing it. Really appreciate that. So we threw out some names of potential targets for the 49ers in round 2. Thomas, kind of go through those names really quickly here before we send this to a simulcast, because that's what we're about to do here.
Well, first off, we just got to mention that the 49ers don't have a lot of needs, right? They're a very good football team with good talent, so I think they can pick the best player available at any real position here. You could go offensive line, you could go wide receiver, you could go cornerback, you could go defensive end. I don't see a safety as early as round 2. I would kind of put that to the side. I think they're going to sit there on day 2 tomorrow night, and they're going to take the best player available. If they think that's a wide receiver, then guess what? They got a brand new wide receiver for Trey Lance. If they think it's an offensive lineman, then sure ahead, go for it. If they need to get another cornerback because they're unsure of the 3 guys they re-signed this offseason, Asante Samuel Jr. is going to go, maybe be there. There'll be some other cornerbacks from the SEC a little bit later on. I think you go pass rusher here, cornerback, or wide receiver, and honestly, there's going to be like 10 of them that you could pick from.
Great insight right there. So, all right, 49ers fans, what we're about to do right now is we're going to send the 49ers report to our main Chat Sports YouTube channel, and we're going to do a quick simulcast here. So what you're about to see is Mitchell Renz and Tom Downey live on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel, breaking down and dissecting every single pick of the first round here in the 2021 NFL Draft. So Thomas and I are going to sign off. We're going to send this to simulcast. And for the 49ers fans out there, be sure to subscribe to the 49ers Report, because we're pushing out draft grades, and we will be breaking down every single pick that the 49ers make in the NFL Draft. So, for Thomas Mott, I am Chase Sr. Appreciate the faithful for watching and hanging out with us on night 1 of the NFL Draft, and we're going to send this to simulcast.
Has them ranked, and then the overall ranking if all the players were left on the board. Justin Fields, quarterback from Ohio State, number 2. He's his number 4 player overall. Rashawn Slater. There's been some actual hype in the NFL draft community that Rashawn Slater, offensive tackle from Northwestern, could actually go above a guy like Penei Sewell because of his versatility. I'm still team Penei Sewell. I think Rashawn Slater is a phenomenal player, more of a guard in my personal opinion. Then the other player, Devonta Smith, who you see on board. We were debating whether it was going to be a Jaylen Waddle, whether it was going to be somebody like a Devonta Smith, and that's where you ended up seeing the pick go. Elijah Vera-Tucker, another very good offensive lineman from USC. Played a little bit on the outside. I think he's probably built more to be an inside guard, but great versatility there for him. J.C. Horn, cornerback from South Carolina. He's the number 6 player, 13 overall. Then you're looking at somebody like Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Some people have actually comped him to be somebody like we're talking about like a Derwin James type of prospect, a very versatile player. Christian Darrisaw, another very solid outside player. Micah Parsons, the linebacker from Penn State. I mean, a phenomenal athlete. If you want a comparison, I think if you use him as more of an edge rusher, he could actually be somebody like a Khalil Mack. Tevin Jenkins, Rashad Bateman, Greg Newsome. So these are Tom Downey's best available players left on the board. And now what that means is the Detroit Lions, they are officially on the clock. And it looks like the pick actually might already be in here. So if you guys want to go down in the comments and let us know who you think the Detroit Lions are going to go ahead and pick at number 7, I want you to throw it down there in the comments section. Also, I want to give a major shout out to Harrison Graham. Everyone type HG. What's going on, my dude?
What's good, man? Tom nailing his mock draft so far.
Oh, he's absolutely killing it. And we've been killing it so far in today's show. Over 30,000 people live, 11,000 likes. Make sure you guys are spamming HG in the comments for Harrison because, it's good to have you on the show, man.
Well, I mean, Detroit's been rumored to maybe as a team that could trade down here. So as we get, to pick number 7 here, we'll see what Dan Campbell and company want to do with the new regime up in Detroit. But so far, obviously, Trey Lance, the story at number 3 overall as we get to the latter part of picks 1 through 10.
I mean, if I'm Detroit here, you could go a few different directions. However, I'm Team Penei Sewell. He is one of my best players. He's the top guy left on Tom Downey's big board.
Okay.
And it might not be the biggest need for Detroit. However, either Jared Goff or the quarterback that I'm going to select in the future from now, that's the route I go.
If you're not going to draft the quarterback of the future now, Justin Fields hanging out, then protect the guy you just got in Jared Goff. So I'm with you. I think Sewell's a good pick here. One of the safest picks in the draft. I think it makes a lot of sense to do that overall. By the way, we want to welcome in our 49ers Report audience. Chase Sr. and Thomas Mott were just breaking down the Trey Lance pick over there. You are now watching a simulcast here on Chat Sports as a part of our NFL draft coverage.
Appreciate everyone. So we do have the pick. It is in the Detroit Lions. Where do you think they're going to go? I want you to throw it down there in the comments. I got a Justin Fields down there. Somebody said it's going to be Penei Sewell, Patrick Surtain. So again, let us know down in the comments section who it's going to be. The pick, it is officially in for Detroit. And, Tom Downey looks like he's going to be a happy man. With pick number 7, the Detroit Lions are going to go with Penei Sewell, offensive tackle from Oregon. What are your thoughts on this? I mean, this is a good pick here. This is great value.
This is maybe the safest pick in the draft so far. You get a top 3 or 4 player at number 7 overall. Tom Downey had him as his number 2 overall prospect.
Correct.
You see on screen right there. You protect Jared Goff. Maybe Goff's not the long-term answer, but even if he's not, Detroit could very much be drafting a quarterback next year, Mitch. This is a team that is rebuilding.
Yep.
Dan Campbell is trying to bring a physical mentality to this organization. Well, you want to be physical? Go get the best offensive lineman in this year's draft. That's Penei Sewell. This is a left tackle for the next decade in Detroit.
And I think not only just like a tackle the next decade, you're talking about a Pro Bowler, and I actually think an all-pro type of tackle. I mean, he's only 20 years old. He's not going to turn 21 until the middle of October. He can do so many different things for this football team, and when you're Detroit, you're really trying to get over that hump because, let's face it, this hasn't been the best franchise in terms of the NFL. This is one of those players that I honestly believe can get you over the hump.
Well, it's a long-term play, too. Like, Penei Sewell, does he help you win 4 games this year? Probably not.
No.
But this is not a one-year plan for Detroit. Once you traded Matthew Stafford, you're saying, hey, this is 3 to 5 years,
Correct.
Realistically. That's why they didn't draft a quarterback this year. They're saying, hey, Justin Fields can't help us become a playoff team right now.
Yep.
Let's go get a guy that can anchor this offensive line for a very, very long time, and I think Penei Sewell can do that. He checks every single box. Good kid from every remark I've heard out there. I think this is a home run pick. I love the selection by Detroit here.
All right, y'all. So do you like it or do you hate it? Go down in the comments and let us know. If you love the pick, type like it. Or if you hate it, you can go ahead and type hate it. It's all good. Chat Sports is a live and interactive channel. We'll start giving some shout-outs here. Plus, we did hit 11,000 likes. So whatever the 11,000 like thing we got to do, we told you, when we hit certain benchmarks of likes, we're going to go ahead and do some crazy stuff here. So then we'll show you what we got to do at pick number, or at 12,000 likes. So I am seeing a lot of like-its, and if I had to grade it, I'm going to go ahead and give this an A grade.
Yeah, I think it's a great grade. He didn't allow any sacks in 2019. Remember, for you Lions fans, if you haven't watched Penei Sewell, he's an offensive lineman, so I wouldn't blame you. Opted out in 2020.
Yep.
Did not play this year for Oregon. The Pac-12 had a weird season. We didn't even think they were going to play football this year, so he said, okay, I'm going to opt out. I'm going to prep for the draft. If that's a red flag, okay. A lot of the Jamar Chase opted out too. I don't think it's that big of a deal. He checks all the boxes. He's a really, really good prospect, Mitch. One of many good tackles in this class, but I do think Sewell's the best one. Number 7 overall. I thought he could go top 3, top 4. Really good pick here by the Detroit Lions. Penei Sewell goes number 7 to Detroit.
Which means now the Carolina Panthers, they're going to be on the clock here at the 8th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. And if you guys want to be staying up to date on everything going on with the draft, make sure you go ahead and subscribe. Plus, we're going to be doing a lot of videos after the draft. So, like, once tonight ends, we're going to be making even more videos. And we're also pumping out a whole bunch of free content here at Chat Sports. The link is below. It's youtube.com/chatsportstv. The Carolina Panthers are on the clock. And who do you think that they're going to go with? I'll tell you what. This is where I'm starting to think trade down.
If I'm Chicago, I'm on the phone.
Okay.
If I'm Ryan Pace, I know I'm the host of our Bears Now YouTube channel, and if they trade up here, we'll do some switcheroo because I'm going live on Bears. But this is what you were hoping for if you're Chicago. Yeah. Can 2 quarterbacks fall to the number 8 pick? Because Carolina is a prime trade down candidate. New England's a team that could trade up here, Mitch. If I'm a quarterback-needy team, I'm licking my chops right now for Justin Fields with the number 8 overall pick because I don't buy into the idea that Carolina will still draft a quarterback after trading for Sam Darnold. They owe him this year to see if he can be the guy.
Well, we got some shout-outs. I want to give a shout-out to Spencer Furham. He said, Lions fan here. Absolutely love the pick for my team. I knew they'd pick somebody. So a shout-out to Spencer. Much, much appreciated. Also, since you did send in a super chat, Spencer, also shout-out to Kyle and then Spencer Furham again. If you guys send in a $30 super chat, we will advertise whatever maybe your YouTube channel is, your Twitter, your Instagram. Just throw it in there. We'll tell people to follow you. $35, 2 roulette wheel spins. So we got a roulette wheel filled with a whole bunch of different games and random things that you'll make Harrison and I do. And a $50 super chat is a beer bong. So we got a beer bong out there, and we're going to go ahead and get pretty wild here. All right, y'all. So we did hit, 11,000. We're at 11,500 likes. So we hit 11,000. So I got to do a free roulette spin. So whatever this gets, Harrison, since you just joined the show, you're going to be the one that has to take this. So
we'll just throw it on the new guy, eh?
That's right. Magic word. So Sam, what I need you to do is go to the magic word game, quote graphic, and tell everybody what it is. Essentially, it's this. You guys are going to spam one random word in the chat, and Harrison and I have to use that word over and over and over again. Has anybody out there seen the show Super Troopers? Remember the movie Super Troopers when they say meow? Whatever word you want it to be, Harrison and I have to then use that word over and over and over again.
Just in any kind of sentence?
Any kind of sentence.
Okay, so what's the word?
Somebody throw in a word.
I
see cheese. All right, so the word is going to be cheese. So if a pick really makes you happy and you want a cheese, hey, you can go ahead and do so.
Hey, Trevor Lawrence got some cheese tonight, all right? He got the bag, cheddar, cheese, kind of means money.
Dang it, he took my cheddar.
So there you go. Trevor Lawrence got some cheese. Trey Lance got some cheese going number 3 overall. So we'll work that in. We'll work in the magic word throughout the night.
I hope this isn't cheesy to say this, but I do think Carolina could do a lot of different things here. When you talk about some of the needs, cornerbacks a need, defense is a need. Who do y'all think that they're going to end up picking here? Throw it down there in the comments section. I'm curious if a team like the Green Bay Packers, the Cheeseheads, maybe they could trade up to look for a quarterback since all the rumors around Aaron Rodgers could potentially be there. Hey, go down in the comments. Let us know. We got the pick in here for the Carolina Panthers. With the 8th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers are going to select South Carolina cornerback J.C. Horn.
Maybe the first mini surprise so far in the draft, but not a huge surprise, Mitch, for a couple of reasons. One, once Carolina traded for Sam Darnold, that meant one of two things. They were either going to draft defense or they were going to trade down. Obviously, they're not trading down. They opt to go J.C. Horn, who Tom had is number 2 cornerback in this year's class behind Patrick Surtain. We heard chatter in recent days and weeks that he's one of the faster risers in the draft. He ends up being the first corner off the board.
I'll tell you what, and shout out to Tom Downey for saying that the very first defensive player in this year's draft was going to be J.C. Horn. I didn't believe him. I know a lot of people were like, huh, what? We see some comments down there. Who? He is a very athletic cornerback from South Carolina. I'd say the best corner in the SEC last year, which is saying a lot. He averaged or allowed, I believe, was like 33% completion percentage. It was really, really, really fun to see, man.
And the difference, too, between him and like a Surtain, right, is Surtain's playing around All-Americans at Alabama. J.C. Horn is not. He's playing at South Carolina with lesser talent there. Like I said, he's been a fast riser in recent days and recent weeks. And Carolina obviously liked what they saw, so they opted to make him, the first defensive player off the board?
Yeah.
J.C. Horn?
First defensive player
I should have put some money there because those are some good odds. But, hey, grade the pick for us. Scale it from 0 to 100, 0 being worst pick of all time, 100 being, hey, it's a home run draft pick.
But now if you're the Broncos, you have both Mac Jones and Justin Fields staring at you. I mean, that's pretty interesting there. But go down in the comments. Let us know. Grade the pick scale from 0 to 100. What do y'all think about the move here by Carolina taking J.C. Horn? This has been the most surprising pick for me. It's also going to be my lowest grade. I'm probably going to go somewhere around a 70. If I was Carolina, maybe nobody else wanted to trade up. That's the route I would have gone. But looking at the live chat right now, I mean, it's nothing but 60s and 70s down there. Where do you stand?
I give it like a C+. It's not the best pick, 78. It's a good pick, but I don't think it was one of the top players on who I would have drafted there. But I'm guessing they tried to trade down, didn't find a trade. So they opted to go defense here. And J.C. Horn, not a bad pick, but lesser than some of the other picks that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I hear you there. So we did get a $50 super chat from Duke. If somebody could go get me a Corona and then my beer bong, I'm going to go ahead and take that bad boy. The Denver Broncos are on the clock here, and we had a super chat come in a little bit earlier on the show that said, hey, I will pay $100 for producer Sam, our Broncos fan, to wear our Raiders jersey. So what I want everyone to do out there is I want somebody to take a screenshot, and I want somebody to tag me at MitchellRens365, and I want you guys to go ahead, and we're going to make this go viral. You all right?
I'm upset.
So Sam's the one producing everything in the background. He's a big-time Broncos fan. Tag him at SamBrownCS and tag me at MitchellRens365. I'm going to share this because I want all his Broncos buddies to see it. You ready? Yeah. All right. Thanks, man. All right. Hang on. Where's Mike? Can you hand me my beer opener?
Oh, yep.
Cool. So the Denver Broncos, they are on the clock here. I'm curious to see what they end up doing. And I do owe a beer shotgun, so I'm going to let you take over from now.
Yeah, let's start Broncos here. So there's been a lot of smoke the last few hours leading up to the draft. Aaron Rodgers, he wants out, and apparently Denver was one of the teams mentioned. Now, the last report, I'll put in quotes because this has been all over the place, but Ian Rappaport did say that while Green Bay has fielded calls, they have shown no interest in trading Rodgers. So what do you do here? Like, clock's ticking if you're Denver. Do you trade down? Do you draft a quarterback? Do you take Micah Parsons, the linebacker out of Penn State? That could be an option here for the Broncos as well. They've done work on Justin Fields. They've done their homework on the Ohio State quarterback prospect. They may not have thought he was going to be sitting here at 9. So this is interesting, Mitch. This is interesting because if you draft Justin Fields, to me, you have to trade Drew Lock.
Yep.
Going into camp with Fields, Lock, and Bridgewater makes no sense. Like, you keep Bridgewater as the veteran backup, or maybe he's your week 1 starter while you work Fields in.
Yep.
And then Fields is your franchise quarterback. So if you do draft Fields, you got to get rid of Lock, in my opinion, which could also be interesting if a team wants to trade for Drew Lock.
All right, y'all, so let us know down in the comments, who are the Denver Broncos going to pick? I'm with you. You have to go quarterback here. And now maybe, I mean, this could be a very telling thing. Like, if they pass on a QB, could that actually be like, okay, Aaron Rodgers could actually be a legitimate chance here. But I do want to give a shout out here to Logan Krause. Remember, if you have a YouTube channel, if you have a company, if you have something that you want to be able to promote on here, I mean, you got 29,000 people watching the show right now. I mean, that's pretty good if you ask me. So Logan says, check out the Enforcer Gaming on Facebook and Twitch, streaming college football and doing draft classes. Will you be next?
Hey,
go give him a go check him out.
$30, we'll plug your IG, we'll plug your YouTube channel. Go check it out, the Enforcer Gaming on Facebook, on Twitch. Appreciate the Super Logan, and thanks for joining our draft.
Also, the beer bong that I took, and I know I gave you a shout-out earlier, Duke, but shout-out to Duke. He sent in a $50 shoe that said Bears have to pull the trigger. So that's when you were talking about whether or not they would go ahead and...
Maybe if you're Denver, you play hardball here. You're like, hey, like, we like Fields, but how desperate is Ryan Pace? How desperate is the Bears general manager? I mean, hey, I know they got a head coach on the hot seat. The Bears got a GM on the hot seat and Pace and Nagy there. I did not think 2 quarterbacks would be there, but the ball's in Denver's court right now. So what do you guys think? Who will the Broncos draft at number 9? Justin Fields has to be really tempting here if you're John Elway.
Dude, I mean, it has to be. So go down in the comments. Let us know. Rich says Stephen A. Smith isn't hitting the beer bong. You're damn right. You're damn right. We're doing whatever we want here at Chat Sports, having a good time.
We'll get some shout-outs here. Who will the Broncos draft? Capsalot says Fields. Trade with Philly from Minecraft. That could be interesting. Maybe they go up and get a Devontae Smith.
I think if Philly's here, like, you trade up to 9 with Denver and try to get a quarterback. Like,
I think they've closed that door. I mean, that would be interesting. I would.
If you're closing the door on Jalen Hurts being your quarterback, I just don't understand.
Didn't they do that when they traded down from 6?
I just don't understand that.
It's weird. We'll have to wait and see. Receiver from David. So we'll see. Let us know who you guys want the Broncos to draft at number 9.
All right, guys, if you're looking for the latest NFL news and rumors, you're in the right place. If you're looking for the top NFL draft coverage for the 4th straight year on YouTube, you're in the right place. Yep. Chat Sports is a live and interactive sports channel where we can interact with our fans and have a good time having a few beers as well. So if you haven't already, look underneath the video, click that big red button that says subscribe, and make sure you're joining us in all off season long, because guess what? We have videos coming out every single 3 hours.
And here's the beauty. A lot of channels, they get pumped for round 1. Maybe they go live for a little bit on day 2. We're live for all 7 rounds. We're going to be live tomorrow, an hour and a half before day 2 starts. We'll be live on Saturday on like 3 hours of sleep. It's going to be glorious. We're going to be popping the Red Bulls like it's champagne after a wedding. We're going to be live. Subscribe. Don't miss any of our coverage because we're just getting started.
So what we're curious about is who it's going to be. So go down in the comments. Let us know. Seeing a lot of Justin Fields and seeing a lot of Mac Jones. So we can go ahead and go to Tom Downey's best available players, because you got Justin Fields, quarterback from Ohio State, Rashawn Slater, offensive tackle, Devonta Smith, and then Patrick Surtain. I mean, I'll tell you what, I'm pretty curious to see how this pick ends up falling here. Pretty curious. With the 9th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos have taken Justin Fields, quarterback from Ohio State.
You talk value, you talk need, you talk hope for a franchise that has a lot of
Denver's
good
killing
talent
it this
on
offseason.
Justin Fields at number 9 overall, Mitch. This is my favorite pick of the draft so far. I love this pick by the Denver Broncos. There was a lot of buzz. Oh, maybe they could swing Aaron Rodgers. I think you can kiss that goodnight now that you've drafted Justin Fields, who was Tom Downey's, our draft expert's, number 2 quarterback and number 4 overall player. Hang tight here, folks. We're getting conflicting
we're getting new information here. Unfortunately, it's going to have to be a new pick. So it's actually going to be Patrick Surtain. That's the cornerback from Alabama instead. We thought it was, unfortunately, Justin Fields, but it wasn't.
Our on-site draft guy has given us bad info twice. We've cut ties with him. We fired him.
He's gone.
We've called him intern Jim for a reason. He's done here at Chat Sports.
Yeah, so, he is no longer a part of our staff.
With him. So stay tuned here. Looks like it's going to be Patrick Surtain. Once it's official, we will make that clear.
With the 9th overall pick, the Denver Broncos have taken cornerback from Alabama, Patrick Surtain.
Hey, CB here. This is a value pick for Denver. J.C. Horn went the pick before. Surtain falls here to number 9 overall, the Alabama cornerback, who Tom Downey has him as his number 1 corner. And, hey, the Broncos invested heavily in corner this offseason. Signed a couple of guys. They pick up Kyle Fuller from the Chicago Bears. And this is about the range where the cornerbacks could have started to go. We see Horn go 8. We see Surtain go 9 here. By the way, stay tuned. Dallas at 10. What do they do now?
I know.
We'll get to that.
Really
We'll
curious.
get to that in just a second. But John Elway, they don't go quarterback here, which is very curious. Maybe they're still in play to try and go sway an Aaron Rodgers trade. But Patrick Surtain, the pick. Overall, safe pick, Mitch. Maybe it's not the highest ceiling pick. I give this a B. I think it's a good pick overall.
I mean, I think it's a good fit for what Denver's trying to do. I obviously think that they could have gone with some other picks here personally. But for Denver, I mean, you really did a solid job trying to build your defense. But with players like Justin Fields on the board, with somebody like, I'm not really going to say Mac Jones, but I think it's really hard to pass up on a guy like that. So what I want you to do is grade the pick. Scale from 0 to 100. Please go ahead and let us know down there in the comments. I mean, I'm thinking this is like a 80, 85. Yeah. I mean, but think about it, though. He started at Alabama for 3 years. That's really, really impressive.
He tested better than I thought he would. He ran in the mid-4.4s, which a lot of people thought, his long speed may be a problem, mid-4.5s guy, but he ran better. Maybe the stats were juiced. Who knows? This is like 82, 83. This is solid B-minus pick. You could have swung for the quarterback. Justin Fields was on the board. You have to go defense here. That'll create a lot of speculation for what the Broncos are doing at quarterback moving forward, both this year and in the long-term future. Drew Lock can take a breath for now. But Patrick Surtain, the corner out of Alabama, I think one of the higher floor prospects in this class. At worst, I think he's like a number 2 outside CB in the NFL for a decade.
Okay, which means now the Dallas Cowboys, they're going to be on the clock. Also, I want to give a shout-out to Webb's World. I want to give a shout-out to Duke, and I want to give a shout-out to Chris Techno for the Super Chats that came in. Wicked Mobile also, he sent in a $30 Super Chat, so we'll give you a little bit of love here. But so shout-out to everyone watching. But for the Denver Broncos here, I mean, you obviously went out. You got Kyle Fuller, Bryce Callahan. They're on contracts to expire in 2021. That's why this pick happened to me. Like, that's why I think that this pick ended up happening.
I just want to know what quarterback they do at quarterback now. I guess it's Locke and Bridgewater for this year and see what happens next offseason. I mean, I guess you go Drew Lock another year. I would have taken Justin Fields. But if you want to go the safe route, this or Micah Parsons was probably the pick. So they went with Surtain at number 9 overall. The corner out of Alabama, one of the higher floor prospects in this draft.
Wow, so, I mean, I'll tell you what, pretty interesting here. If you guys are looking for the best NFL draft coverage all weekend long, analysis on every single pick, please go ahead and subscribe. And if you want to subscribe to our Broncos channel, please, youtube.com/Broncos TV. It is the fastest growing channel right now up on YouTube. So the link is below. Please go ahead and let us know down there in the comments. So, best NFL draft coverage for 4 straight years. Wild, wild, wild here. YouTube.com/Broncos TV. All right, y'all. So the Philadelphia Eagles have traded up to pick number 10 with the Dallas Cowboys. So Philly goes from 12. They jump up to 10. This, to me, is just screaming quarterback here. So I believe that they're either going to go with somebody like Mac Jones or Justin Fields. And good for Philly.
This is interesting.
I mean, it's also really interesting to see teams trade within the division.
I'll play devil's advocate. The Giants are a prime Devontae Smith candidate. They might be jumping their division rival to get a weapon for Jalen Hurts. Sure, it could be quarterback, could be Justin.
I feel like
Justin Fields
it has
here,
to be.
But Pitts is off the board. Jaylen Waddle is off the board. If you don't draft Smith here, the Giants are probably going to take him at 11. So this could be Howie Roseman saying, "Hey, the elite weapons are falling. We got to go get them here." So I'd be shocked if it's anyone but Fields or Smith. It's one of those two guys, in my opinion.
So Dallas traded number 10 to Philly for its first-round pick. So Philly gave up pick number 12 and its third-round pick.
That's good for good
for
Dallas
2 picks.
Dallas
that's
side
great.
Of things, top 2 corners were gone. Let's trade.
Yeah,
that's good value for the Cowboys.
100%. So this is going to be pretty interesting to see what the Philadelphia Eagles end up doing here. I mean, they got 2 minutes 54 seconds. But like you said, I believe that they wanted to really sit there and figure out what they could potentially get. Their top 2 players, J.C. Horn, Patrick Surtain, off the board. So now they were able to trade down. So the Eagles gave up 12 and 84 for number 10.
Yeah, and you guys can see the recap of the picks so far. This is the first trade. This is interesting, Mitch, because we thought between 6 and 9 for a quarterback could be a trade here. Didn't happen there. Now at number 10, Dallas trades out because they were a prime cornerback trade here. And now Philadelphia trading within their own division. You don't see this super often. And now the Cowboys slide down to 12, and the Eagles are up at number 10.
So also shout out to Tanner Niels for the $25 Super Chat. And Wicked Mobile says, big shout out, Ulf, Montrose, and Delta, Colorado from Wicked Mobile Garage. Much love to you guys. Go check out Wicked Mobile Garage and Ulf, Montrose, and Delta. You guys are awesome at what y'all do. All right, so let us know here who you think the Philadelphia Eagles are going to pick here at number 10. Here are the trade details that just went down, and anytime you see a trade inside the division, I mean, that's pretty interesting here. But Eagles, they get number 10 overall. The Cowboys get 12 and 84. I'm a believer that this is going to be a quarterback.
I think it's Devontae Smith. So I'm glad. That's why this is what Chat Sports is all about. We disagree. It's
I mean,
fun.
if it's Devonta Smith, sure, but I do believe that it has to be a quarterback. But let us know down in the comments who you think it's going to be, Devonta Smith, or do you think it's going to be somebody like Justin Fields?
I think it's one of those two guys. Type DS for Devontae Smith, type JF for Justin Fields, as they are 2 of the top guys. By the way, shout out Wicked Mobile for the $30 Super Chat. Big shout out to Alave, Montrose, and Delta, Colorado from Wicked Mobile Garage. Go check those guys out. Appreciate Wicked Mobile for the Super Chat. But the first trade of the draft, Mitch, between 2 heated division
I really
rivals.
thought it was going to happen a lot earlier, though. I mean, I think everyone watching right now, be honest. Did you think a trade was going to happen like top 5, top 6, I definitely did.
This draft is a dream for the Bears
if
right
you,
now.
It's a dream.
If the Eagles don't draft Justin Fields, this draft is a dream for Chicago right now. I think it's gonna be Devontae Smith because I think Philadelphia's like Giants are gonna take him.
Dream for a team like the New England Patriots who were sitting there looking for a quarterback. I mean, they got Mac Jones and Justin Fields outside of the top 10. Even if you're a team like the Raiders here, where I don't think they trade up for a quarterback.
Fields is at 17 somehow. You got to consider
it.
But,
guys like Micah Parsons are starting to slide down the board. A guy like a Jeremiah Will-Score-Moore is starting to slide down the board. We've done a lot of drafts here. This is about to get really, really interesting, and I think it's going to get pretty crazy here. Also, shout out to Malik's and Ohio Runs Boxing for the Super Chats. So who will the Eagles draft at number 10? Go down in the comments and let us know. JF for Justin Fields, DS for Devonta Smith. Boy Rooster says they're going to take Aaron Rodgers. Okay. And it looks like the Eagles, well, Harrison, you might have actually been right here.
I'm feeling good about it.
Yeah?
I think it's going to be the receiver out of Alabama, but you guys get your votes in. Who will the Philadelphia Eagles select at number 10 overall? We'll get some shout-outs here before we get the official word on the pick. Remember, we fired our intern for boning us on a couple of these already. So
Tim Brady. What up, Tim Brady? He's going to say Devonta Smith. Elimination is going to go with Justin Fields. Brady says Justin Fields. The pick is in for the Philadelphia Eagles, and they are going to go with wide receiver from Alabama. Devonta Smith has been selected number 10 overall by the Philadelphia Eagles after they traded up with their own rival, the Dallas Cowboys. You want excitement? Here you go.
First trade of the draft, division rivals. It's glorious. This is when things really start to get fun, and we got the trade details here. Pretty straightforward here for Devonta Smith heading over to the Dallas Cowboys. But this move is simple for me. The Giants at 11 were a prime candidate to draft Devonta Smith because you know what? Kyle Pitts, he's gone.
Yep.
Jaylen Waddle, he's gone. Philadelphia needs another weapon on this offense, and they get Devonta Smith by moving up 2 slots from number 12 overall up to number 10, and the Cowboys get a third. Good for Dallas here to just drop a couple of spots because they wanted a cornerback. Well, J.C. Horn and Patrick Surtain went, so they're like, we'll pick up a third for to move down 2 picks. And overall, Devonta Smith, you pair him now. Jalen Reagor, take the pressure off him. He can be a number 2 type of wide receiver, and I think it's a good move. Justin Fields would have been tempting, but they opted to get a weapon on the outside.
All right, y'all. So who won the trade? Type PHI for the Philadelphia Eagles, or I want you to type DAL for the Dallas Cowboys. Who do y'all think ended up winning this trade? Like, for the Giants to get somebody I'm curious to see who the Cowboys are going to be able to get here at pick number 12. But what I'm really curious is, like, for the Eagles, I get that Devonta Smith's great. I'm team not trade up for a wide receiver in that position. Like, sure, you still want to be able to build around your offense, but I'm not a believer in Jalen Hurts. So, honestly, man, to move down 2 spots, I think the Dallas Cowboys win this deal.
I think so, too. I think this is really good value for the Dallas Cowboys to move down. But if you're Philly, though, and if you're 95% sure the Giants are going to take Devonta Smith and he's the guy you want, this is just what you have to do. This is part of the NFL draft. And if Devonta Smith comes in and becomes a number 1 receiver, no one's going to care that they gave up a 3rd-round pick. Now, on the flip side, it's great for Dallas as well.
Sure. Yep.
This ultimately could end up being one of those win-win trades. Obviously, we won't know for a couple of years because we've got to see what kind of player Devonta Smith ends up being. But obviously, Mitch, you see the numbers on screen. What he did last year, winning the Heisman Trophy as a receiver, which is basically unheard of as it's become a quarterback's award. I like this pick. I'm not worried about the slight frame that much. I think he can be so spectacular in the NFL, and Jalen Hurts needed another weapon.
I mean, he's an elite route runner. He just has this ability to be able to get open. I mean, he just can do all these different things here. So he's just absolutely incredible player. Going to be the number 1 receiver there for the Philadelphia Eagles. And the fact that they were able to trade up was just absolutely incredible. So Devonta Smith was the number 10 pick for the Philadelphia Eagles. So please go ahead and let us know what you guys are thinking about the pick. But Devonta Smith is going to be the number 1 pick.
And let's kick it to Thomas Mott on our Eagles-only channel. He will have more analysis of the selection by Philadelphia.
All right, y'all. So you want to talk about it? Because we just had a trade go down, and the Bears, they have traded up to number 11 with the New York Giants.
Boys.
This has got to be quarterback.
Oh, my goodness. Ryan Pace is on his 9th life in Chicago, and he might just get an extension. He might get an extension, boys. Is Ryan Pace – no, you know what would be peak Ryan? Peak Ryan Pace would be drafting Mac Jones right here.
Yeah.
Peak Ryan Pace would be drafting Mac Jones. Will they take Justin Fields like they should?
Who did the Bears trade up for?
The Giants. They're moving up to number 11.
No, I'm saying, who did they trade up for? Like, who's the player?
It's
Throw
got
it
to
down
be
in the
Justin
comments.
Fields.
It has to
Pick
be, right?
Fields. Don't draft Mac Jones.
David Mills.
Dave Gettleman, for the first time ever, trading down.
For the first time ever, that's right.
Guys, this is ridiculous. Trade alert, the Giants trading down from number 11, which makes sense. Devontae Smith off the board.
Oh, yeah, I think
Move
now they can
down,
go
get
edge
some
rusher.
capital, and now the Bears, who have a desperate general manager, a desperate head coach, maybe Matt Nagy,
this is
finally gets his guy in Chicago. And, wow. This is
It's funny, though. We do all this planning at Chat Sports for this, and that, and then all of a sudden.
I've got trade details, by the way, and we'll get it on screen when we can. The Giants get number 20 this year. The Bears first next year as well. A 5th this year and a 4th next year.
Wow.
That is the trade compensation. So really just an extra first. I mean, a 4th and a 5th, okay, who cares, right?
So you swap.
Schefter has the trade details.
So you swap firsts, you get next year's first, a 5th this year, and then a 4th next year. I mean,
I'm fine with this. For Justin Fields, one extra
it's got to be Fields. We don't know if it's Fields yet.
If it's Mac Jones, I'm walking off the set. If it's Kellen Mond, I'm quitting this job.
Okay. I can't do it anymore.
There's no way it could be Kellen Mond.
All right, so go down.
Fields.
Come on, let us know in the comments. Who do y'all think it's going to be? Who did the Chicago Bears trade up for? If you think it's going to be Mac Jones, type MJ. Justin Fields, JF. If you think it's, I see a whole bunch of people saying Kellen Mond. Wild.
This is unreal. We'll wait and see what the official what the pick is here. But man, it's got to be Justin Fields. Is this the redemption story for Ryan Pace? Because what Ryan Pace, and let's go full screen here, Sam. What Ryan Pace has done in his history of the Bears general manager. He paid Mike Glennon $45 million.
Yep, not great.
He traded up for Mitchell Trubisky when he didn't have to, with Deshaun Watson and Patrick Mahomes available to draft. He traded a 4th rounder for Nick Foles. And now this is his 4th chance. 4th chance. How many GMs miss on 3 quarterbacks and get a 4th one?
Plus the ones you missed
on. He's going to get another opportunity here if he selects Justin Fields. This is the time for Bears fans, for Ryan Pace. The Chicago Bears have never had a 4,000-yard passer in the history of their franchise. The only team in the NFL. No other team has ever been this bad at quarterback, and now they can finally get their guy if they take Justin Fields. Please, Ryan Pace. The Bears gods are watching. Just get Justin Fields. Don't overthink it. Don't take Mac Jones. The pick is so obvious. Get the Ohio State quarterback at number 11 overall, and we're being told that the pick is in.
The Chicago Bears traded up with the New York Giants and have selected Justin Fields, quarterback from Ohio State, 11th overall in the 2021 NFL Draft. Harrison Graham, host of our Bears channel, take it away.
They actually did it. This actually happened. Justin Fields falls outside of the top 10, and Ryan Pace pulls the trigger. Pace, I'll tell you what, if this doesn't work out, if he's a bust, you won't hear a peep out of me. You can't dig this move.
Oh.
This is an excellent move for Chicago. You go up and get our number 2 ranked quarterback, according to Tom Downey, our draft expert, 2A, 2B with Zach Wilson, however you view it. A guy who has outdueled Trevor Lawrence on the biggest stage. Justin Fields is an excellent draft prospect. He falls to number 11 overall, and the Chicago Bears go get him.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, Mitch, as we're now seeing some trades go down in the NFL draft. As you can tell, I am absolutely psyched about this draft pick.
And I mean, when you talk about Justin Fields, he's going to have, I think, if Allen Robinson can figure out a way to stay there, which I believe that's going to be the goal here, he's going to have a lot of tough competition. But if the rumors around Aaron Rodgers are potentially true, where, guess what, he decides to move on, that division gets a whole lot easier. So for the Bears, you had to get a little bit ballsy. You had to take some risks. And that's exactly what they did.
I would have done this at 6. And they pulled it off at 11.
At 11, it's good value.
You only give up an extra first rounder. So the trade comp, by the way, if you're just seeing this for the first time, is you move from 20 to 11, or the Giants get 20 as they fall down from number 11, an extra first next year, a fourth next year from the Bears, and a fifth this year. That's good value for Chicago.
Great value.
To get Justin Fields?
Yeah.
This is a home run. If Justin Fields is a bust, you won't hear a complaint from me. This is a calculated trade from Ryan Pace. This is not Mitch Trubisky when no one was going to trade up for him at number 2. Yep. This is a guy who fell in the draft for whatever reason. This is great value. By far the best pick of the first round, in my opinion, is Justin Fields. Goes number 11 to the Chicago Bears, a team desperate for a franchise quarterback as they've never had a 4,000-yard passer in the history of their franchise.
So here are the trade details that went down for Chicago to trade up from 20 to number 11 with the New York Giants. The Bears, they get pick 11, which ended up turning out to be Justin Fields. The New York Giants get the number 20th overall pick this year. The Bears' first-round pick next year, a fifth-round pick this year, and then a 2022 fourth-round pick. So the question we're going to ask, it is this, and it is pretty simple. Was Fields worth the trade-up? Yes or no? Was it worth it?
Yes! Anyone saying no is a Lions fan. That's what I'm deciding here. Anyone saying no is a Lions fan. This is the move of the day.
Yeah.
The Bears have grabbed the headlines of this NFL draft to go up and get Justin Fields. Forget San Francisco and Trey Lance. That was an hour ago. We're done with that. Justin Fields, the story of the night as Chicago moves up from number 20 to number 11 overall. Who cares? Who cares? We'll see where Mac Jones ends up going, but he could slide a little bit now. I love this move from the Bears. He was fantastic. And those stats, by the way, only 7 games, I believe, Ohio State played in an extremely shortened season. He's efficient. He throws a good deep ball. He's mobile. And he's a gamer. This guy's played in the biggest games you can in college football. I'm ecstatic about Justin Fields to the Chicago Bears. And let us know, is this the pick of the night?
I mean,
it is.
It might be.
Especially with the trade value.
It's definitely going to make the most headlines. I mean, obviously Trey Lance is going to be a big-time pick, but I think it's between Trey Lance and I really think it's between somebody like a guy like Justin Fields. So pretty interesting overall. So let us know down in the comments, was this the best pick of the night so far?
We're going to get some shout-outs here. I'll let Mitch take leads on those in just a second. And by the way, after we get a few shout-outs here, I'm going live on our Bears channel. I'm going solo live. So if you're a diehard Bears fan, join me on Chicago Bears Now. It's youtube.com/Bears Now. youtube.com/Bears Now. We'll get that link on the screen there. That's where I'm going to go live in just a second. Mitch, go ahead and get some shout-outs here.
All right, y'all. So we got some people watching here. We got Dilly. He's saying yes. Manny Villegas is going to go yes. Eric Rodriguez says who? Donnie Myers, yes. I mean, we haven't seen a single no yet. Also, shout out to Level 2 Pin for the $20 super chat. Appreciate the super that just came in. Ty Purvis said, Google Young King 95 to listen to my episodes. I got you here. And then Harrison, you're going to go take off.
I'll see you later. I'm going to go celebrate.
Well, Harrison just called off. All right, so it's just going to be me here for a little bit. We're going to have Chase Sr. He's going to be joining us in just a little bit. I also want to give a shout out to NFL Trash Talk 2021. But this also means that the Dallas Cowboys, they are back here on the clock. 4 minutes left to pick. What I do think we need to do, though, Sam, is we've had a few super chats come through. I just want to give a few shout-outs here to some of the people that are watching. If you throw in a $30 super, we will promote you. The 2 30s that we've had come in, Ty Purvis, and then NFL Trash Talk 2021. We appreciate the supers that you've sent in. Also, here's the first one. Ty Purvis, if you guys could, Google Young King 95 to listen to my episodes. So if you guys want to go listen to Ty Purvis, we got 26,000 people watching. Shout out to NFL Trash Talk 2021. Take a screenshot, tag me at MitchellRents365. We'd appreciate that a lot. We also had a $50 super chat come in from Kaiser that said, Harrison, you deserve the beer bong. Here's the issue. Harrison is no longer on the show, but I will tell you this. If we want, I'll take the beer bong. Or you know what? You want me to just do it? He could probably do the beer bong on Bears Now. I think that's actually a good idea. So, Kazar, go over to the Bears Now stream. Check it out. He's going to be breaking down the pick that just happened. So, we were going to let him go do the beer bong over there on that show. But also, and then another one from Lowville Toppin. It said, pick up pals at the Apple store. and Google Play Store, connecting you to casual and competitive pickup games in your area. So Lavelle, appreciate Pickup Pals on the Apple Store. Somebody go support. So what we just did there was we're just trying to give back a little bit and just trying to say, like, hey, we appreciate you guys watching. We know there's a lot of companies out there, and if you want to advertise on here, it's not really easy to advertise in front of 26,000 people. So a $30 Super Chat, you can do that. $35 Super Chat will do 2 roulette wheel spins, which is essentially like either Jason and I or whoever here at Chat Sports going to be doing some wild stuff. $50 Super Chat is a beer bong, so if you want Chase or I, probably going to be him because he's a little bit better at it than me. He's going to be the one that ends up doing it. But we got 25,000 people, 12,000 likes on this bad boy right now. If you've been entertained, if you like what you've seen so far, please go ahead and let us know down there in the comments section if you're having a good time or not. So let us know, and I do want to welcome in my man, Chase Sr. How you doing, dude?
Is phenomenal because you never know what's going to happen, and sometimes shit just hits the fan out of nowhere, and that's what's happened the last couple of picks.
Absolutely, absolutely. So the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock, and actually we have word that the pick is in. So the reason why that they decided to trade down, I really think is because J.C. Horn wasn't there. Somebody like a Patrick Surtain ended up falling down. So you know what? They traded back. And I'm curious to see what Dallas ends up doing here. I'm a believer that it should be a defensive player. I think it's between guys like a Micah Parsons is probably the first name that comes to mind. A lot of people say, what about somebody like a Rashawn Slater or somebody like an Elijah Vera Tucker? I know if I said Elijah Vera Tucker, Tom would probably go absolutely nuts. But I'll tell you what, I'm curious to see what the Dallas Cowboys end up doing here on today's in this 2021 NFL Live draft. So what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of really good players on the board right now. So I think they might go defense, and I know Tom Downey would just be, just go nuts if they went Micah Parsons. But I actually think Micah Parsons is the best defender in the draft. So I think if they go linebacker, I think that'd be a great selection because you're bringing in a player who can be a, perennial Pro Bowler. So I like that, but also you can't go wrong offensive line either. Rashawn Slater, Elijah Vera Tucker is ready to play right away. So I think they can't go wrong at this spot, and I think that's why they traded back because they knew they could get great value.
Yeah. So who do y'all think the Dallas Cowboys are going to pick here at number 12 overall? Please go ahead and let us know down there in the comments section. There's a few different draft needs here that Dallas potentially has, but I am curious to see what they did. They were able to trade back with the Philadelphia Eagles originally at number 10, went back to number 12, also picked up pick number 84, which is actually pretty surprising considering the fact that, it doesn't happen all too often, at least teams inside the division. So the pick, it is in the Dallas Cowboys. Who are they going to end up taking? Let us know down there in the comments. I'm seeing a lot of Slaters. Seeing some Micah Parsons as well. Seeing a Mac Jones. It's not going to be Mac Jones. I'd be very surprised if it was. We got Justin Fields. He already went, my man. So the pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys. With the number 12 overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys have selected linebacker Micah Parsons from Penn State. Chase, you and I both are from the Penn State area. Yep. We also absolutely love the talent that this guy is going to be able to bring to Dallas. What type of player are the Cowboys getting in Micah Parsons?
Well, I think the Cowboys traded back and got the best defender in the 2021 NFL Draft. I've been able to watch this guy live, and he is an absolute game wrecker. I kind of compare his ability to just cause havoc to what Devin White did in the playoffs with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers this past season. This is a guy who you don't want to play in structure. You don't draft Micah Parsons and say, hey, you have to be a traditional linebacker.
Agreed.
Just let him cause havoc, let him wreck games, and let him just ball out. Because if this dude is able to play with his ears pinned back, he can take over games in a way that Devin White did for the Buccaneers throughout the playoffs last year. And when you have premium players like that, you just kind of lend to their strengths, let them do their thing. And I think this pick is excellent value. Plus, you get a third-round pick back from your inter-division rival.
Seriously.
I love it.
No, I think what you're going to be able to see here from Micah Parsons, if they use him correctly, The name that I've thrown out there with a lot of people, and some people don't like it, is Khalil Mack. And the idea of this, if you use him as a traditional middle linebacker, you're not going to be happy. And realistically, I don't think the Cowboys would have taken him here at number 12 if they were going to use him as your traditional Mike. But now you can put him on the edge and really try to get after some of these quarterbacks in your division, which sure is not great. But we know the Dallas offense is ready. The defense needs to step up, and Parsons exactly that's how it's going to happen. So do you like it or do you hate it? Micah Parsons to the Dallas Cowboys. Let us know down there in the comments section. If you like it, type like it. If you hate it, type hate it. I mean, me as being, I guess, the Raider fan in the room, I was really hoping for Parsons to be able to fall down to Las Vegas. However, Parsons, and if I'm in Dallas and if I'm a Cowboys fan, I really like this. He was probably the number 1 defensive player on the board, so I'm going to go ahead and type like it.
Here's the thing, too.
Yeah.
He's going to turn 22 in May.
It's wild.
So he's still really young.
Wild.
Yeah, still really young.
So look at his 2019 stats here. 109 tackles, 5 sacks, 4 forced fumbles, 0 interceptions. Obviously, this is one of those players that decided to sit out, but he has been working his freaking tail off since August. Has been in a gym working with a bunch of other top prospects, and he had a fun little segment that he was talking about where some people say that some of the off-the-field stuff might concern you with Parsons. However, from some of the people that I've talked to, said that he's one of the most competitive people that you'll find in the room. And really, what was one of the biggest knocks on the Dallas Cowboys defense last year? Not being competitive, not having that love of the game. And if you want somebody that you know is going to be a solid defender and really bring some of that competitive advantage, that's exactly what you have here in somebody like Micah Parsons. So if you guys haven't already, please go ahead and subscribe to Chat Sports, where we go live every single Monday and Wednesday, 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 p.m. Pacific. Plus, if you're looking for more NFL draft coverage, we're going to be live not just today, not just tomorrow, but rounds 4, 5, 6, 7, analysis on every single pick chase. This is your first draft here at Chat Sports. This is going on, my 4th now? This has been a pretty wild one, and if you guys haven't subscribed, buckle up. It's about to get really crazy here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get sentimental or anything, but I grew up wanting to cover the NFL and have watched the NFL draft every single year. So to be able to cover it and talk about it and break down and dissect every pick for every round here at Chat Sports, it's honestly a dream come true. And I get to kick it with you?
Hell yeah.
I mean, come on now. Could I be in a better spot?
See, now you're making me blush. So
Mitchell Renz, let's get it.
All right, y'all. So we just crossed 200 and what do you say? 245? 244,000 subscribers, so let's continue to get that number to go up here. And our goal was to get to 250,000 subs by the end of the show. But with the Dallas Cowboys picking, that means the Los Angeles Chargers, they are on the clock. And if I'm LA, I figure out a way to protect Justin Herbert, and I'm going to make a pick here. The pick I go with is Rashawn Slater personally, and no surprise, he's the number 1 player left here on Tom Downey's big board. What do you think about some of these players here, Chase?
Well, I thought one of the most underrated moves this past offseason was the Los Angeles Chargers signing Corey Linsley, who last year was arguably the best center in the NFL. So you bring in Corey Linsley, and now you have either Rashawn Slater, you have Tevin Jenkins. You have some really good offensive line prospects here who can really do what you need them to do, and that is to protect Justin Herbert. You're playing in an AFC West division with some really good pass rushers. Offensive line was obviously a huge emphasis for this team. That's why they signed Corey Linsley in free agency. I'm going Rashawn Slater here. I'm continuing to bulk up this offensive line because if you protect Justin Herbert and he continues to ball like he did last year, my goodness, this offense can be so dangerous.
So today's sponsor is Manscaped, and we got a little bit of a giveaway alert here. Perfect Package 3.0. This is usually a $90 value, but we're going to go ahead and give one away. And here's how you end up winning the free Perfect Package 3.0 from Manscaped. You got to go to Manscaped on TikTok and then comment Chat Sports. It's underneath the screen. So you see the bottom bar there, it's in black. You got to go to Manscaped on TikTok and then comment Chat Sports. I want you to do it on their latest post. If you do that, we're then going to pick a winner at pick number 18. So whoever does it, I mean, if you do it more than once, maybe your chances go up. I would personally think that they do. So if you want to go ahead and win the perfect package from Manscaped, which comes with the Lawnmower 3.0, ball toner, ball deodorant, free boxers, a traveling case, and the reason why it's called the perfect package is simple. If you use it, your package will be perfect. So if you want to go ahead and win this, again, a $90 value, go ahead on TikTok, give a comment, Chat Sports, on Manscaped's TikTok. I'm laughing because our boss just ran into glass door.
Usually you see birds do that, but our boss just did it.
Oh, man, that was funny as hell. I guess he is truly blind. So go comment Chat Sports on Manscaped's TikTok for a chance to win the perfect package here. So and we will, again, announce the winner after pick number 18. So whoever wins it, if you also want to give us a shout-out on IG or Twitter, we would definitely appreciate it. At pick number 13 in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers have taken Northwestern offensive tackle Rashawn Slater.
It's a fantastic pick for the Chargers. They continue to bulk up that offensive line to protect Justin Herbert, who set records for a rookie quarterback a season ago. You brought in Corey Linsley, now you bring in Rashawn Slater, and they took care of the number one emphasis for this franchise, and that's keeping Justin Herbert upright. And they got Rashawn Slater at pick number 13. We're talking about Tom Downey's number 6 overall prospect, his number 2 offensive tackle. And the great thing that I love about Rashawn Slater, Mitch, he can play left tackle. He can play right tackle. He played both positions against Chase Young and held up very well, the number 1 pick from last year's NFL draft.
Yep.
But if you don't want to play him at tackle right away, he can also play guard. So I love the versatility to his game.
No, I mean, I think the ability that he can play inside, he can play outside. And I also want to tip my cap to the Chargers because one of the biggest knocks on this team is their linemen, for whatever reason, can't really stay healthy. But you lost your center this year in Pouncey, and you've done a phenomenal job really trying to build that offensive line. And after your quarterback, Justin Herbert, just won Rookie of the Year, your number one goal should continue to be able to build around him.
No doubt.
And that's exactly what the Chargers are doing here. Now, do you still have to be able to compete with some other top teams in that division? Yes, absolutely. Are your playmakers on the outside, did they get better? Not really. I mean, losing Hunter Henry is definitely going to hurt. What are you going to get from a guy like Mike Williams? Obviously, you have Keenan Allen. But for Rashawn Slater to fall to 13, if you're a Chargers fan here, you got to be absolutely ecstatic. So grade the pick scale from 0 to 100. I'm somewhere in like the 90 to 95 range because when I really went down and I did a few mock drafts, I had the Chargers taking somebody like Slater. But, I mean, in terms of value, this guy's absolutely phenomenal. And then my favorite tape out of a lot of the prospects that I watched, his game tape in 2019 against Chase Young. He didn't dominate Chase Young, but he beat Chase Young. And if you could beat Chase Young, you're a damn good football player.
Held up well and played really well against Chase Young in 2019, but also in 2018 in the Big Ten Championship. So to get Rashawn Slater at pick number 13, great value, and you also get a great player who is going to be with your franchise for 10-plus years if he's able to stay healthy. And you look at Justin Herbert as a generational prospect at the quarterback position. Andrew Luck was too. You know why he retired? It's because the Colts neglected the most important position group outside of quarterback, the offensive line. 0 sacks allowed in 2019, only 1 hit on the quarterback allowed in 2019, only 5 hurries. So Rashawn Slater is a generational offensive line prospect. His father played in the NBA for a long time, around 8 years. So that goes to show you the athletic genes run in the family. And you see that quickness, that great footwork with Rashawn Slater being passed down from his pops.
Yeah, and I mean, Slater overall, though, he's going to play with a super, super high ceiling. I'm excited to see what he turns out being. And, I mean, when you look at all the measurables here, 6'4", 304-pounder, 40-yard dash time of 4.88, which is pretty impressive, actually, I think, from somebody of his size. Some people are going to knock his arms in terms of length, saying, oh, they're too short to be an offensive tackle. I'll tell you what, he's going to be a good tackle or he could be a good guard. Either way, Rashawn Slater to the Chargers is a very good pick. All right, y'all, so I'm actually going to be heading over to our Raiders Report channel, youtube.com/Raiders Report, because I want to get ready for the number 17 overall pick. So, Chase, I want you to take it away from here, my man.
Gotcha. You're watching the NFL Draft live here on Chat Sports. I am Chase Sr. We're here breaking down every single pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. And, hey, we knew that things were going to get crazy in the draft. That has happened. That has come to fruition. But, hey, you know, we're rolling with the punches here. Some phenomenal value picks that we've seen in recent picks. We've seen some surprises. How about the Chicago Bears up to take their future franchise quarterback in Justin Fields. A lot of people didn't expect him to fall that far. A lot of people thought the 49ers were going to go after Mac Jones. They draft Trey Lance. So, hey, we knew that the NFL draft was going to be jam-packed. That is exactly what has happened, and we appreciate all of you for rocking with us here at Chat Sports. So right now, the Minnesota Vikings are on the clock, and I think they need to address offensive line, especially the offensive guard spot. They weren't too active in free agency. That's because they didn't have a lot of cap space, around $7.5 million. They did add some marquee players in cornerback Patrick Peterson. They brought in Mason Cole, Xavier Woods, as well as defensive lineman Dalvin Tomlinson. But I think we're looking at potential offensive guard here in the first round at pick number 14 in the NFL draft. They did lose Anthony Harris, but I'm not sure they go defensive back here, nor do I think that's a need at this point in the draft. They also lost Riley Reif, which goes back to kind of them needing an offensive lineman right now. So fascinating to see what the Vikings do with just a couple of minutes left on the clock for them to make their pick at number 14th overall. Where will the Vikings go? And we're about to soon welcome in Tom Downey, who is just reacting to the Dallas Cowboys selecting Micah Parsons after trading back an inter-squad trade with the Philadelphia Eagles, where the Eagles moved up to trade and pick Devontae Smith. Cowboys moved back to pick Micah Parsons. Tom Downey was just reacting to all of it, and he is about to join us live here for our NFL draft coverage live here on Chat Sports. So looks like the pick is almost in for the Minnesota Vikings. It is, and as soon as that becomes official, we will react to it live here. And it looks as though the Vikings are going to make a trade with the New York Jets. So the New York Jets are going to move up in a trade with the Minnesota Vikings. This is all happening live right now. Not sure what the terms of the deal are, but the Vikings have traded out of pick number 14. The Jets, after taking Zach Wilson at number 2, have decided to trade up, and that pick is going to come in here soon, led by Joe Douglas and first-year head coach Robert Saleh. Not sure which direction the Jets are going to go. They have some needs on the defensive side of the football. Maybe they draft a Rashad Bateman. They could get a weapon for Zach Wilson here at pick number 14. A minute left on the clock for the New York Jets as they are about to make their pick after they just traded up with the Minnesota Vikings, and we're going to break that down live here on our NFL draft coverage live here on Chat Sports. I am Chase Sr., about to be joined by Tom Downey, who is just reacting to. Tom, welcome back.
Yeah, I feel great. They took another off-ball linebacker in the top 15. Feels amazing.
I know you didn't want Micah Parsons, but
no,
you're
I
high
made
on
that
him as a prospect,
very clear.
Right? You're high on him as a prospect.
He's fine as a prospect. Like, I had him as a first-round grade, but I had better players on the board who also would have filled a position of need. And this is a team that has invested in an off-ball linebacker multiple years in a row in the top 35. So, like, my comp for Micah Parsons is Jaylen Smith pre-injury, which is a good football player. Your D-line is still not very good. Your secondary is not very good. I like Parsons the player. I got off-the-field concerns about him there. You have to blitz him because he's bad in coverage right now. So I would have taken Rashawn Slater, and that would have been great for the Dallas Cowboys. Instead, that they did not.
What was the reaction from the Dallas Cowboys fans?
Oh, the homers like, oh, it's great. What are you talking about? And everyone else is kind of like, I don't know about that one, actually.
Yeah. So do you see him kind of being a guy like Devin White who can just, like, wreck games in that
regard? I think he can
not?
be, but I had Devin White as a better player coming out than I had Micah Parsons. Yeah. So, like, I got real concerns there.
Yeah.
Plus the off-the-field stuff. It's not the worst pick ever, but I'm disappointed by it. So the Cowboys didn't do what I wanted to do, plain and simple.
Let's get to this trade. So the New York Jets move up to pick number 14 with the Minnesota Vikings. They take Zach Wilson at 2. We all expected that to happen.
Shocking, yes.
Where do you think they go with this
pick?
I
bet this is going to be Elijah Vera-Tucker.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking the offensive guard. Yeah, I'm thinking offensive guard Elijah Vera-Tucker here.
Yeah.
And do you think he's the most ready to play offensive lineman in this class in terms of you plug him in from day one and he can make an immediate impact, or are you not as high on him as some other people who believe that he can play right from the get-go?
I think he's going to step in day one as be a really, really good left guard or left tackle. I think you're going to play him at guard more than anything, but that's a good move. You take Zach Wilson, now you build around him. Now, all the edges are still there as well. So we will see if that ends up being the case for the Jets. But Tucker is my guess here.
So they kind of hit the reset in terms of the New York Jets. They traded away Sam Darnold, obviously. They pick Zach Wilson with number 2. Who knows where they go here with pick 14? Is it going to be Elijah Vera-Tucker, the offensive guard? They went with Mekhi Becton, the tackle out of Louisville last year. I thought that was a great pick. So are they going to continue to bulk that offensive line up for the quarterback that they selected at number 2, who has some durability issues? And, you know, I think that's the play here, to continue to kind of protect Zach Wilson. Yeah. And it looks as though the New York Jets, with the number 14 pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, have decided to select the offensive guard out of USC, Elijah Vera-Tucker. With pick number 14 in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Jets have selected offensive guard out of USC, Elijah Vera-Tucker. He is going to protect Zach Wilson, who they selected at number 2. What do you think about this pick, Tom
This
Downey?
is my best interior offensive lineman in this year's class. My number 1 guard. He did play left tackle this past year at USC, and actually did a pretty good job of it. Even against Oregon, he wasn't nearly as bad as other people had said that he was. Like, he fared pretty well outside of like maybe 1 or 2 reps there. His arm length, 32 1/8 inches. That is very much guard arm length. That is not someone who's going to be a tackle in the NFL. So I like this move by the Jets. I have not exactly seen what picks they're giving up to go get him, but you find an option to build around your new franchise quarterback in Zach Wilson. This is a protector option there. Good value here. I don't mind going up to get him. I think he was actually my best overall player left on the board. Zone, power scheme, whatever you want to run, he's going to be able to do that there, so he'll fit in the Jets' offense there. He played really well this year at left tackle. He's played guard in the past as well. In fact, was even the offensive lineman of the year for USC back in 2019 over Austin Jackson, who ended up being a first-round pick himself there. Great athlete as well. The length will be a bit of an issue. I think elite quickness can give him problems, but in terms of a safe, good football player, that is exactly what the Jets got here.
Now, many people expected, okay, maybe the New York Jets go after a wide receiver. They did have a pick later in the first round. So it looks as though they have traded that later first-round pick, which was 23rd overall, to move up to pick number 14 to select Elijah Vera-Tucker. And here are the full trade details of this trade between the New York Jets and the Minnesota Vikings. So the Jets move up to 14th overall. They select Elijah Vera-Tucker. They get a 4th-round pick back in this year's draft from the Minnesota Vikings. That is 143 overall. In exchange, the Vikings get the 1st-round pick from the Jets, so they slide back to pick number 23, as well as 2 3rd-round picks. So some good value here at 66 and 86 for the Vikings to continue to round out that roster.
They love to move down, man. Yeah. I kind of thought they might take Vera-Tucker.
Yeah.
So I wonder if they're looking at an edge rusher when they eventually move down. Value-wise, it's not bad. You know, you get the first, an extra 2 picks in the top 90. That's pretty valuable. So I like that a lot for Minnesota if they still get someone that they want.
What do you think about what the Jets are doing with their offensive line? They go Mekhi Becton last year. He had a great rookie campaign. I mean, he is just a monster. And now they go Elijah Vera-Tucker.
Yeah. Look, I think in terms of who won the trade, I kind of want to see what Minnesota does, but I like it from the Jets. They have plenty of assets there. So you guys can get your votes in here. NYJ for the Jets or MIN for Minnesota. I'm going Jets, Chase. Where are you going with here?
Yeah, I'm going New York Jets because the main emphasis right here is to protect Zach Wilson. He has some durability issues. He is the future of your franchise, and you want to keep him upright. So last year you addressed the offensive line by going Mekhi Becton. Now you make this trade with the Minnesota Vikings to draft arguably the most ready-to-play offensive lineman prospect in this year's draft with Elijah Vera-Tucker. I'm going to go ahead and type NYJ. Let's do some shout-outs right now for those of you watching us live here on Chat Sports, breaking down every single pick of the 2021 NFL Draft. We have Lori, we have Dwayne, we have Tom, Frank
Great
watching,
name right there.
Fred watching as well, Jamarius, Andrew, Jason, the King, Jacob. I mean, Tom, the chats are flowing in. People are watching us from all across the country right now.
Yeah. Now, earlier tonight, we asked you guys to go comment Chat Sports on the Manscaped TikTok. So I got a bunch of shout-outs to get to here. So let me go rapid fire on my phone here. What AJ, Chat Sports. Official Walty says Chat Sports. I see Steve Cameron 15 says Chat Sports. I see J Bravo 35, Joshua Martinez, Cards Nation, Nick McBride, Roman Rathke, Official Walty, Rethan, Dub the Kid 69, Carson 2, I Marquette 8, The Roof Genius, Douglas Marcus, Jaden Want 6, Douglas Marcus again, Sir African, Friend 2330, Go Getters 01, Villanueva, Mark Andre Richard, Javon Russell in the classroom, Walker S5, HD Swiftly, Tiger Woods, Brian Carr. There's so many of these guys. Awesome work. Wonka OH, Emily and Tanyi, Javon Russell, Hugo DeMartian, Elijah, Nathan Turner. So many Chat Sports guys. Great stuff here. Fetty Maybe, Nick A. Frank, Douglas Marcus, Odats Lane, Jonathan Lopez, Jose Nola, Douglas Marcus again, Lizardmon, twice, Eli, HD again, Luis, Literal Bryce, Jose Nola, Carlo, Dominique. There's so many of these guys. Great work here. I'll go a couple more here. Eli, Balam, HD, Official, and Rode. We have not picked the winner yet, so stay tuned for that in a little bit.
So the pick is in for the New England Patriots, and could it be Mac Jones? If it's Mac Jones to New England, things could get really interesting. We knew the draft was going to kind of start with the 49ers at pick number 3, depending on where they went. If they went Mac Jones, maybe things didn't get as interesting. They went with Trey Lance, which then caused Justin Fields to drop in the NFL draft, where the Bears moved up to take him. It caused Mac Jones to slide back to the point where the Patriots are picking at number 15.
Mac
this could be
Jones?
fascinating. This could be fascinating.
Hey, if Mac Jones doesn't go here, does he fall all the way down to Washington?
That would be an intriguing fit as well.
There's a lot going on here that's been pretty chaotic so far. So I am very curious to see which route they end up going here. But Mac Jones makes a lot of sense here as far as I'm concerned.
Mac Jones does because, hey, and they go Mac Jones. Wow. Patriots select Mac Jones with their 15th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. We're about to react to it live here on the show. Man, what a pick by the New England Patriots. Mac Jones falls, Patriots pick him up, and let's get to it right now. With the 15th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots do what a lot of people feared they were going to do. Mac Jones falls to New England, and New England picks up their future quarterback in the former Alabama signal caller who won a championship last year. We know that Bill Belichick and Nick Saban are tight. Belichick must have gotten some great intel with this pick, and they go Mac Jones, Tom.
First off, call him by his real name. McCorkle
Awesome.
Jones here is the pick by the Patriots. This is much more where he should go in the NFL Draft. Now, Mac Jones does not have the upside of a Trey Lance, of a Justin Fields, and that's okay. He's a very accurate football player. He's going to make good decisions. I think he's going to be a good football player. My player comp for him, Jimmy Garoppolo, which he worked out briefly pretty well for the New England Patriots. He can make the right reads. He can make good decisions. He's going to be accurate. That has value in today's NFL. The athletic ability, the arm, it's not special. I know Alabama put out a 4.68 40-yard dash. It's fake news, a 4.82, just so we're clear. The positives are obvious here. Accuracy, in structure, on platform, he's going to be able to make plays. He's not a statue by any means. I just think his thing is a little more limited in the Jimmy G, Kirk Cousins mold. But for New England, looking for a franchise quarterback, I'm fine with this pick.
This is what I want you to do. For those of you watching, get into the comments and grade this pick for us on a scale from 0 to 100. A lot of people have thrown out the Matt Ryan comps. Like that could be the best case scenario for Mac Jones. When you talk about the smarts, when you talk about his footwork, him being able to maneuver within the pocket. Do you like that comp as a possible best case scenario for Mac Jones, or are you sticking with more so Jimmy G on that level?
I think Jimmy G, Kirk Cousins is where he ends up being. And that's not bad, by the way. If you can spend the 15th overall pick and get Mac Jones and get Kirk Cousins or Jimmy G, it's not bad by any stretch of the imagination. So, look, there wasn't a ton of experience there. The Alabama offense was by far a fantastic fit. Like the structure he had around him was about as perfect as it's ever going to be.
No doubt.
The one big difference, because he's kind of like a Joe Burrow light, The big difference here is tight window throws. Throwing it into coverage that wasn't a wide open RPO or a swing or a slant to Jaylen Waddle or Devonta Smith. 124 for Joe Burrow last year. 44 for Mac Jones in 2020. Sorry, Burrow in 2019. That's a substantial difference there. So here in the middle of round 1, I don't have any problems with this. This is fine for the New England Patriots. This is like a B minus in that range. Best quarterback left on the board. There was a DUI back in 2017. That has to be cleared, and I wonder just how quickly he'll get to start for New England.
Now, the big question is, how many starts is Mac Jones going to get in 2021 with the Patriots bringing back Cam Newton? A lot of people say he's the most ready-to-play quarterback prospect in this draft class. So hop into the comments and let us know a single number or maybe a double number as to how many starts Mac Jones will get in 2021. The pick is in for the Arizona Cardinals in the 2021 NFL Draft at pick number 16. We're going to react to that soon live here. But, hey, you've seen them in the offseason, Tom, address a bunch of needs. They brought in J.J. Watt. They brought in James Conner. Their remaining needs, tight end, cornerback, running back still, even with that James Conner signing, linebacker and offensive guard. Where do you think they go with some of the players who are currently on the board right now?
And I thought they could explore a wide receiver. Those guys are off the board. This is the point where I think stuff's going to get weird. Yeah. I'm looking at my guys left, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. I'm not going to take any of Isaiah Simmons. Too similar there. Christian Darrisaw, Tevin Jenkins, Rashad Bateman, Greg Newsome, Landon Dickerson, Travis Etienne, Najee Harris. I don't know what Arizona's going to end up doing here. They're in a pretty tricky spot in the end. So I'm not entirely sure what the path here ends up being for the Arizona Cardinals.
Now, we've seen offensive line has been an area in which the Cardinals have wanted to address. They were in on Corey Linsley. He decided to sign with the Los Angeles Chargers. Mm-hmm. I'm seeing Christian Darrisaw left on the board. He's your number 2 best player available.
Yep, I like him.
Do you think he's a scheme fit? Do you think that's a route that Arizona could go here with this pick?
I don't know if they take a tackle. They did pay DJ Humphries not that long ago. He's still going to be, I think, their left tackle in the end. So I'm not entirely sure what path they end up going. For maybe an edge rusher? I'm not sure here what this is going to be.
Yeah, that defense
this could be Zaven Collins?
It could be. I think it could be, too.
And he
has a boatload of potential rushing from the outside to kind of replace what they lost with Hassan Reddick going to the Carolina Panthers. And, hey, let's break down this pick right now. So the Arizona Cardinals, with their first-round pick, have decided to address a defensive need. They bring in linebacker out of Tulsa, Zaven Collins, a guy who, Tom, he has a lot of upside.
There is, and you don't see people built like Zaven Collins is. Now, at his pro day, he was just under 6'5", 259 pounds, fantastic arm length as well. Ran a 4.65 40, all the athleticism you could ever want. Here's where I get concerned here. He bulked up to 270. Wow. At the medical checks at Indianapolis a couple weeks ago. Now, I'd heard that he was putting on weight to add strength. For the Cardinals, is he going to be an edge, though? And that's not a role that he played at Tulsa. For the most part, he was an off-ball linebacker. I really struggled with my evaluation of Zaven Collins. In the end, I gave him a second-round grade. He was my number 5 linebacker. He checked in at number 38 overall. Now, of all the guys we're talking about so far, I would not be surprised. I wouldn't feel bad. I'd be happy for him if he ended up making me look stupid. Because he's able to do a lot of the things that you want. I know he can blitz. In simple drop zones, he's able to be okay there. He doesn't play to his size, though. He's much more of a finesse player. Like, he wants to kind of slink and slide and get skinny as opposed to taking on blockers. Now, in theory, adding more strength will help that, though. I did not like him fitting runs. I didn't think that sliding in and finding the right run fit was perfect for him. As a 3-4 outside linebacker, I think that could be a good fit for him. I got a lot of question marks. I can't wait to watch him, though, because he's going to make some big plays in the NFL.
So, Cardinals fans watching, do you like the pick of Zaven Collins or do you hate it? hey, hop into the comments, type like it if you like this draft selection of Zaven Collins, or you can be honest with us and you can type hate it if you don't like Zaven Collins being picked by the Arizona Cardinals 16th overall in the NFL draft. We're trying to get to 250,000 subscribers ASAP, and we're getting there all thanks to you guys. We're currently at 244,168. So if you haven't already done so, support us here at Chat Sports. This is the best NFL draft coverage live on YouTube and the most watched. So hit that big red button down below or go to youtube.com/chatsportstv. Subscribe to our main Chat Sports YouTube channel and get us to 250,000 subscribers because, hey, we work our asses off, we have a lot of fun, and we appreciate all of the support that you give us. Very fascinating strategy here that the Cardinals have gone with on the defensive side of the football by Steve Keim. They've kind of gone with positionless players. Budda Baker, Isaiah Simmons, and now we're not really sure which position Zaven Collins is going to play, but I guess the strategy in that war room out there in Arizona is let's just get dudes who can ball. Let's get athletes and we'll find out where to plug and play them and see what impacts they can have because in this era in the NFL, you really just need athletes.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the goal here for Arizona. And I got some player comps here if you want to hear them.
Oh, no doubt.
I think
Please.
his ideal fit is going to be kind of a Kyle Van Noy, Donta Hightower type.
Love that.
Now, if you can rotate him from off-ball to edge rusher for Arizona, that intrigues me. And allowing him to be a versatile chess piece, which is what Isaiah Simmons should be as well, which they did not do a good job of last year. So if Arizona can maximize Simmons and maximize Collins, they're going to be in a really good spot in terms of defensive playmakers, but we will see if that ends up being the case here overall.
So the Cardinals go with Zaven Collins in the first round of the NFL draft, a player who's very athletic and has a lot of upside.
All right, so some super chat stuff we want to get to here as well. $30, you get to advertise yourself. $35, we'll do 2 roulette wheel spins. I got it right over here. And $50, I'll have Chase do a beer bong because I've had enough alcohol today.
That's cool. Let's go.
All right, so a super chat from Slack, right on cue, that $30 super chat. Follow your boy on TikTok and Twitch at Wonka O, at WONK, capital OH. And I swear to God, if the Packers lose A-Rod, I'm going to lose my mind. Well, the main quarterback threats are off the board, so maybe Green Bay will keep him here.
Yeah, no, I think so too. And, man, could you imagine a scenario if Aaron Rodgers would have gotten traded on draft night? That would have been absolutely insane. I think with the 49ers taking Trey Lance, that put some of those rumors to bed. But this is why the NFL draft just dominates the conversation because we're getting ready for NFL draft stuff, and Aaron Rodgers says, you know what, I might want to be traded. Next super chat coming in from Mark Mulo, $35. Great show so far, guys. Enjoy this draft weekend, as will I. Appreciate that, Mark. Let's get to another super chat as we have some roulette wheel spins coming up. Daniel Fowler says, great show, guys. Make draft day the best day on Drafty Sports with a custom auction draft room for your fantasy league. Also enjoy the player pick'em to influence player rankings. Tom, you just hit the roulette wheel. What'd you get? 2
truths and a lie. So let's go to yours here, Chase. We'll get that pulled up here in a second as we wait for the Raiders pick to actually come in here.
So is this where I reveal my own?
We'll go Raiders first, and then we'll do your 2 truths and a lie here, buddy.
Awesome. So the Las Vegas Raiders, their pick is in. We're going to react to it here in just
Jeremiah
a second.
Owusu-Koramoah.
Yeah, where do you think they go here? Mitch loves Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
I do too. He's an awesome football player. Yeah. I love him.
Hey, so a lot of additions and a lot of needs that they still have. Offensive tackle, safety, cornerback, defensive tackle, as well as center. They lost Trent Brown, lost Rodney Hudson. They've been rebuilding that offensive line, able to bring in Nick Martin, Kenyon Drake, as well as Yannick Ngakoue, who I thought was a sneaky good signing, as well as Carl Joseph, addressing the defensive side of the football. So we'll see where the Las Vegas Raiders go with the 17th overall pick in the first round of the 2021 NFL Draft right now. Pick number 17 for the Las Vegas Raiders is in. A lot of conversation about the Raiders addressing that much-needed offensive line, and they decide to do so with Alex Leatherwood out of Alabama.
So some people have Leatherwood as a guard, some as a tackle. I have him graded as a tackle. I think he is going to be the new right tackle for the Las Vegas Raiders. I don't like taking him over Tevin Jenkins, but it does fill a significant need. And oh, by the way, freaking Mike Mayock and John Gruden love taking Bama and Clemson and Ohio players. They always go major program guys, it seems, in round 1. Leatherwood, for me, checks in as my number 32 overall player. I got a round 2 grade. So not a huge reach by any means. Only got, 6 or 7 round 1 or round 1/round 2 grades. I like Alex Leatherwood. I believe he is going to be a very solid NFL player. He is going to be a starting caliber right tackle or left guard or left tackle or whatever, and that particular position is always needed in the NFL. The NFL needs more talented players. Good arm length, 33 7/8. That checks off the tackle box for most NFL teams. Has played left tackle and right guard. It's not special. It's better than Damon Arnett last year, though.
So I'm interested to see what people watching think. Was Alex Leatherwood a reach by the Las Vegas Raiders at pick number 17? Type yes or type no. Pretty cut and dry right there. A lot of people project him as a tackle. Some project him as a guard. You had him as your 32nd overall player. Answer that question. Do you think it was a reach by the Raiders?
Yeah, I mean, you can see my board there. I had several tackles above him. In terms of right guys, Tevin Jenkins was there. Christian Darrisaw was there. I'm a little surprised they went with Leatherwood, but I've always learned the Raiders do weird stuff there in the end. Fantastic wingspan, by the way, 84, almost 85 inches. That's really long. I think it's the longest one in this year's draft class. Not flawless by any stretch of the imagination. I thought it was a little bit more stiff than what he tested at there. His hands can end up being more wind up than being ready to go at the end. I want to see him be a bit more of a mauler in the end. I think that the technique could be a little bit improved, but look, there has been round 1 buzz around Alex Leatherwood. This is their best first-round pick in a while. He's better than Damon Arnett in terms of where he went. I think he's better than Cleveland Ferrell where he went, and I'd argue Jonathan Abrams too.
Yeah, now a lot of people, it's tackle, it's guard. You mentioned the wingspan. A lot of people point to the arm length, but you mentioned him having that monster wingspan. Does that take care of him being a tackle, or is it more so quickness as to why people have concerns about him, whether he's outside or inside in the interior?
Two ways to kind of win as a tackle in the NFL is beat the man to the spot, quickness, or don't let him get to the spot, which is often arm length. So in general, NFL teams want great athletes. Tackle issue there. That was their biggest need for me entering this year's draft. It's a bit of a reach for me. Not as bad as they've made previously. Again, I had multiple tackles better than him on the board, but it's not a bad pick by any means either.
So Mitchell Renz hosts the Las Vegas Raiders report for us here at Chat Sports, and he has that famous saying, there's only one nation, that is Raider Nation. And Mitch will be taking care of everything that happens with the Raiders during draft weekend on the Las Vegas Raiders report. So you see that link down below, youtube.com/Raiders report. If you're not subscribed, do so now, because Mitch will have every single breakdown of every single player that the Raiders pick from Thursday tonight all the way through Saturday in the 2021 NFL Draft, as well as the news and rumors. He'll hand out grades for all of the picks as well, so subscribe to the Raiders Report right now. Let's get to the Miami Dolphins right now. They take Jaylen Waddle at pick number 6. The pick is in for the Dolphins at 18. Interested to see where they go. Could it be defense maybe?
Maybe edge rusher. I'd also keep an eye out for Najee Harris. They'd been fairly heavily linked to him previously, so I'm very curious to see which route they end up going there. All the edges are all still there. Jalen Phillips, Ojulari, Kwity Paye, outside of, I guess, technically maybe Zaven Collins, but those edges are all still on the board here for Miami.
Pick number 18 in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins go with Jalen Phillips, edge rusher out of Miami, a guy who, after 2 injury-plagued seasons at UCLA, had to medically retire, but after flashing with the Hurricanes, his draft stock has skyrocketed, and the Dolphins get him at pick number 18. I like the selection for Brian Flores' defense, Tom.
If you're going to take an edge rusher, this is the best one on the board for me in this year's draft class. Number 26 overall, I've got a bunch of second and round 2/round 3 grades in terms of my edge rushers here. If it wasn't for the medical stuff, a ton of concussions at UCLA, some more injuries as well. There are some at least question marks around his little music, which we'll get to later on, but I don't think it's a big deal. He would have been, I think, a top 15 pick. So talent-wise, for the former number 1 overall recruit, that's not really in doubt. So I like this pick a lot from Miami Dolphins. If you were going to take an edge rusher, this was the best one on the board for me. I like that from Miami. Fantastic athlete, good hand usage as well. He could use some growth in terms of being able to convert that quickness into power, namely through his long arm technique, being able to push that lineman back. But I like this move for Miami. I think this is at least a B grade.
So grade the pick of Jaylen Phillips to the Miami Dolphins. Hop into the comments and grade it for us. Play the scout. A, B, C, D, or F. I really like Jaylen Phillips as a fit for Brian Flores' defense. The medical issue is certainly a concern, but I think this is a player somewhat raw that Brian Flores could really plug into his system, and he could really excel and thrive.
Yeah, and I think he can be a stand-up edge, a hand-of-dirt edge, so that that flexibility point, I think that fits pretty well there for Brian Flores. I give this at least a B. There are the medical concerns. Clearly, Miami is fine with that, so that makes me feel better about it there. I do want to acknowledge this. I don't really put much stock into it, but I think we have to bring it up there. He's a big music guy, and that's not a problem for me. It's not an issue if people have hobbies outside of their favorite thing. But when he withdrew from UCLA when they did not medically clear him, he enrolled at LA City College, and I think his grandfather was like the dean of music at UCLA or something along those lines. He said before, this is his true passion, that music is his number one thing. So you have to just check that out, make sure he's still going to be a committed football player. I believe he will be. Clearly they agree with that, picking him at number 18 overall. He really broke out down the stretch. All 8 of his sacks this year came in the final 7 games.
Wow.
6.5 of them came in the final 4. I think you start to saw the true breakout for Jaylen Phillips. Hope it's not a Taco Charlton type thing, which I don't think it is. But upside-wise, I like it from the Miami Dolphins there. Good pick there.
So, I mean, if you're running a team and you're doing this entire draft process, Tom, kind of like you do, and just exhausting every resource into dissecting every single draft prospect, like, how do you have those conversations as to, okay, you know, he has a passion that is music, but we see the upside here. He medically retired because of concussion issues at UCLA. Is this just an upside pick because you're saying to yourself, if we get it right and he lives up to his potential, my goodness, he could be so scary?
That's where you got to trust your evaluation process and your valuation as well. You have to be able to, as an organization, and they're going to be able to do this better than us media scouts are going to be, because they're going to be able to interview the player. They're going to be able to do background research that we're not going to invest in. Like, I've heard of teams like hiring private eyes and hiring people to like go monitor what's going on. Like, there's a story here from when the Bucks were drafting early and Justin Blackmon was out there.
Remember
that? The Bucks sent I think it was a scout or a personnel guy to Justin Blackmon's favorite bar to see how often he was there. And he was there a lot, and they took him off the board as a result. That's stuff we're never going to end up doing. So because of that, yeah, you have a better feel for what teams end up doing. And I think in the end, the NFL is going to have to trust themselves to make the right call as it relates to that. So hopefully Jaylen Phillips ends up being a hit. There's a lot of good edge rushers there, a lot of uncertainty, though, in terms of what they're going to end up doing, in terms of who's going to hit, who's going to bust. Phillips, though, has the highest upside, I think, of pretty much any guy at the edge rusher spot in this year's draft class.
Very weird draft class, too, in terms of edge rushers, because just not a ton of talent there. The Washington football team is on the clock at pick number 19. That pick is in, so we'll react to it once we find out who the Washington football team goes with. This is a team, Tom, that is ascending. I don't think they have many weaknesses, quarterback being one of them, but the prime candidates at quarterback are off the board right now.
So it's funny. I was going through and I was doing my mock draft. Okay, who the hell is going to go where? And we're authorized after pick 7. Shocker, right? I had 3 names that made sense to me. Christian Darrisaw, the offensive tackle, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, and Jamin Davis, all on the board for Washington. You can get a franchise left tackle. I would love Darrisaw here. Or you can get an impact, dynamic, rangy linebacker in Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah or Jamin Davis. So Washington's in a great spot here at pick number 19 to help build around, hypothetically, Ryan Fitzpatrick for at least 1 year.
Yeah, and we've seen Ron Rivera really develop linebackers. I mean, you go back to Luke Kuechly. He's the marquee player that Ron Rivera was able to develop. So do the Washington football team and Ron Rivera go with a linebacker? We'll see. The pick is in. Let's get to it. The Washington football team and Ron Rivera, They go with their bread and butter. That's on the defensive side of the football. Pick number 19 for Washington, Jamin Davis out of Kentucky.
Yeah, Jamin Davis is actually a mock to them. I didn't think they're going to take him over Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah or Christian Davis, though. You see my grades there. My number 3 linebacker, he's the second one taken. Number 25 overall. In general, you're not going to have 32 first-round grades. I had 15 or 16 this year, somewhere in that range. So pick 19, I don't view this as much of a reach. Now, Jamin Davis is not a name that we really talked about a lot in the month or two, at least until a month or two before the NFL draft. Once people watch the Kentucky film, which we're not watching Kentucky film. Like that's low on the priority, right? With a bunch of other players out there.
You watch the other teams they play against in the SEC.
He's good.
Yeah.
Now, he needs work in coverage. He has to be better in that area. He has to find a way to develop more beyond just being a simple hook drop zone type of guy. I have a player comp for you, though, here. Now, he's not there yet in coverage.
Let's go.
Fred Warner.
Love that.
That is who he reminds me of build-wise, athletically. The numbers are juiced, but he's a great athlete there. On the lower side, like a Devondre Campbell, if you guys know him, who was with the Cardinals most recently there. The traits are there. The athletic ability is certainly there. If he grows in coverage, I wouldn't be that surprised if Jamin Davis became the best linebacker out of this year's class. He is a fantastic athlete. His vert was 42 inches. That is insane for a 234-pound man. So, look, he has to get better in coverage, as I mentioned, but upside-wise, even being just a one-year wonder, this is an intriguing pick by Washington.
And that's really saying something if Jamin Davis is the best linebacker in this class, because there's a lot of linebacker talent. So scale this pick for the Washington football team for us on a scale of 0 to 100. I'm looking at the comments right now. I'm seeing a lot of D's. I'm seeing
we're
65.
all over the map here,
People
which makes
don't
sense.
like this pick at all, but convince those as to why Jamin Davis was the correct selection.
NFL teams are always looking for traits. That's something that they're searching for. Now, make no mistake, I would have taken either Christian Darrisaw or Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. That's the route I would have gone. But if you want a guy who picked off 5 interceptions in college, now again, simple hook zones, not necessarily man-to-man coverage, has the traits to become a good man-to-man coverage guy as kind of a run-and-chase, more weak linebacker. Will fit in the 3-4 scheme too. The upside is there. I'm not going to give it an A, but the upside is absolutely there for Jamin Davis to be a very, very good football player, and he fits what Ron Rivera has liked. Thomas Davis style. 20 years ago, this guy's a safety.
Yeah.
He's not that big necessarily, though he does have good length too. But as the modern-day linebacker, Jamin Davis does fit that pick quite well.
Now, we've seen in previous years the Washington football team really exhaust a lot of draft capital on the defensive line. They also like their cornerbacks. With Davis, they go for linebacker. I don't know. Should Washington have drafted a quarterback in the first round with this selection instead of Jamin Davis? Type yes or type no. I'm going to go ahead and say no because I don't like the quarterbacks
There's
on
nobody
the board
good
here.
left.
It would have been a huge reach for the Washington football team to do that. So get into the comments and let us know. Let's do a couple shout-outs here for those of you watching us live here. Draft night, NFL Draft 2021 here on Chat Sports. Chase Sr. and Tom Downey here with you. Gina watching, Brandon watching, Frozen King tuned in, Cashton watching as well. Gina Woods, what up? Dark Knight hopping on board as well. Brandon, the chats are flowing like crazy. Kevin Otto, sup? Yamin, yo, goated. How you doing? How you feeling? What's going on? Appreciate all of you for chilling and kicking it with us here on Chat Sports. Keelan's World saying what up. Marco saying hi. Hi, Marco. Pablo, what's going on? Scary Terry saying how you doing as well. Appreciate all of you for tuning in here to our live draft coverage here on Chat Sports.
All right, we're going to give everyone one more chance to get eligible for the giveaway with Manscaped. Head over to their TikTok and comment Chat Sports. It's at Manscaped, just like you would think it'd be bottom of your screen there. This is on their most recent post, by the way. Last opportunity, then probably after this Giants pick, we will announce the giveaway winner as well. So one last opportunity since we wanted to make sure everyone had a chance. And if you commented already, don't worry, you are entered as well. So go comment Chat Sports on the Manscaped TikTok. Go do that right now. This is your last chance. And with the Giants pick now in, I think we'll announce the winner there once that selection is made here.
Let's get to a $30 super chat from Luke Adkison. Hey, did Mitch get to drink Raiders pick now?
Mitch has drank
plenty.
And producer Sam is wearing the Raiders jersey, by the way.
He's live on the Raiders Report right now. So, Luke, to answer your question, Mitch has drank plenty, and he's going to continue to drink plenty. So, thanks for checking in on our guy, Mitch. We know that he can hold his alcohol well. Who knows where he ends up at the end of the night? Maybe he's sleeping here at Chat Sports, but yeah, he's doing just fine. Tom, take us through our super chat menu here.
$30, you guys can advertise yourself, be it your Instagram, your Twitter, your whatever it is, your company, whatever it is. You
Even
can just
TikTok.
$30, TikTok too, yeah. Your Twitch too. $35, a 2 roulette wheel spin. We still got a couple left over here. We'll get going there. And $50 equals a beer bong. And I'm going to make Chase that because, Chase, you're the you're the king of that one, too.
I can do a shotgun very quickly.
Yes, you can.
Beer bong, I can do a beer bong very quickly as well. So some good stuff there on the super chat menu, Tom. So the New York Giants pick is in. And are we going to reset here,
Yeah, just go
producer Sam?
Real quick.
Cool. So the New York Giants in the first round of the 2021 NFL Draft have addressed the wide receiver position. Now, they moved back to this spot at number 20 in that trade with the Chicago Bears because the Bears moved up to draft Justin Fields. And there were a lot of rumors and speculation about the Giants going wide receiver in the first round. At their previous spot, they moved back and still get a wide out. What do you think of the pick?
What did I tell you 4 picks ago? That stuff was going to get weird. This is weird to me. Going Kadarius Toney at pick number 20 isn't necessarily a reach. I kind of thought late round 1, early round 2 would be about his range there. Fantastic breakout year for the Florida Gators. But I guess they wanted Devonta Smith really badly. Yeah. And they didn't want an offensive lineman or they didn't want a linebacker in Micah Parsons. They wanted to build around Daniel Jones as a slot receiver who can line up in the backfield, can offer you return value. The upside is intriguing. Deadly with the ball in his hands. He's very fluid, he's very shifty, he's quick, and he's fast. He broke 32 tackles this year on 80 catches.
Yeah.
That's really good for a wide receiver. Or past 2 years, past 2 years there. Good hands as well, though he did have a bit of an issue at day 1 at the Senior Bowl. Fun fact, his coaches at Florida said he has the strongest arm on the team. He was a quarterback initially at Florida, and they realized, yeah, he's not going to move him to receiver there. There is a history of off-the-field issues previously. Suspended 2018 for the season opener, confrontation between locals and players. He had painted an airsoft to look like an assault rifle, which, what are you doing there, buddy?
Not in 2021 or 2020.
2018 back then, that was not ideal there.
Either.
Yeah, it's not great there. I'm a little concerned he's going to be a gadget guy early, but in terms of if you can get him the ball in his hands, he's going to make plays. I do wonder if Jason Garrett is the right OC to maximize him, though.
Yeah. So Jaylen Phillips, a guy who likes rap music. Kadarius Toney, also a guy who likes rap music too. So
Young Joka.
Yeah, Young Joka. How about that rap name? For the Giants fans watching, grade the pick of Kadarius Toney. I know a lot of Giants fans had wanted the Giants to originally pick a wide receiver where they were originally supposed to select before they traded back with the Chicago Bears. They moved back and still get another playmaker for Daniel Jones, a critical year for Daniel Jones going into year 3 because Dave Gettleman and the Giants have to figure out if he's a long-term quarterback and if they want to pay him. But certainly the production for Kadarius Toney was there, and you really like his after-the-catch ability as well.
Oh, he's one of the best in that area this year. Once the ball is in his hands, look out. He's able to make a ton of plays. Now, he's not going to be an outside contested catch guy. Or you can send him on slot fades, maybe put him as a vertical threat at points, but that's not how you're going to win with him. You want him to get the ball in his hands. If he busts, he's Tavon Austin. If he hits, though, he's going to be a playmaker for Daniel Jones. You get him the ball, short area of the field, let him thrive after the catch. There are going to be big plays made by Kadarius Toney.
And here's how we got to this point where the Giants selected Kadarius Toney 20th overall. So the Chicago Bears moved up, shocked a lot of people, moved up to number 11 to take Justin Fields. They got their future quarterback. In exchange, I kind of like what the Giants got back here. the first-round pick in which they chose Kadarius Toney, as well as a 2022 first-round pick, a 2021 fifth-round pick, and a fourth-round pick next year. That's pretty good value to move back from 11 to 20 and still get a position of need here for Daniel Jones.
Yeah, it's a fine move by the Giants there. I can't believe Dave Gettleman actually traded down.
First time in his career as a general manager that he has traded back in any round of any draft. That's crazy.
Absolutely wild there.
Yeah, so Giants pick up Kadarius Toney, pick number 20, and you threw out that Tavon Austin comp. Isn't he a little bit bulkier than Tavon Austin?
Yeah, a little bit.
It
just in terms of downside is what he might end up being if he has to be only a gadget guy. If he can't win on his, which I think he can, but we'll see. Yeah. I think he can be that guy in the end.
So Giants fans, let us know what you think of the pick. We threw that graphic up there a little bit ago. A, B, C, D, or F. Grade this pick of Kadarius Toney to the New York Giants as we await what the Indianapolis Colts are going to do with the 21st overall pick in the NFL draft. But first, let's do our giveaway because we have a giveaway to get to here thanks to our friends at Manscaped, Tom.
All right, Daddy Dave 24, you are our winner. Our boss, James, here is going to reply to you in the Manscaped TikTok comment, so keep an eye on that. Daddy Dave 24. Of course, picked a guy named Daddy. Go figure on that one there. But Daddy Dave 24, you are the Manscaped giveaway winner. So check your comment in the Manscaped TikToks. James, our boss here, James Yoder, is going to respond to you in the comments, and then we'll get your information and get you hooked up here. So Daddy Dave 24, congrats very much on winning the Manscaped giveaway, and maybe we'll do more later on during our NFL draft coverage.
Daddy Dave, quite the name. Let's check in on the Indianapolis Colts because they are on the clock, and this pick by the Indianapolis Colts brought to you by our friends at Manscaped. You get 20% off plus free shipping by going to manscaped.com/chat. So if you want the perfect package like Daddy Dave, use the promo code CHAT. Go to manscaped.com/chat. You get 20% off plus free shipping on the best men's grooming products out there on the market. So, hey, we want to talk about the Indianapolis Colts because the pick is in and we're about to find out where they go in the first round. Tom, you look at their needs right there. Do you like a player in that area?
Tackles are sliding, so they might gamble and take, I don't know if Azeez-Ojulari's a great fit. I'm a little surprised Kwity Paye is still there.
Me too.
He fits generally what they want to do off the edge, so I'm looking at him. Heard some buzz around Carlos Basham, Peyton Turner, but Christian Darrisaw is also there. And my best guy left on the board outside of Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah because they're not going to take a linebacker here, I don't think. So I'd say Darrisaw or Kwity Paye end up making the most sense here for the Indianapolis Colts. And either route they go, I think it's a pretty smart pick there.
Christian Darrisaw and Quentin Nelson on the same offensive line.
It's a good O-line.
What do you like about the prospects there? I mean, my goodness, to protect Carson Wentz.
As long as Christian Darrisaw decides to be focused and be meaner than what he's been in the past, yeah.
So if the Colts go Christian Darrisaw, Carson Wentz is going to go from last year with the Philadelphia Eagles. He had a different offensive line combination in every single game of the 2020 season.
Injuries,
to perhaps having Christian Darrisaw and Quentin Nelson to protect him up front. Other areas of need, maybe edge rusher for the Indianapolis Colts, but we don't know what the pick is going to be yet, but predict it for us, Colts fans. What do you think?
They do it, but Rashad Bateman, Elijah Moore, I wouldn't hate those guys either.
Either offensive line, maybe a playmaker for Carson Wentz. We'll see. Predict it for us in the comments. Let us know who you think the Colts are going to pick at 21 overall here in the NFL draft. Are they going to pick up an offensive lineman to protect Carson Wentz because he's been under siege for the bulk of his career with the Philadelphia Eagles? Do they decide to get him a weapon? Maybe go Rashad Bateman and go wide receiver in the first round. Do you think he'd be too early, or do you think he'd be good at this point in the draft?
I got
21?
Bateman as my 18th overall player. I got a round 1/round 3 on him. So no, I think that's perfect range for Rashad Bateman right here. I got Elijah Moore as a second, but at this point, we're picking between not that many round 1 grades. So like I said, stuff's gonna get weird here.
Looking at the comments here, Jamal Stacy saying Trey. I hope you don't mean Trey Sermon. I hope you don't mean Trey Sermon in the first round to the Colts.
Maybe Trevon Merrick? That's not really Trey.
That's not Trey.
Trey Lance
Some
is
people
gone.
throwing
so.
out, Christian
Trey
Darrisaw, Najee
Smith,
Harris.
maybe he's the Tennessee guard. I think goes on day 2.
Kwity Paye from Kevin Otto. I think that would be a realistic pick, and we know that the Colts really like to focus in on premium positions, offensive line, defensive line, because they like to build from within on their football team. So let us know who you think the Indianapolis Colts are going to pick 21st overall in the 2021 NFL Draft. Some areas of need for a team that last year they were really good with Phillip Rivers.
Yeah,
and I think they actually upgrade with Wentz. He has a lot to improve on from last year, so we'll see what happens with that. But interested to see where the Colts go with the 21st overall pick in the NFL Draft. The pick is in for the Indianapolis Colts, and they decide to draft Kwity Paye, edge rusher out of Michigan. Tom, he slid down to 21. I think this is pretty good value to get one of the best edge rushers in the 2021 draft class.
My number 3 edge this year, I got them all with second round or lower grades because they're tough evals, man. Like Kwity Paye has all the athletic ability that you want. He checks off all of those major boxes there in terms of high upside, athletic ability, all those things. He brings it in spades. His 3-cone mile was actually substantially lower. It was sub 7 there, so I think we have a erroneous graph, but that's not a big deal. He kind of looks like a running back the way he's built, and he kind of runs like one, short, choppy steps to helps him get around the edge there. His production was bad, though. 2 sacks in 4 games this year, only 6.5 in 2019. You're banking more on the traits than you are the production, which is kind of the tail of the tape in this year's draft class at the edge rusher spot there. Upside, 4 days. I don't think Don Brown used him very well. Didn't get enough pure lining up off the edge, blitzing around there type of opportunities there. Didn't mind him standing up. I think for the Colts, with DeForest Buckner also on that defensive line, pretty good landing spot for Kwity Paye. If you can develop him, if you can capitalize on the raw, untapped athletic ability, if you can develop him, he might end up being a steal in this year's class.
Now, there wasn't a ton of production in terms of sacks for Kwity Paye, and we want you to grade this Kwity Paye pick to the Indianapolis Colts. Scale it for us from 0 to 100. Any concerns there about the lack of sack production for Kwity Paye at Michigan? Personally, I look at sacks for an edge rusher kind of like wins for a pitcher. It doesn't tell the complete story. So is that a concern, or is it more so as to how Don Brown used him with the Wolverines?
It has to be in consideration. You can't absolutely ignore it there. I do see almost a 16% pressure rate. That intrigues me as well. So there is concern there, but I do think the upside for Kwity Paye is very intriguing.
So the Colts went with an edge rusher in the first round of the NFL Draft. Is your team going to go with a defensive back? Well, I'm telling you, when you draft and you scout these cornerback draft prospects, you look for ball skills.
Yeah.
We here at Chat Sports, one of the prerequisites for getting a job here, ball skills. If you want better ball skills, hey, go to manscaped.com/chat, enter the promo code chat for 20% off plus free shipping on the best male grooming products out there. I'll tell you what, the Lawnmower 3.0, thanks to the ceramic blade and its skin-safe technology, one of the great aspects of this technology here, you never get nicked when you're shaving the pubes down low, Tom. And the ball cleanser is fantastic. Bunch of great products thanks to our friends at Manscaped. So one more time, go to manscaped.com/chat, enter the promo code chat, and you get 20% off plus free shipping. That's a deal you do not want to miss. Let's continue to break down Kwity Paye, edge rusher out of Michigan, going to the Indianapolis Colts. For Chris Ballard, I love how he's built this football team. I really do. I think he's made smart selections in the draft, and in free agency, he's been fiscally and financially responsible.
Yes.
And I personally think that
Maybe
Carson
too much
Wentz
so.
is going to help this team. Kwity Paye could also help the defensive side of the ball, a unit that's really starting to progress in the right direction, I think.
Yeah, a couple more notes here quickly on Kwity Paye. From a personal side, he was actually born in a refugee camp in Guinea, off the coast of Africa.
His mom had to escape a refugee camp.
They were from Liberia initially, I believe, there. Hasn't actually had a chance to meet his dad because his dad is still there. He moved to Rhode Island when he was like 6 months old. Yeah. So it's a pretty crazy story there for Kwity Paye. Happy to see him get drafted there. I think upside-wise, There's a lot to like here. We'll see if the Colts finally hit on one of those high edges they've kind of missed in recent drafts.
No doubt. Showed up to play youth football with a green card because he didn't have a birth certificate. Great story here for him to go in the first round of the NFL draft. Here at Chat Sports, we've been growing rapidly, but we're trying to continue to grow. And if you want more videos, if you want NFL draft coverage like what we're doing right now, subscribe to our main Chat Sports YouTube channel. We're trying to get to 250,000 subscribers. This point last year, I think we were at like 160,000.
Yeah.
So that goes to show you how much we've grown in the last year. I'll tell you this, I've been here for 2 months, absolutely loving my time here in Dallas with Chat Sports, and it's because we're growing as a company. So if you haven't already done so, subscribe to Chat Sports right now. Hit that big red button down below. That's all you need to do. Or go to youtube.com/chatsportstv. Help us get to 250,000 subscribers. Do that right now. And Tom, let's get to your best players available because there are some really marquee players still on the board at this point in the first round.
Yeah, Greg, Jeremiah Wusu-Koramoah maybe could go to the Titans. I wouldn't mind a new right tackle. I love Tevin Jenkins. Let's try it, baby. I think receiver could make some sense here. Rashad Bateman, Elijah Moore's also there. Greg Newsome, Caleb Farley. Both guys have been linked, at least in some capacity, to Tennessee as they look to fully replace Adoree Jackson there. They're not going to go running back. I think this is the beginning of the Caleb Farley draft range. I don't know if he's going to go in round 1. I am uncertain of that in light of the back issues that are a legitimate red flag. I appreciate his agent trying to say, oh, yeah, he's going top 20. Well, he didn't, and that's not a huge surprise there. I did hear some buzz, by the way. Asante Samuel, round 1. Could be possible here in the end. Christian Barmore, I think we're also in his range right now as a possibility in terms of adding another interior guy to pair with Danico Autry and also Jeffrey Simmons, who I love.
The defense last year in terms of generating a pass rush was putrid.
Yeah.
And those guys on the outside in the secondary were exposed because of that. So Christian Barmore, for me, prime target for the Titans if they decide to go that route. But the pick is in, and let's get to it for the Tennessee Titans. Pick number 22 in the NFL draft is in. And Tom, I know you really like Caleb Farley as a cornerback prospect. He was your number 1 corner before that recent back surgery. He's going to the Tennessee Titans at pick number 22. Fits a huge area of need on this defense, and if he's able to stay healthy, he could end up being one of the best players, not just defenders, in this draft.
If it wasn't for the back condition, he was my number 1 corner in this year's draft class. He's only played corner for about 2 years, and he also opted out of the 2020 season. Farley's upside is sky high. He hasn't played cornerback very much. He checks off every single trait you are searching for. Fantastic size and length, just under 6'2", almost 200 pounds. 33 and 3/8 arms. So if you want long arm guys, that's your guy there. Athletically, we don't have any testing because he had the back issue. He would have run in the 4.2s.
Wow.
Like he was going to run at that level, or at least low 4.3s there. He's a fantastic upside cornerback prospect. I am a huge fan of Caleb Farley. Also, by the way, take a drink at home. Fantastic ball skills as well. 4 interceptions, 12 pass breakups. Back in 2019, he dominated the ACC area. However, the injury concerns.
Yes.
That's the red flag here for Caleb Farley.
Are you worried about those aforementioned injury concerns with Caleb Farley? Because there's been a couple of back issues, a back procedure back a couple weeks ago. Also, when he got to Virginia Tech, he was very young. This was a few years ago. He did tear his ACL. So if you're worried about Farley's injury concerns, get into the comments right now and type yes. If not, type no. I'll tell you this. This day and age in the NFL, I don't want any cornerback who runs a 4.5. Because if you get beat by a guy who's running 4.3, 4.4, you're not catching up to him. Caleb Farley, if he's able to stay upright on the field, that 4.2 speed that he would have run at his pro day, that's what you look for in a cornerback prospect modern day.
Guys his size don't run that fast at the cornerback position, especially with his length as well there. But the injuries have to be a concern. Like, there's no way you can say, oh, yeah, we're not worried about a guy who's had 2 back surgeries before he enters the NFL. That's not something that you can justify if you're an NFL team, at least to ignore it altogether. I think this is about the right range for him. I had him 23rd overall with the back stuff, so I mean, this is where I was going to be comfortable with him. knowing as much as I can about the back stuff. But 2 different back procedures to fix some pinched nerves there. Microdiscectomy was the exact medical term right there. In theory, back in time for camp. The upside in the end, though, is absolutely worth it. He brings enough big playability, the potential to be a number 1 lockdown corner, that I find it absolutely worthwhile for the Tennessee Titans. It is a gamble, make no mistake about it. But in an unusual NFL draft cycle, I think the gamble in the end ends up being worth it for Tennessee. At least I hope it is. If he hits, he's going to be a special corner.
And we're talking about a cornerback who, again, if the pick hits, if he's able to stay healthy, you look at the athleticism, you look at the track down speed, you look at the ball skills, he can lock down opposing number 1 wide receivers. That's the ability that Caleb Farley possesses. He has that type of upside. So for Titans fans out there who were saying, oh my gosh, we're picking an injury-riddled player, there's no way he's going to be able to continue to stay healthy because those injury issues have been so problematic, it's almost worth it to just swing for the fences here, because people were talking about Caleb Farley as a potential top 5 pick in the NFL draft if those back issues didn't creep up. So you're looking at that type of upside for Caleb Farley going to the Tennessee Titans.
All right, folks, we are almost to 1,300 likes. Once we get, or 13,000, my bad, I got out of 0 there. Once we get there, we're like 300 away, just under. We'll do another free roulette wheel spin where one of us, either me or Chase, will do something silly or be forced to drink. So we got a couple left in here. So get us to 13,000 likes. Do it right now. We got, about 200 away now. So we'll check in on this here in a little bit. I feel pretty good saying we're going to end up getting there, although been a while since we talked about the Minnesota Vikings, Chase, since they are back on the clock here after moving down and getting a future first as part of a deal with the New York Giants. Excuse me.
So the Vikings and the Giants had traded, and the Vikings moved back to pick number 23. And you look at some of their needs here. Yeah, Christian Darrisaw is kind of where I'm looking here for the Vikings because they really need to address that offensive line. I think that's been a unit that over the last couple of years has regressed and gotten really, really bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and look, they have Ezra Cleveland who could play either tackle or guard. I think they might kick him out to tackle, but you could swap out guard for tackle there in the end in terms of what path they could end up going. You know, linebacker's not really a need for them, maybe a number 3 receiver, but I'm looking edge rusher. I'm looking offensive line here, and there are good players there. He's Ojulari. Kwity Paye just went off the board. You know, it's getting a little bit thin in terms of what I think they would end up doing. Gregory Rousseau had a lot of buzz, but not a huge fan of his. I would take Christian Darrisaw here in a heartbeat. I would love that move. If Minnesota could trade down, get future picks, and get Darrisaw, my 15th overall guy, I loved their draft last year. I'd love it again this year. Of course, Jeff Gladney was not great.
Yeah, so I mean, Christian Darrisaw, potential pick here for the Vikings. I mean, do they go Tevin Jenkins? That might be a reach. Darrisaw,
I think he's a right tackle. That's what Jenkins played the most. Now, you can find a way to make it work. Kick Brian O'Neill to left tackle. Not the worst idea ever, but that's the route I would go if I were Minnesota. I would take Darrisaw here.
Yo, shout out to Arnold Adams for the $50 super chat.
Got it right here for you,
You're
buddy.
the man. I got to drink to that.
After the Ravens pick is announced, we're going to chug.
Yes.
So after that pick, Arnold, we got you covered. We appreciate that super chat, my friend.
So Arnold Adams, let's all chug the beer after the Ravens pick is announced. Hope Bateman falls. That could be a good pick.
That would be awesome.
For the Ravens. They need a receiver.
Honestly, I don't think Pittsburgh goes offensive tackle. If Jenkins is on the board, I jump all over that for Baltimore. Like I wouldn't mind Bateman, but you replace running around with a great right tackle prospect, I'm all for it.
Yeah, you trade away Orlando Brown, and then who do you plug in? Tevin Jenkins, one of the best offensive tackle prospects in this draft. So the Vikings are on the clock right now. The pick is in. Not sure who it's going to be, but you can look into the crystal ball and predict it for us by going into the comments. Guess it for us. Who do you think the pick is going to be for the Minnesota Vikings at number 23? Are they going to go offensive line, Darrisaw, Tevin Jenkins? Did they go to another area of need? We're about to find out. I know Sam Joss, he's in the comments right now saying, please, Vikings, Darrisaw. Mark Mulo saying Darrisaw as well. Braden Pernis. Christian Darrisaw. Overwhelmingly, Tom, it's Christian Darrisaw.
It's all
Christian
Darrisaw, baby.
Christian Darrisaw.
I see a Jenkins from Mr. Rogers. You can find a way to make it work, but that makes sense to me.
Yeah, I
would go
Darrisaw
Darrisaw, man.
here. Yeah.
I think that's a great fit there.
Yeah.
Again, if you want to go edge, Ojulari's got a knee concern. That's a bit of a red flag. I think that might be contributing to his fall. One note on Darrisaw, by the way, he did have a groin injury late last year and core muscle surgery in January that wasn't reported until like recently. That might be a bit of an issue as a reason for a potential slide here.
What's weird too this year is that as early as this afternoon, teams were still getting medical reports back from these prospects because there was no NFL draft combine this year. So teams weren't all in one setting, able to get injury reports and basically do their own medical tests on all of these prospects. So as early and as recent as today, some of these teams were still gathering medical information on some of these NFL draft prospects. That's why this has been a year unlike any other in the NFL draft for that reason and for many other reasons, because teams just haven't been able to draft these prospects like they have in years past. There's been COVID opt-outs. There's been a more limited sample size because players didn't play as many games. They're not able to test some of these players medically either, so crazy stuff going on in the NFL draft. The Minnesota Vikings have addressed a major area of need, and with the 23rd overall pick in the first round, Christian Darrisaw, offensive tackle out of Virginia Tech, is going to Minneapolis.
Barely a first-round grade for me. There are some concerns that we'll get to, but what I saw out of Darrisaw at Virginia Tech this year was very, very impressive. When he is attacking, when he is moving downfield as a run blocker, this is a very powerful human being. Ask Chaz Surratt how he feels about Darrisaw, because Darrisaw bullied him.
Yeah.
And I mean, it was like 20 yards downfield, just making him look like a fool out there. Great length, over 34-inch arms, checks off that box. 0 sacks allowed this year. Now, to be fair, he didn't necessarily have a lot of obvious pass pro situations. Like, the Virginia Tech offense was run-focused, all those things there. But I like Darrisaw a lot as a downfield run blocker, which fits very well with Minnesota, by the way.
Yeah, and with this pick, you're expecting Christian Darrisaw to come in right away and plug a huge need for this Vikings offense. And he's going to be able to do that, in my opinion, because he was readily available at Virginia Tech. He's going to be readily available for the Minnesota Vikings, and he has a plethora of experience. 2018, 12 starts. Didn't miss a game. 2019, didn't miss a game. He had 13 starts at left tackle. And this past year, 10 games, 10 starts, all coming at left tackle. So you have to project that Christian Darrisaw from day one is going to be the starting left tackle for the Minnesota Vikings. What do you think of the pick? Grade it for us, A, B, C, D, or F. Tom, you're our resident draft guru. Where are you going with this? A?
It's an A, baby.
A.
This is like my third or fourth favorite pick outside of like Trevor Lawrence and, Justin Fields with the Bears there. I'm a big Darrisaw fan. I have him as my number 3 tackle. You can keep Ezra Cleveland at left guard. Darrisaw is your left tackle. And you trade down and get a guy that I wouldn't have minded if you took him where you were originally drafting. I love it from Minnesota. A fantastic pick here. Now, the concerns I mentioned, there are times in which Christian Darrisaw is like, I'm going to use the word passive in pass protection, where he's like, I'll just let you come to me, and I won't finish always necessarily, and lets guys get into his chest, which was fine because it was ACC guys, but in the NFL that would be a bit of an issue. Maybe the medical contributed to his fall, but I like Darrisaw a lot. I think this is a fantastic pick by the Minnesota Vikings. Well done there.
Yeah, some medical concerns, but at Virginia Tech, 35 games, 35 starts. So he was consistently on the field for the Virginia Tech Hokies. And I understand, hey, Virginia Tech didn't really, pass the football a lot, but he didn't give up any sacks. And as you mentioned, Tom, a massive human being at 6'4", 322. We know that Mike Zimmer and that Vikings offense really likes to run the football. That kind of caters to his strengths, right?
It does. I think that's going to be a good player in the end here for the Minnesota Vikings. So I like it a lot here.
So the pick is in for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
In round 1, by the way.
Hey, where do they go? A lot of needs here, and a lot of people have been clamoring for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Draft Najee Harris.
I bet it's Najee.
Draft Najee Harris.
I bet it is.
I think it's going to be Najee Harris. There's been so much hype and speculation around him going to Pittsburgh. Let's see if that's where they go. The Pittsburgh Steelers with the 24th overall pick go with the guy who a lot of people have been clamoring for, running back out of Alabama, Najee Harris. And Tom, he did himself a bunch of favors by going back to school for another year at Alabama because he really became a versatile threat in Steve Sarkisian's offense.
Yeah, he showed growth in the two biggest areas that were concerns. Big plays, which he was always a good runner, but it was always like 7-8 yards, not a bunch of 20, 30, 40-yard gains, and pass catching. Two things that I value a lot as I scout an NFL back. So I actually know as my number 2 back over behind Travis Etienne, but I'm different, so I'm not going to dock the Steelers for that one there. And I have a round 1/round 2 grade. So if you want to invest in a running back this early, I'm okay with that perspective here. The growth he showed as a pass catcher matters significantly. I've seen some Matt Forte comps thrown out there. How about Ronnie Brown if you want to go way back to the old Dolphins player right there?
Nice.
If he had turned pro last year, maybe top 100. Now he goes top 25 instead of that there. Fantastic runner moving forward. There are points he runs with some finesse. Maybe wants to run over guys instead, but it works out fine there. 22 broken tackles on 43 catches this year. Offered a lot of value after the catch. 69, very nice. Forced missed tackles overall this year. He is older. He's already 23 years old there. He showed more big plays. I'm not going to call him a home run threat, but for a team that wants to run the football better and more this year, you can argue going offensive line instead, but Najee Harris is a good fit for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Better running back. A lot of draft experts have gone back and forth. Najee Harris, Travis Etienne. Who do you all think is the better running back? Type NH for Najee Harris. Type TE for Travis Etienne. Najee Harris, the first running back off the board in the 2021 NFL Draft. I was kind of looking at that over-under for running backs in the first round. Some books had it at a half. Some books had it at 1.5. Is Travis Etienne going to sneak into the back half of the first round? We will see. I love this pick of Najee Harris going to Pittsburgh. They had the the least rated run game last year. Part of that was because their offensive line was really bad. But Pittsburgh, especially with Ben Roethlisberger getting older and who knows what the future of the quarterback position is, you have a bell cow running back who during his rookie contract, you just feed him the pill a lot and let the dude do his work.
I think, though, the rookie contract is where you're going to maximize the value of Najee Harris. I don't know if he's going to be at that second one, which is always dicey, and I see people say, oh, we'll just franchise tag him. Yeah, well, they'll hold out if they're smart, like McCaffrey and like Zeke threatened to do there. So for his rookie contract, he's going to have success there. I think he's a relatively high floor player. We can have the discussion about you would rather have an offensive lineman. That's fine with me, but purely for the player to fill a need, I do get it for the Pittsburgh Steelers there.
I know Pittsburgh Steelers fans are pumped up about Najee Harris. You should be pumped up because here at Chat Sports, we have launched a Pittsburgh Steelers channel, and we have some work to do. We only have 202 subscribers. Come on, Pittsburgh Steelers fans. Use that adrenaline that you have all pent up. You're all excited about Najee Harris. Be excited about our Pittsburgh Steelers YouTube channel and subscribe right now. Get us to 1,000 subs by the end of NFL Draft Weekend. I think we can get there. We got to get 800 plus more subscribers to surpass that number. Subscribe right now by going to youtube.com/SteelersTV. You're excited about Najee Harris. We're pumped up about Najee Harris as well. We're also excited to continue to put out more Pittsburgh Steelers videos, and the one way we can do that is if you subscribe. Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock right now as they continue to reboot their franchise and build around Trevor Lawrence. They took the Clemson star at number 1 overall in the NFL draft. We knew that was going to happen after months and months and months, kind of years, right?
Yep.
Where do they go here at pick number 25, though?
I'm looking in terms of their needs. Obviously, quarterback was a need entering the draft, and they took care of that. Congrats. You guys got Trevor Lawrence. Well done, my friends. Beyond that, you could look at a safety. I think Trevon Merrick makes a lot of sense here at this particular pick. I don't think tight end is a fit in round 1. I think day 2 they can find somebody there at 33 or 34. I know Urban Meyer wants speed. I can't rule out a receiver here. If Darisaw was here, I'd say that and say whatever to Cam Robinson down the road. Cornerback could maybe make some sense. We're getting a little bit thin there. Edge, I don't hate either. This is the first draft for Urban Meyer. I don't know what he's going to do.
Yeah.
He might go rogue here. I wouldn't be that surprised if he got crazy and made a stunner pick here at the back end of round 1.
So we are approaching 13,000 likes on this video. We are 26 likes away. So you see that thumbs up icon below? Smash that, smash that, smash that. Get us to 13,000 likes. And what will that do? That will cause Tom and I to do a roulette spin on the
Spinning
roulette
it now.
wheel.
We just got it.
We got it. Y'all are
That's
the
a
best.
good spin. That
This
went
is
forever.
why we love you here at Chat Sports, and we appreciate the love back for hitting
This
the thumbs up
is
icon.
Red 14. This one is shot. Who wants to do it?
Need a shot.
I don't know
I'll
where
do
our
it. I
shots
haven't
are.
taken a shot
Hey,
yet.
right down there. Grab one.
Where are we going? Oh, we going straight out the bottle here
Yeah,
or
go for
what?
the bottle. Oh, yeah. Take that long one.
Yeah, got a long boy here.
You can do a Habby. There you go. Thank you all very much for liking this video. We appreciate it. And everyone who has stuck around for the entirety of our draft coverage. We know round 1 is winding down. We'll be here for round 2 and round 3 and round 4.
Cheers.
And round 5 and 6 and 7. Bottoms up there for Chase. Get your votes in now. Who will the Jags take at pick number 26 overall? Make your prediction here for me, Chase. What are you thinking? How about Jack taste, by the way?
It was good. I love whiskey. Whiskey just hits different, especially on a long night like tonight where we still have hours left to work.
Yeah, we do.
Who are the Jaguars going to go here at pick 26? See, it wouldn't surprise me if Urban Meyer does go rogue.
Yeah.
And I love him taking over because he has insight on all of these draft prospects. So this is why I like where Jacksonville is right now, because I think Urban Meyer has a great feel for the college game right now because he was only in it a couple of years ago. I'm thinking maybe cornerback here. I'd love to pick them up a tight end, but I think it's way too early to do that because the number 2 tight end in this draft class is Pat Freiermuth.
I think he'll be there in round 2.
Way too early to pick him at 26 overall. So I'm thinking they address cornerback. Did they decide to go like with wide receiver maybe and get Trevor Lawrence a weapon? There's some potential there. I don't think they go running back either. Some people are in the comments right now saying running back. I don't think it's Travis Etienne because I liked their running game last year. James Robinson was really good, right? I don't know. But the pick is in, and we're about to react to it live here. So, yeah, what are you thinking? And get your votes in the comments.
I mocked Trevon Merrick, so I'm going to stick
about
with that one in the end.
I love Trevon Merrick. I mean, best safety in this class, right? So, yeah, I'd love him. Jacksonville Jaguars, surprising some people. They had a pretty successful ground game last year, but the main focus here continued to build around Trevor Lawrence, and he has a familiar face. Travis Etienne, he gets his old teammate and a great running back. Your number 1 running back in 2021.
Yes, he was number 21 overall. James Robinson dynasty owners are in shambles right now, and I'm sorry. I do like Etienne a lot. His 4.4 speed is legitimate. He is an absolute burner. I love it from that perspective. Player comp, Jamal Charles. He has grown as a pass catcher. Now, his numbers have dipped over the past 3 years. There is a reason behind that why he did not rush for 1,000 yards this year. Back in 2018, he averaged almost 4 yards per carry before contact. 2019, 2.8 yards per carry. And then last year, 1.8. The offensive line was not that good for Clemson. So now Trevor Lawrence gets his old buddy, his running back, to be with him in Jacksonville as a speedy slasher. As it can be a 3-down back with very good contact balance, by the way, with 43 missed tackles, pretty darn good there. As an explosive, big play threat who you can put on returns if you want. If you want big plays, Etienne fits that very well for Jacksonville. So might be a bit of a committee between Robinson and Etienne, but he was my number 1 back. You help out Trevor Lawrence. I can't argue too much about that one.
And for the 20,000 plus people who are watching us live right now, grade the pick of Travis Etienne to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Trevor Lawrence goes number 1. Now he gets to team up with the guy who he's very familiar with. Hey, he handed the pill off to Travis Etienne plenty of times throughout his Clemson career. Now they are going to be in the backfield together. Grade it for us, A, B, C, D, or F. And Tom,
B?
I thought he was crazy going back to college again because I thought he was going to be a first-round pick.
I thought he was
Last year, he elects to return to Clemson. And he was really good in that shortened season in which Clemson made it to the college football playoff. But I'm looking at his numbers right here throughout his Clemson career. He ran for nearly 5,000 yards in 4 years. And I think, like Najee Harris with Pittsburgh, you maximize him on his rookie contract.
Yeah, I don't love him as a between the tackles guy, but the juice is absolutely there. The two biggest red flags for me, almost at 800 career touches. We know, unfortunately, that shelf lives in the NFL are short at the running back position. I also don't know if he's going to be a workload machine. He hasn't had a game with 20-plus carries since 2018. Fumbles were an issue this past year, 4 of them. But, again, he's my number 1 back. I like the pick from Jacksonville. You get to reunite Lawrence and Etienne. I thought the Jets might do that. They had the number 1 overall pick. Instead, it's Jacksonville that ends up doing that.
Is there a weakness to his game? I mean, he's a well-rounded back who can kind of run in between the tackles because he has the physicality there. More so a guy who gets out to the perimeter. I love his ability to catch the ball out of the backfield.
Yeah.
How about a weakness, though?
I think it's the workload stuff. He's had a lot of touches. If you want someone to get 25, 30, 35 carries every game, Etienne's not sure that. That's Najee Harris. But if you want the bigger play threat, I think that's Etienne to a T. So I like that point from Jacksonville there. Backs in round 1, we can have that conversation, but it's not that bad in the end.
Yeah, so I don't know about running backs in round 1 because I think you can get some great guys in round 2. But, hey, Jacksonville goes with Travis Etienne in the first round. This Cleveland Browns pick at number 26 overall is brought to you by our friends at Manscaped. So, hey, you go to manscaped.com/chat. You get 20% off plus free shipping on the best male grooming products out there. All you have to do, it's very, very easy. We simplify it for you. You enter the promo code CHAT at that link, which is going to be in the description as well as in the comments. You enter the promo code CHAT, and you get one of the best deals on the internet out there. The Lawnmower 3.0, it has this technology where if you decide to go down low and clean things up, hey, you won't get nicked. So great products there by our friends at Manscaped. Let's get to the Cleveland Browns now because they are on the clock. The pick is in. We're going to react to it once we find out who the Cleveland Browns go with. What are you thinking, Tom?
Linebackers, their biggest need. Historically speaking, it has not been a position that they valued. I would say edge and cornerback. Greg Newsome, Asante Samuel, Azeez Ojulari, and maybe Gregory Rousseau or Joe Tryon are also on the board. But I'm thinking defense here, probably one of those premium spots more so than a linebacker for Cleveland.
The Cleveland Browns pick in the first round of the 2021 NFL Draft is brought to you by Manscaped. You go to manscaped.com/chat, enter the promo code CHAT, and you get 20% off plus free shipping. The Cleveland Browns hosting the NFL Draft this year. Earlier on in NFL free agency, they addressed that secondary by signing John Johnson, a great signing, and now they go back to the well, the secondary again, and draft Greg Newsome, cornerback out of Northwestern, 26 overall.
I'm not surprised they went corner. I know you're thinking, wait a minute, the Browns, they have Desmond Ward, Greedy Williams, they had a Troy Hill. There's some concerns about Greedy Williams' back. I think that's been verified now with this pick here. I'm a big Greg Newsome fan. Against Ohio State in a very limited sample size, oh boy, he shut him down there. Fantastic athlete, 4.3, 840. He's a good athlete there. Now the Northwestern Pro Day, it was juiced. It was absolutely juiced.
No doubt.
It's okay. They all were this year. Not 21 until after the NFL Draft. He actually became the first Northwestern true junior to declare for the NFL Draft since 1996. Very rare for a Northwestern product to do that right there. I would like a little bit more playmaking out of him, but he's very fluid. He's very sticky in coverage. My 19th overall guy, my number 3 corner. There are some medical stuff we'll get into later, but I like this pick for Cleveland. Good job by Andrew Berry and company.
You talk about the medical stuff. So in 2018, he only played 6 games. In 2019, he only played 9 games. And in 2020, only played 6 games. All of those seasons cut short because of injury issues. So if there is one concern there for Greg Newsome, it is those injury issues. But for the Browns fans watching right now, the Dog Pound hosting the NFL draft this year, I know the Dog Pound is out. They are loud. They are amped up. Do you like the pick of Greg Newsome to Cleveland? If so, type like it. If you don't like it, be honest. You can type hate it. Tom and I think we're on the side of liking it, even though those injury issues have popped up over the last couple of years.
Yeah, that's the number one concern. He's never played a full season at Northwestern. There was a groin issue this past year. And when he's been out there, though, been lockdown guy. I mean, you see the completion percentage right there. Now, look, in general, teams were like, yeah, let's not throw at the good corner. Let's throw at the other guys. But Newsome offers a lot of what you want as a potential number one outside corner there. 1 catch in 2020 on 15 targets that went 10 yards downfield.
Unbelievable.
He was fantastic there. Now, there's a lot of off-man, cover 3 defense from Northwestern, and I want more playmaking out of him. He's a good football player. Top 20 guy for me. I love the pick here by Cleveland. I'm going to give this one an A.
And in terms of the measurables, like, does he figure to be a lockdown outside guy? Is he more so inside? He's 6 foot, 192
I think
pounds.
he can do some inside stuff, but I'd probably play him outside first. With Denzel Ward and Troy Hill already being there, I think they keep Newsome on the outside because both those guys can also play some nickel corner role in the end.
Yeah, and you love that track down speed as well for Greg Newsome.
Yeah.
4.38 40. Was it juiced? Who knows? We'll see. Today's NFL draft and this pick by the Cleveland Browns is brought to you by our friends at Manscaped. So if you go to manscaped.com/chat and enter the promo code CHAT, you get some of the best male grooming products out there. Now, Greg Newsome for the Cleveland Browns has great ball skills. For my people out there, for the homies, you want great ball skills as well. How do you do that? Well, the Lawnmower 3.0 will help you. This is the product right here. It's cordless. It's rechargeable. It has a guard on it so you won't get nicked. You won't start bleeding. It's waterproof if you drop it in the toilet. So go to manscaped.com/chat, enter the promo code CHAT, and you will get 20% off plus free shipping. Let's continue to break down Greg Newsome the second here. Throughout free agency, the Cleveland Browns had addressed that secondary. Yeah. I absolutely love that signing of John Johnson from the Los Angeles Rams. I thought he was one of the best safeties in the league last year. He was certainly paid like it by Andrew Berry. And in this era in the NFL, especially in the division in which they play in, really important to stock up on secondary talent.
Yeah, and I think in today's NFL, you can never have too many corners. I actually value corners over edge rushers in the more modern day NFL. I'd rather a guy can cover for 3 seconds than one that gets the quarterback inside of 3 seconds because I think coverage is harder there. So we'll see what else the Browns do. I think they're in a pretty good spot here. They'll probably go more defense later on. I like this pick by Andrew Berry. Weird to say, the Browns are heading in the right direction, and I actually feel very confident when I say that, and not just like, oh yeah, they had a top 5 pick, they'll be better. Nah, I think they got a pretty good spot going on right now in Cleveland with the draft picks, Baker Mayfield. Everything is finally looking up for Cleveland for the first time in a very, very long time.
Now, the Cleveland Browns, you can make the argument they have the most talented roster in the National Football League. I don't think it's hyperbolic to say that. And the good news for us here at Chat Sports, we can continue to cover one of the most talented teams in the NFL because the Browns report, it's up and moving here at Chat Sports, but we need to up our game in terms of the subscriber number. We're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. We're getting there currently at 500. So subscribe to the Browns Report today by going to youtube.com/Browns Report. Baltimore Ravens on the clock right now. Lamar Jackson picked up his first win as an NFL starting quarterback in the playoffs. They're looking to continue to grow. Are they going to pay Lamar Jackson in the future? That's a question that awaits Baltimore's front office in the future. As for the present, they're trying to figure out who they're going to pick in the first round at pick number 27.
Give me Tevin Jenkins, baby. You can maybe get Rashad Bateman, Elijah Moore, an edge rusher later. Give me Tevin Jenkins. Replace Orlando Brown. Get yourself a really, really good right tackle. I loved his film. There are some arm length concerns, whatever. I'm a little surprised he's still there. Not that much. If he slides beyond this, I'll be kind of actually shook there. I would love Tevin Jenkins here for the Ravens. And it also give me one more mock draft pick, correct, too, which would be nice.
Rashad Bateman is also a possibility there.
Wouldn't mind that either.
A lot of NFL free agent wide receivers did not go to Baltimore this offseason, with the exception of Sammy Watkins. They need a true number one. And if you bring in Bateman, you pair him up with Hollywood Brown, and you also have that run game. Lamar Jackson continues to grow. That could be scary, too, if you don't elect to go with Jenkins.
Yeah,
right?
the three big needs for the Ravens, in whatever order you want them: edge rusher, offensive tackle, wide receiver. In theory, they will be able to fill two of those needs at pick 27 and at pick number 31. So they have options there for the Ravens that they should be able to address some big-time needs there. I would love Tevin Jenkins. I would be down here with Rashad Bateman as well. I've heard some buzz around Christian Barmore here. Don't worry, Arnold. After this pick, we'll drink the beer. I didn't forget about it. I didn't forget about it. Don't worry. I see your super chat. We didn't forget about it there. But I'd go one of those three spots. And if you do that, I really like where the Ravens end up being at. I really do.
Tom mentioned Arnold Adams. He's asking for us to drink.
We're going to do it here in a little bit.
We're going to do it after the Ravens pick here. Really appreciate that $50 super chat. In case you just hopped on board and joined the show, he said, hey, let's all drink after the Baltimore Ravens pick at number 27. Hey, we're getting there. Who do you think the Ravens are going to choose at 27? Because they're also picking at number 31. They're in a good position here. Get into the comments and let us know. Predict it for us as to who you think the Baltimore Ravens are going to select with this pick in the first round of the NFL draft. Some people saying, hey, is it going to be Rashad Bateman? Some people are saying Elijah Moore. I would love that pick. Is it going to be Tevin Jenkins? Depending on where they go here, they can get one of those aforementioned players when they pick here in a couple of spots. So that's something to keep an eye on. Baltimore in a great spot because they have 2 first-round picks at great value selections here in the first round. We've been trying to figure out what the Baltimore Ravens were going to do with pick number 27 in the first round, and wide receiver has been a huge need for this team for the last couple of years, and they fill a big need here. They get Lamar Jackson as he progresses in his career, as he continues to develop, a potential future number one wide receiver who pairs up with Sammy Watkins and Hollywood Brown. The Ravens go with Rashad Bateman, wide receiver out of Minnesota. Tom, I think there's no doubt he has number one wide receiver ability for Baltimore.
His 2020 was not nearly as good as his 2019. Now, the big reason behind that is that Bateman opted out initially, actually had COVID, had lost a bunch of weight. He was never quite right when he came back. He lost like 10 pounds, which is a lot for a football player, and was never really the same. 2019, though, the dude was awesome. A fantastic all-around game. He didn't separate the best, and his 4.41 40, it juiced, but it's probably sub 4.5. That's all you need to think at his size in the end, as an outside kind of vertical threat type of receiver. Minnesota did lie about his size by about 1.5 inches, as, everyone rounds up, I like this pick by Minnesota because you need to surround Lamar Jackson with better wide receiver talent. They have looked for an outside guy for years. They tried Miles Boykin. They tried Antonio Wesley. They tried Des Bryant. They weren't good enough.
Yeah.
So now you have Sammy Watkins. Now you have Rashad Bateman. You have Marquise Brown. I think will play more slot for them. I like the need. I like the value of my number 18 overall player. It's a good move here by the Ravens. So maybe not quite 100, but we're in the 90s here.
Grade the pick of Rashad Bateman to the Baltimore Ravens right now and scale it for us from 0 to 100. Tom, we got a drink because of that $50 super chat.
Chug. Bottoms up.
Hey, finally, here you go. Got Rashad Bateman.
Delicious.
Oh, man. Gotta love Miller Lite and Jack
bite.
Daniels, too. So Rashad Bateman is the pick for the Baltimore Ravens. They have another selection here coming up in 3 picks. It's going to go Green Bay Packers, Buffalo Bills, and then the Ravens
with
are
the
back
Saints on the clock right
now. With the Saints on the clock right now. But I love this pick of Rashad Bateman. And the Ravens have a big decision to make because Lamar Jackson progressing in his career, entering
big-time
year
contract
3,
coming up.
They have to decide if they want to offer him a max contract and make him one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the entire National Football League. He got his first playoff win this past season. The year prior, won the NFL MVP. Now they surround him with some legitimate talent, and Rashad Bateman could be a part of that. I was looking at your draft notes because you're our draft guru here in Chat Sports. He had some drop issues in 2020, but you think that 2019 told the better story, right?
Yeah, the drop rate this year ballooned to 14.3%. Last year it was
high.
7, and that's a little bit more along the lines of average, and I think that's what you'll get for Bateman. Don't worry too much about the 2020. 2019, when he had 60 grabs for over 1,100 yards and 11 touchdowns, that's the guy I think the Ravens are going to end up getting. I like this move by Baltimore. They needed a receiver on the outside. Bateman, he was my number 19 overall player. You get him almost 10 picks later. It's a smart move by Baltimore. Good move.
Let's pivot to the New Orleans Saints because they're on the clock and their pick is in. So we're about to find out who New Orleans goes up and gets. I mean, there were rumors, there was speculation that New Orleans was going to possibly move up inside the top 10. Jay Glazer had thrown out that report. They decide to just stay at 28. And where do you think they go here at 28? Don't have a lot of money. That's why it's important for them to get a premier rookie.
Defense? I mean, I could see Elijah Moore here. Terrace Marshall's got a knee issue. That's why he's sliding right now. I don't want to rule out Asante Samuel. Maybe Trevon Merrick. Remember they franchise tagged Marcus Williams. So that could be a potential move right there. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. I would love that pick here. I don't think O-line's in need, but they were linked to Penei Sewell, so maybe that ends up being the case. But there are a lot of good defensive players here for the Saints to consider. A lot of good defensive players here.
You think Asante Samuel Jr. slides into the back half of the first round?
I'm a big fan of his. Yeah. I don't know if he will because he's short, but I would love for them to go do it. I absolutely would.
Does he project as more of an outside corner or an inside corner?
Some teams are going to view him as a nickel. I would give him a shot, though, as an outside guy first. I think he has just enough dog in him, even though he's undersized, and that is an issue. I would give him a shot on the outside first.
So we're looking at your best available prospects right now. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, Tevin Jenkins, Landon Dickerson, Christian Barmore. Do you think any of these guys fit into the Saints' plans?
Maybe Barmore. I think they could use another interior guy. I think there's some off-the-field stuff that's causing him to slide, though, but I keep an eye out for Owusu-Koramoah here.
Cool. So we'll see what the New Orleans Saints do with their first-round pick. A lot of buzz about them trading up. They decide to stay put at number 28, and the pick is in. The New Orleans Saints with pick number 28 in the first round of the 2021 NFL Draft. This pick might come as a surprise to some people.
Spicy here, baby.
This is a big surprise here in the first round, Tom Downey. They go with Peyton Turner, a guy who's climbed up a lot of draft boards, but a lot of people might make the argument this is a reach to pick up Peyton Turner at number 28, but we do know in years past with Sean Payton running the show, they are very, very aggressive, and they like to go after splash prospects.
Yeah, Turner is a really good football player here, like in terms of the athletic ability. You're talking 35.5 vert. A 701 3-cone is pretty damn nutty at his size. This is the very rare 6'5" and some change, 270-pound edge rusher with 35-inch arms who can actually bend and dip a little bit. That's rather rare for a player of his size. I am a little surprised he went round 1, but I really liked him. And the edge rushing class in general is so muddled right now. I get it. I had a top 50 grade on him, so I don't mind it from that perspective. The inside-outside flexibility here in terms of being able to line up as an edge rusher on base downs and kick inside on passing downs offers value. He was great against Tulane. He took a substantial step forward in this year. Was okay in 2019, way better in 2020. So it is a little bit early for me, but I do really, really like the football player here. There was some late buzz he might go round 1, and it ended up being the Saints here in round 1.
Peyton Turner does go round 1, pick number 28 to the New Orleans Saints. Was it a reach? Comment yes, comment no. Pretty cut and dry. What do you think? I mean, it seems like you're leaning both ways there, Tom, as to whether or not it was a reach.
On my board, yes. I don't consider it a massive reach because if you want an edge, I had Azeez Ojulari and Ronnie Perkins barely above Turner. So there are not that many guys ahead of them. I'd rather take Turner here than take Gregory Rousseau, for example. Now, you see the stats and you go, Tom, he had 5 sacks. What are you doing? He played 5 games this year. He also threw in 10.5 tackles for loss. So when you're averaging 2 tackles for loss and a sack per game. That is fantastic production. So it is a bit of a reach for me, but I don't hate it that much because I did really like Turner, the prospect. He was one of my I would say favorite round 2 guys. He ends up going late round 1, so from that perspective, it's not the end of the world in the end.
This kind of reminds me of 2018 when the Saints drafted Marcus Davenport at 14th overall.
I did not like that pick. I like this pick more.
You like this pick better.
Because
okay.
you didn't trade up for him. You got him late round 1.
Yeah.
Totally different.
And where do you think he figures into how the Saints kind of run things defensively?
He's going to be a defensive end for them. You know, you lose Trey Hendrickson. You have Cam Jordan. Marcus Davenport, I think his future is now a bit of a question mark. I'd say both Turner and Jordan can kick inside. I think you will see situations, especially on passing downs, where Peyton Turner, or maybe Cam Jordan too, line up on the interior. They come in as a 3 technique, kind of that pass-rushing defensive tackle, and try to win with their impressive length at 35 inches there for Peyton Turner. So, fun prospect for me. I think he's got just enough juice to win on the edge. It's a bit of a reach, but I like it here for the Saints.
Yeah, and the good news here with Peyton Turner, like he might be considered a raw prospect. He might be considered a reach at number 28. But the good thing is for the Saints, they have a bunch of premier players and veteran players on that defense.
Yes.
So the sole focus won't necessarily be on Peyton Turner on that New Orleans Saints defense. Green Bay Packers currently on the clock at 29 overall. Hey, they didn't trade Aaron Rodgers, at least yet, right? So who knows if that's going to happen at some point during NFL draft weekend. Who knows? That would be absolutely insane. Let's focus on the present, though. Number 29 overall, Green Bay Packers. Where are they going to go? Get into the comments
Jeremiah
and let us know.
Owusu-Koramoah or Tevin Jenkins.
Yeah, I like that.
Do it.
A lot of people like Rondell Moore, though, as kind of like that Randall Cobb type of player.
Look, the Packers have never taken a shiftier slot receiver this early. I wouldn't mind it, though. I'd take Elijah Moore here like, hey, Aaron, we love you. I'd do it.
You know who's watching right now?
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers is watching right now.
About to be big mad if they take another quarterback.
We have an opportunity. You saw what I did with a guy like Randall Cobb. I put up buckets. I put up numbers. And we were rolling with that offense. Can you get me some help? Last year, we go Jordan Love in the first round. We often neglect offensive talent, let alone wide receiver in the first round. Get me some help. That's what Aaron Rodgers is saying
they
now.
took a quarterback who's a backup, a backfield member, A.J. Dillon, who's a backup, and a fullback tight end hybrid with their first 3 picks.
As for what the Green Bay Packers,
Yikes.
hey, what do they project to do? Hey, what have they done this offseason? You know, they signed Preston Smith.
Brought him back.
Hey,
kind
brought
of
him back.
A restructure.
That was a solid re-signing.
They almost cut him. It was a bit of a restructure in the end.
Yeah, but they lost Corey Linsley and Christian Kirksey, two guys who are really good players.
Very quiet.
Yeah.
And I would love to get Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah here to replace Christian Kirksey in particular.
And I think that's part of the reason why Aaron Rodgers has been frustrated, is because they've lost a lot of really good players in the free agency market. The pick is in for the Green Bay Packers. Aaron Rodgers wanted Green Bay probably to go offense in the first round. They go defense, namely cornerback Eric Stokes out of Georgia. I really like this guy. Are you on the same page?
I like him. I'm not surprised he snuck in late round 1. I would much rather see Stokes go here than Tyson Campbell. In my film study, I actually liked him more than I thought I was going to. Now, the speed is, buddy.
Crazy.
4.29 was juiced, but straight line speed is very, very impressive. He picked off 4 passes this year, some of which were lucky, some were not, but the ball skills were better this season. A 3-year starter for Georgia, I think that carries value. Pretty good arm length, almost 33 inches there. I had him as a second-round grade. He's my 44th overall player, so we're in about the right range for Eric Stokes here. I like this by Green Bay. They did need more corner help. I don't know why they re-signed Kevin King at this point, but I think Eric Stokes should play over Kevin King as an outside cornerback for Green Bay.
Kevin King burned against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the NFC Championship game. That's why a lot of people know that name. Do you like the Green Bay Packers selection of Eric Stokes? Type like it or hate it. Now, hey, they were jockeying back and forth, Eric Stokes and Tyson Campbell, 2 teammates at Georgia, going back and forth as to which Georgia cornerback was going to go first.
Stokes is the better player
ends up
right
being
now.
Eric Stokes, and you talk about that speed. He really has it. He was a track athlete. He ran around a 4.2 if it was juiced 4.3, 40-yard dash, and I just love that track down speed from cornerbacks, and Eric Stokes certainly has that. I also like the production because he's going up against some premier talent all across the SEC. The other thing, Tom, is versatility because he can play inside and outside as well.
I'm going to play him on the outside early. In general, I think some flipping of the hips, the smoothness, the fluidity isn't the best. I think it's enough that it's not going to be a huge concern for me. There's a little bit of excess separation on non-vertical routes, which could be a bit of a red flag, but I think he'll be good in Green Bay there. And not elite versus the run. I don't value that much. You're a cornerback. Make plays on the football. I don't care if you're a tackler. Like, if you're making tackles, I'm already in trouble. Like, that's not my priority there. Fantastic athlete. Plenty of press coverage experience. I value that a lot in the NFL, so I am on board with this pick here by the Green Bay Packers. I did have other corners higher. I think the Packers view them as nickel guys. In terms of pure, guaranteed outside guys, Stokes was the best one left on the board for me, at least.
I know when you're scouting these cornerback prospects, you look at ball skills. And for me, when I watch the NFL and I see a cornerback who doesn't turn back to the football, absolutely drives me crazy. Eric Stokes is a guy who does have ball skills, right? And he has shown the propensity throughout his Georgia career to have a knack for the football. He has 26 pass breakups in 4 years or 3 years at Georgia because he redshirted back in 2017. This is a guy who has ball skills, and you gotta love to see
big growth this year in that area.
Yeah, so Eric Stokes, the pick to the Green Bay Packers in the first round of the NFL draft. And hey, we're trying to get to 250,000 subscribers.
We're getting there, baby. We're showing growth, baby.
This number tonight has climbed significantly.
It's fun.
And it's climbed significantly from a year ago, draft night in 2020. Thank you. That's all thanks to you. Can you continue to support us? And if you're watching, we appreciate you rocking with us. So get us to 250,000 subscribers. Subscribe right now if you haven't already done so. Currently, 244,421. We have gained 3,500 new subscribers today. Much love to all of you. Go to youtube.com/chatsportstv or hit that big red button down below. Buffalo Bills are on the clock right now, and as we round out this first round, Buffalo Bills are a really intriguing team for me because they burst onto the scene last year. I love them as a breakout squad. That was much because of Josh Allen and his development, also because of that defense. They have a great culture in place. Who do you think is going to be the brand new addition to this excellent culture that Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane are building in Buffalo?
Well, I think they like Stokes, and I think they like ETN as well. So I'm looking at edge rusher here. I think that could be an area that they end up targeting in terms of the value left on the board. Azeez Ojulari is there. He's got some medical stuff that's a big red flag. Ronnie Perkins, Carlos Basham, top guys for me. Bigger names, Gregory Rousseau is there. Jason Owe, Joe Tryon. Those guys are more. I think the NFL likes them more than I do. You know, Tevin Jenkins, I'm not going to play about offensive line help. It's always a good move there. I don't think Owusu Koromoa makes sense at this stage in the draft. Barmore, probably not. I'd love to go Asante Samuel here.
Me too.
I
would love that.
I'm a big Samuel fan, man.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, if there was one weakness for the Buffalo Bills last year, I'd kind of look at cornerback because they did get big played at times. Defensive line, if they decide to go Christian Barmore, maybe. But I like the options at Buffalo's disposal right now because I could also make the argument that since losing John Brown, they could use a player like Elijah Moore as a deep threat, as a dynamic player at the wide receiver position. You also have Rondell Moore available as well. Any of your best available prospects that you like maybe going to Buffalo?
I don't think they go receiver. Linebacker's kind of taken care of at this point. I'm thinking edge rusher corner. Maybe they stun. Maybe they take a running back, which I know they want pretty badly. Javonte Williams could be in play here, but I think I would be a little bit surprised if that's what they actually ended up going in the end. So we'll see.
Yeah, Buffalo Bills on the clock right now. We'll see which way they decide to go. It could be defense. I mean, it could be a guy like Jason Owe out of Penn State. So that is some potential right there. So what, how much are we at on the Super Chat
inside of 100.
menu?
We're inside of 100.
So
from
we are
this.
less than $100 away in Super Chats from reaching our goal tonight of $2,500. So if we get to $2,500, you know what that means? We bring in some of the guys who are working their asses off
Yes.
behind the scenes. And they deserve to take a shot and have a drink. And we can bring them on and we can start to celebrate their hard work. We're at $2,400 in Super Chats. Can we please, for the 20,000 people who are watching right now, can we get to $2,500? A couple of ways to do that. $30 and you can advertise any of your social channels. $35 roulette wheel spins. And if you super chat us $50, hey, I will rip a beer bong right now. So get us to $2,500 and I guarantee you I will do that beer pong very,
Last
very
five
quickly.
supers, by the way: Andrew Vanderpool, Mocha, and Arnold Adams, Anthony Fallon, and then Jack Fagan as well.
The pick is in for the Buffalo Bills at pick number 30, and we know that Sean McDermott loves to build that defensive presence in Buffalo, and he continues to do so with one of the best pass rushing prospects in this draft class. The Buffalo Bills go with Gregory Rousseau, edge rusher out of Miami, a dude who has a ton, and I'm talking a ton of upside, Tom.
Yeah, I'm a big upside intrigued option here for Gregory Rousseau. The potential of what he could be is very intriguing. He is not there yet. Now he's a big guy, as I kind of mentioned there. He has the traits you want in terms of height and length, right? 6'6", almost 6'7". 34 and 3/8 inch arms there. 4.67, 40 is okay. The agility was not great. He didn't test as well as people wanted. Here's what concerns me. He can win with his length. He won on the interior a lot at Miami. He bullied guards. Here's the problem. He played at 245 at Miami, winning on the interior. Now, he's bulked up. He's about 265 right now, so he's put on about 20 pounds. That's a pretty significant amount there. But the way he won at Miami, the inside runs and the rip moves against bad guards is not how he's going to be able to win in the NFL. Unless he bulks up even more, and he's already put on 20 pounds. You're going to ask him to add on 60 total?
Yeah.
That's a lot to tack on
A lot of weight to carry.
to a body there. He's not a true edge rusher yet, but he's a very intelligent player. I think he has a good pass rush plan there. The upside is intriguing with the length. I had a second/third round grade, and he was my number 58 overall player. I got concerns that he's going to be a bit more of a bust potentially. If he hits, though, we're talking Calais Campbell, Chandler Jones type of guy. I got visions of Deion Jordan in my head, though, too. So we're talking low floor, high ceiling player. We will see which one it ends up being, though.
That's why Tom Downey is one of the best in the business. Grade the pick of Gregory Rousseau to the Buffalo Bills on a scale of 0 to 100. I actually tend to like it. I think anytime you get a player who might be somewhat raw, has a lot of upside, some untapped potential, and you put him into a great culture, and you pair him up with a great defensive head coach in Sean McDermott on a stacked defensive line and a stacked defense, I like the prospects of Gregory Rousseau becoming a very good player for the Buffalo Bills in the future. We've seen the ability. We've seen the numbers. In 2019, I mean, what he did was absolutely
very
stupid.
impressive production. It's just not as translatable as you want. You're still banking in the end on physical potential, but there is plenty of that.
And it seems as though, he bullied guys on the inside, maybe on the outside as well, but he's going to have to add some versatility to his game. And he just needs to add more of an array of a pass rush arsenal. So that's the issue with Gregory Rousseau, and Tom kind of broke it down in great fashion there. But in 2019, I mean, you look at the numbers right there, 15.5 sacks, 34 solo tackles, 54 total tackles, 2 fumbles forced. Like, he can be a very good player for this Buffalo Bills defense. And I can't emphasize enough that Gregory Rousseau, when he enters that Buffalo Bills building and that practice facility up there in Buffalo, like, he is going to enter a fantastic culture. I think what Brandon Beane, Sean McDermott are doing right now, one of the best jobs of any GM head coach across the National Football League. And part of that is because they've identified talent in free agency as well as the draft. They develop a culture as well. And Gregory Rousseau is going to be able to come in as a 21-year-old and be a guy who can make a lot of noise right from the jump after being selected number 30 overall by the Buffalo Bills. So Gregory Rousseau going to Buffalo. A lot of guy who some people had projected mid to late first round. Other draft experts had him slated to maybe go later in the second round. Gregory Rousseau slips in to pick number 30 in the first round, and Sean McDermott gets his hands on a prospect who he's going to really enjoy working with. Sean McDermott coming from that Jim Johnson lineage, the Jim Johnson tree. Jim Johnson, legendary defensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles, did a lot of great stuff in terms of defensive schematic stuff in football. Sean McDermott has done that as well in his short time in Buffalo. So Tom Downey has exited, and Harrison Graham has come out of the bullpen from a wild Chicago Bears now. You were on there for a long time after they traded up to take Justin Fields. We're back, baby. You already know. Yep.
I've been live like 2 hours on our beer. Had a couple of sluggies in there, so we're good to go. But
You sound like you've had a couple of sluggies. The voice is hoarse.
Hey, I'm good, man.
Bears fans, how are they reacting? I mean, you got to tell me. Nuts. Yeah.
Number 11 is Baltimore, of course, is on the clock, and this upcoming pick will be presented by Manscaped. Appreciate those guys sponsoring the draft. Manscaped.com/chat, 20% off. Get all of their great products over there. But I love the pick at 27. Rashad Bateman. Get Lamar Jackson a weapon. I think
doubt.
that's a good pick here. And now we see, okay, what does Baltimore do at 31 here? And Sam, if we got the Ravens' biggest needs, we can take a look at potentially what Baltimore could do in this second. Remember, this pick from Kansas City, by the way,
Yes.
the Orlando Brown trade.
Exactly. So wouldn't it be funny if with the pick from Kansas City, in which Baltimore traded away Orlando Brown, Baltimore decides to go offensive line here? They could go offensive line. They could go offensive tackle, Tevin Jenkins, to replace Orlando Brown with the pick that they got back from the Kansas City Chiefs.
First of all, I think Tevin Jenkins is a round one player.
Me too.
2 picks left in the first round. Powerful right tackle out of Oklahoma State. Look, you would have liked to keep Orlando Brown, but he wanted to play left tackle. If you get Tevin Jenkins to play right tackle, that's fantastic. We did get a $50 super chat from OG Run Tag sending in the super. We'll go ahead and push that across. Chug. My beer's on my desk, so if someone wants to bring it in here, that would be fantastic. Marshall's on the scene here.
I got you covered.
We're good. I still got quite a bit left. Chase chugged for me, but I need a. I'm good, James. You can put that one back. Arnold with another $50 super.
Bud.
I'll drink for this one. More beer. That wasn't a beer. Beer bong, boys. Come on, bring it. Go Ravens. You owe me.
Did Arnold Adams? He did super chat us $50. Do we have to do a beer bong for Arnold?
I'll chug. Other people have touched the beer bong.
Yeah, we can bring somebody in here, Arnold, to do a beer bong.
We're being told the pick is in. We're gonna focus on the task at hand here. We'll do some chugging here in a little bit. We'll get to this pick for Baltimore as they're on the clock here at number 31 overall in the first round, their second first-round pick since they traded with Kansas City in the Orlando Brown trade just last week. Hang on one second here. We'll get to that pick in just a second. But you mentioned offensive line. That's an area you could go here. I definitely think that would be very interesting.
Yeah, I think Tevin Jenkins is the pick, and we'll get to it here in just a second.
The Baltimore Ravens pick at number 31 overall is presented by Manscaped. Go to manscaped.com/chat. Get 20% off all their men's grooming products, including the Lawn Mower 3.0. Manscaped, your balls are going to thank you if you head over to those guys. The pick at number 31 for Baltimore, Jayson Oweh, who was getting some round one buzz in recent weeks. Chase, you've watched some Penn State the past few years coming up from the East Coast. Interesting selection here. Not a lot of production, but a lot of upside.
Yeah, if I was Baltimore, I probably would have gone Tevin Jenkins to replace Orlando Brown. But Jayson Oweh is a guy who a lot of people had projected going in the second round of the NFL draft. He goes at 31. Is it a reach? Possibly. And the production hasn't been crazy for Jayson Oweh. I will tell you this, though. If there's one guy you could pair Jayson Oweh up with and see him maximize his potential, It's Wink Martindale.
Yeah.
Wink Martindale is one of the best defensive coordinators across the NFL. And what does he do? He makes a lot of guys a lot of money, and he maximizes the potential. And Jason Oweh, while he might be a prospect who hasn't put up huge numbers, the ability, the size, the speed, everything you really want in an edge rusher is there. Hey, if it's a juiced 40 at 4.37, it's juiced. But the fact that he might even be a 4.4 guy at that size of 6'4", 257 pounds is pretty ridiculous.
Look, I think it's a bit of a reach, but I also trust Baltimore when it comes to defense. They have a rich history on that side of the football, and this is no doubt we're betting on upside here.
Yeah.
Like, the athletic traits that Jason Oweh has, you simply can't teach. You can't see a guy who's 260 pounds run a sub 4.4. That's the type of athlete he is, and they're banking on him to reach his potential. Grade the pick for us, A, B, C, D, or F. How do you guys feel about Oweh to the Baltimore Ravens at 31 overall? I think we're in agreement, Chase. It's a bit of a reach, but I think this could be one of those where we look back a few years from now and like, wow, he fell to 31 overall. He's got that type of ceiling.
C right now could end up being a B or even a high A if he maximizes his potential.
And we told you guys this pick was presented by Manscaped. You see the link on screen, manscaped.com/chat. Chase, I don't know about you, but these guys changed my life. I've been with my wife 3 or 4 years now, and early on she was like, I gotta tell you, honey, it's a little gnarly down there. I was like, you know what? Hey, I gave up on shaving downstairs because I was tired of the razor burn. I was tired of the pull, all the hair pull. I was like, this is just a mess. I quit. Manscaped reached out and was like, hey, give us a chance. It's changed my life. Used the Lawnmower 3.0 last night. Had to get fresh and clean for the NFL draft. I know you're a big fan of this product as well.
Yeah, so you mentioned the Lawnmower 3.0. I'm going with the ball deodorant.
Ooh.
I'm a guy who likes to work out a lot. I like to run. And sometimes, after a run, you go out for a beer. You don't have time to shower. What do? You don't want to be stinky, right? You don't want your balls to stink. So you just put a little ball deodorant and apply that down there, and then it has you smelling good. Also, the cleanser, fantastic product as well. But the big one there, it's the Lawnmower 3.0. And, hey, I'm going to warn you. Change the guard, change the protector. You can use it down low, but you can also decide to change the protector and use it like on your sideburns, on your beard, because Harrison has a mean beard going on. The versatility, like some of these NFL draft prospects who have ball skills. Improve your ball skills by hitting up our boys at Manscaped. Go to manscaped.com/chat, enter the promo code chat, and you get 20% off plus free shipping.
So a few more moments on this pick here, Chase. Jason Oweh out of Penn State, 0 sacks last year. To me, that's a bit of a red flag. Now, I know we see this all the time, right? Like, guys were playing out of scheme. Maybe there was an injury that wasn't made public, and then they get to the NFL and they're different players. You can't find a couple of sacks, though. We have to acknowledge here that the production was not there at Penn State.
No, and only 8 sacks throughout his entire Penn State career. And I moved to Chat Sports from Pennsylvania. I was covering Penn State a couple of years ago, and I was so high on a guy like Micah Parsons. A guy like Jason Oweh, he did pop because he was very active in the backfield. So I think that's what the Ravens saw, is just a lot of potential upside for an athletic freak here.
To round out round 1 of the NFL draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Joe Tryon, the edge out of Washington, and the defending champs add a piece on defense.
Yeah, a first round, second round grade for Joe Tryon. Look, let's be honest. I mean, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have killed it this offseason, right? They brought back all 22 starters. So picking at number 32, they didn't need an impact player right from the get-go. But I will tell you this, like Jason Pierre-Paul, he's getting older. He's pretty expensive.
Yep.
Could Joe Tryon be a future potential replacement for a guy like Jason Pierre-Paul? That's a possibility. 6'5", 259 pounds. For Tom Downey, like a second, third round grade, he ends up going with the last pick in the first round. I don't necessarily hate it. Opted out last year, didn't play in 2020. But when you look at all these guys, like, the ability is certainly there. And when he's a backup, he's going to be a backup this year. Like, maybe he can be solid.
I'll add also this. Shaq Barrett re-signed, so maybe you're thinking, okay, let JPP walk after this year. He's getting older, like you said. Maybe you got your edge rusher of the future opposite of Shaq Barrett, and a guy like Tryon, who, unlike a guy like Jason Oweh, who went 31 to Baltimore, did have production at Washington. Not quite the athlete that a guy like Jason Oweh is, but still good size, 6'5", almost 260 pounds. 4.65. That's good speed at that size. And had 8 sacks in 2019 and was an opt-out, but the Pac-12 had a funky year. We didn't even know if they were going to play football this year. So I'm kind of throwing the opt-out thing out the window with a lot of these guys. I just don't think it matters that much. If anything, it's less wear out on the tires. So he rounds out round 1. Joe Tryon is the pick for Tampa Bay at 32 as they look to make another Super Bowl run here, Chase.
And I think they're going to because they brought back every single player, every single
literally
starter,
every single player,
and almost every single free agent from a team that won the championship a year ago.
Yes.
So, yeah, I mean, Joe Tryon, look, I don't hold COVID opt-outs against anybody. And I think it's ridiculous that, like, some front office executives have said, oh, you know, he opted out.
What, you're not going to draft Jamar Chase?
He didn't want to play. Like, you know, I don't really like that. I think that's absolutely ridiculous. And then, conversely, they go, oh, well, he wanted to play football in 2020. This guy is a gamer. Look, I mean, if Joe Tryon had some concerns and just wanted to train for the NFL draft, like, that's totally understandable. Now, he didn't play a ton at Washington. He redshirted in 2017. In 2018, he had 2 sacks, limited playing time, only had 20 tackles. 2019 is really when he kind of appeared on a lot of people's draft boards where they're like, okay, this guy in the future could be pretty good. He had 12.5 tackles for loss and 8 sacks.
Joe Tryon, the pick to round out round 1, he goes to the Buccaneers. By the way, I know you guys are saying, oh, you owe us a beer bong or whatever. If someone behind the scenes wants to wash this bad boy, I'll do it for you guys. But yeah, let's get this thing washed. We did some chugging, but we owe you the beer bong. We're a man of the people here at Chat Sports. Chase, in the meantime, let's kind of walk through day 2. Let's look ahead here. By the way, stay tuned. Just because round 1 isn't over, we'll recap every single pick. We'll do a live Q&A, so get hashtag NFL in the comments. We'll answer your questions. And also, Tom Downey is going to come back and do some round 1 draft grades. So stay tuned for that. We're staying live. We're not going anywhere. But let's look ahead. Obviously, the Jags kick things off at 33, Chase. You got the Jets, Falcons, and Dolphins as we kind of kick things off in round 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I like what the Jaguars have done. Like, they go Trevor Lawrence at pick number 1, and then they team him up with his college teammate and Travis Etienne.
Yeah.
They go running back at the back end of round 1, which was a little bit of a surprise. The Jets continue to build around Zach Wilson. They go Zach Wilson.
Love the Vera Tucker pick, by the way.
Love the Vera Tucker pick. What are the Falcons going to do after they drafted Kyle Pitts, who I think is going to be a generational superstar? And then the Miami Dolphins, they're a team picking at 36, 4th in the second round, that went 10-6 last year. I love how Chris Greer is picking how he's building this football team, rather. Yeah. And for them to get another premium pick, that's part of the beauty of what they're doing in Miami is just collecting all of these draft assets and building a stacked
Dolphins
squad.
BPA situation, take best player available. You can trade down. There's some flexibility there. Atlanta, go defense the rest of the draft. Your offense is in good shape. Maybe you take a running back in the middle rounds of the draft. Todd Gurley, showed last year he was a little bit washed there. Those knees are shot. But I like this offense with Matt Ryan. You added Kyle Pitts. You got Julio still. Keep Julio. Don't trade him.
Yeah. Still got Calvin Ridley too.
And Arthur Smith. I think he's gonna elevate this offense to a new level working with Matt Ryan in a round 2. We'll take a look at some of the other round 2 stuff later. But let's go ahead and recap round 1 in just a second. We're going to do the beer bong first. We promised the people, so
got you.
Stay tuned on that one. Are we going to recap first? Is this the cut here? We can hard pause and just do it. Okay, so we're going to recap the first round here in just a second. So Chase and I are ready to go. Brett, give me the go-ahead, and we will rock it here. You're watching the NFL Draft Round 1 recap. Harrison Graham and Chase Sr. here. We're going to recap every single pick of the first round, and obviously we got started with Trevor Lawrence and then 2 more quarterbacks, Zach Wilson and Trey Lance.
Yeah, so the first 2 picks, we kind of knew that was going to happen with Trevor Lawrence going 1 to the Jags. A lot of buzz around Zach Wilson going to the Jets at number 2. Those 2 picks for me were kind of set in stone. I did not buy into the Mac Jones hype. I refused to buy into it, and I was right. For a little while, I thought it was going to be Justin Fields. San Francisco went with Trey Lance. I love the pick because Kyle Shanahan's going to tap into that upside. And that really set the stage, Harrison, for the rest of the first round. Kyle Pitts to Atlanta, a lot of buzz around that pick. I expected that to happen, but Trey Lance going at number 3 kind of set the stage for everything else in the first round.
That was kind of the first highlight of the draft,
Yeah.
right? What are the 49ers going to do at 3? And then there was a mini thought, will the Falcons take a quarterback? They go Kyle Pitts at number 4. 5 through 8 here. This was pretty predictable. We knew it was going to be Jamar Chase or Penei Sewell. They opted to go with the LSU receiver, team him back with Joe Burrow, so that makes sense. Jaylen Waddle, another receiver, at number 6. Penei Sewell, kind of a safe pick for Detroit at 7. I like that one. And then J.C. Horn, maybe a little bit of a surprise. He goes number 8 to Carolina.
But there was a lot of rumors and speculation about J.C. Horn climbing up draft boards.
Fast riser.
And he was a fast riser, and that's exactly what happened. Him going at 8 didn't necessarily surprise me because Matt Rule at Temple, at Baylor, with Carolina, when, last year they addressed defense, has shown that he wants to build a defensive-oriented football team and a defense that is very physical, that has a bunch of bulldogs, that will get after you, and that's what they did with J.C. Horn.
9 through 12 here, Patrick Surtain was the pick for the Denver Broncos. They could have taken Justin Fields if they wanted him. There's Aaron Rodgers rumors flying around. We'll certainly monitor that, so keep your ear at Chat Sports. Devontae Smith, Philadelphia trades up. Let's talk about that one for a sec.
Yeah, that was a huge trade up, getting Devontae Smith. And look, a lot of people are concerned about his size. He's around 6 foot. He's less than 170 pounds. I look in years previous and in NFL history, not a lot of wide receivers who are that small who end up being really good players. Isaac Bruce is one of them, though. Okay, so there have been wide receivers who at that size have been good. I think he plays bigger than his size.
Yeah.
I think he has dynamic playmaking ability. I think he has great hands. And sometimes, dudes can just ball regardless of size. And I think Devontae Smith is that dude. And look, he's been nicknamed the Slim Reaper, right? So if he's nicknamed the Slim Reaper, I think he can play. And we saw last year, record-breaking campaign, Heisman, Biletnikoff winner. I think he's going to be a really good pro.
We won't waste our time with Micah Parsons. Let's talk Justin Fields at 11.
Your guy.
The pick that made me go live on Bears Now, that made me chug some beers, that made me take some shots, and is making me chug another beer via the beer bong here. This is why you subscribe to Chat Sports, youtube.com/ChatSportsTV. Chase, tell them some other reasons to subscribe while I get this ready.
Well, I mean, why not subscribe to our main Chat Sports YouTube channel by hitting that big red button down below? We have been live breaking down, dissecting every single pick of the 2021 NFL Draft. And the good news is, hey, if you're going to miss us overnight and if you're dreaming about us while you're sleeping, it's all good. We're going to be back tomorrow, and we're going to be back on Saturday. Every single round of the NFL Draft, we're going to be breaking down every single pick. And we're also bringing you draft grades, right, for our team-specific channels. We are breaking down every single prospect as Harrison struggles to get through.
Hey, man. It's
What
been a long
is that? Is that a
beer bong? I don't
flamingo?
know what you call this thing.
Flamingos are usually pink.
Got a little more. I got to
Okay,
finish.
it's a mermaid. But, hey, Harrison, nice chug job there.
I'm no you. Chase is he's our senior chug
I
guy
might have
here.
to do one for you.
Hey, here's the thing. We keep it loose. We keep it fun. We break it down. We don't give you BS. We give you good analysis, but we're loose. You don't see Mel Kiper
That's
taking
another
shots.
reason why you subscribe. You get to see that.
Mel
right
Kiper
there.
ain't taking shots here in the draft.
No.
He ain't chugging beer. So we'll pick it up here. We kind of focus more on the early picks, 13 through 16. Rashawn Slater to the Chargers. Vera Tucker on a trade up from the Jets. Mac Jones at 15. Zaven Collins. Let's spend 20, 30 seconds on Mac Jones here. That's the pick that stands out. Bill Belichick just hangs out, gets his guy at 15.
Yeah, just want to hit on rookie quarterbacks here. So you provide protection for Justin Herbert with Rashawn Slater.
Yep.
You provide protection for Zach Wilson with Elijah Vera Tucker. And there are people around the league right now who are quivering. They're shaking in their boots because the New England Patriots got Mac Jones.
Didn't have to trade
the
up either.
big question, is he going to play right away? Or is he going to sit behind Cam Newton? Because he is the most ready-to-play prospect of any quarterback in the 2021 draft class, in my opinion. But a lot of people were saying, please don't let Mac Jones fall to 15 to the New England Patriots. They didn't even need to trade up to get him, and now they get their future franchise quarterback at pick number 15. I love the value right there.
17 through 20, Raider Nation in shambles after taking Alex Leatherwood at 17.
They wanted linebacker.
This is quite a stunner there. Jalen Phillips to Miami at 18, Jamin Davis at 19. Kadarius Toney at 20, part of the trade down with the Bears on the Justin Fields trade. Talk about that pick for a minute.
So the New York Giants were originally at 11. Bears trade up. They get their franchise quarterback in Justin Fields, which I think is the best move of night one of the 2021 NFL draft. And
Bear down, baby.
There was a lot of talk about the Giants addressing wide receiver at 11. I think they saw Devontae Smith get picked by the Eagles after they jumped him because they traded with the Cowboys, and they said, okay, let's pick up a future first-round pick, which is a nice
good
get.
move. Yeah.
And let's get Kadarius Toney, a guy who can be a really good player in the future.
Yeah, I think that might end up being a win-win trade for both those teams. Kwity Paye, the first Michigan player off the board. He goes to the Colts at 21. Caleb Farley, Christian Darrisaw, Najee Harris. I think Darrisaw and Harris, two of the better value picks in this draft. I think Harris is a plug-and-play running back. And Darrisaw, if his head's on straight, he might be a 12-year left tackle.
I agree with you. And for those who took either the over-under that was 0.5 or 1.5, depending on which book you looked at for running backs in the first round, they celebrated because you had Najee Harris and you had Travis Etienne going in the first round. Pittsburgh was last in run game production last year, so I like Najee Harris. Offensive line still a little bit of a concern. To get Christian Darrisaw at pick number 23,
that's great value.
He's going to play right away. He had more than 30 starts throughout his college career. I really like that. Tennessee going Caleb Farley. If he stays healthy, that could be one of the best picks of the first round.
That's one of the wild card picks that we'll look back on. 25 through 28, you mentioned Travis Etienne. A couple of Clemson guys going to Jacksonville. I like that quite a bit. Now you got two good backs in for the Jags as well. James Robinson, great player last year. Greg Newsome II, he's a good player. I like him going to Cleveland. Rashad Bateman, you get a weapon for Lamar Jackson. And then Peyton Turner
came out of nowhere.
Sean Payton?
Yeah.
Come on.
So I don't know if there's a relation there in terms of the first name. No, obviously we're kidding. But at the end of the first round, sometimes you just see teams, they can't help themselves. And they want to take shots. They want to swing for the fences.
We heard they might trade up and
in terms
you
of the Saints.
Peyton Turner.
Rumors that they go inside the top 10. They stay put at 28. I don't like the pick of
I don't
Peyton
like it
Turner.
either.
I thought
Maybe
it was
my least favorite of the first round.
Massive reach, but we know that the Saints like to be really aggressive.
And we wrap things up. Eric Stokes, another bit of a reach. That he's more of a mid-round 2 guy.
4-2, 4-3 guy. Yeah.
Green Bay just will not get a receiver. Hey, maybe they're trading Aaron Rodgers. Who knows? Gregory Rousseau to the Bills at 30. Did not test well. Good production. Opted out in 2020. Jason Owe, if you joined us for our earlier coverage live, great athletic traits, just didn't have the production.
Yeah, a guy who I watched, scouted, and covered at Penn State. Very active in the backfield. He's like 6'4", 6'5", 250 pounds, and runs a 4.4 40. So Wink Martindale was probably like, yo,
let's gamble on upside.
John Harbaugh, let's gamble on some upside. Jason Owe has a lot of potential. I didn't get the Peyton Turner pick. I didn't get the Joe Tryon pick. There are going to be some great players available in the second round because of some of the reaches that we saw at the back half of the first.
And here's the thing. You see that link below, youtube.com/chatsportstv. A lot of channels, they're going to bail after round 1. They're going to be like, oh, we had a good time. No. Day 2, tomorrow, we'll be live. It's going to be a whole lot of fun here on Chat Sports. So go ahead and subscribe. All right, so here's what's coming up on Chat Sports. Chase and I are going to hop out. We got stuff to do behind the scenes with some of our team-based YouTube channels. Tom Downey has draft grades ready to go, so we're going to hop off. We'll cycle through a couple of graphics while Chase and I hop off, and Tom will be on in 2 or 3 minutes. So stay tuned. We're not going anywhere here on Chat Sports.
Round 1 is in the books for the 2021 NFL Draft, so I, Tom Downey, am here to hand out Round 1 grades for every single team that, made a first-round pick, and it's all thanks to Manscaped. Head over to manscaped.com/chat, and you'll get 20% off and free shipping when you use promo code CHAT at checkout. That link, by the way, folks, will be in the comment section and in the description. We'll go team by team here from number 1 to number 32. So we'll start with Jacksonville, who had 2 first-round picks this year. No surprise, they took Trevor Lawrence with the first overall selection. That shouldn't have been much of a stunner whatsoever. They also took Travis Etienne with their other first-round pick, which was a little bit more of a surprise. You reunite the 2 Clemson superstar players, 1 quarterback, 1 running back. I'm going to give this one an A-. Now, I've been a pretty hard grader in the past, but I guess I'm feeling nice today in my instant gut reactions here. We can debate the value of going RB in round 1. I think it's fair. They still might get Trevon Merrick in round 2 since he is still on the board there. 2 good football players. I get it for the Jags. The Jets are next up here, also with 2 first-round picks. Zach Wilson, who I did not have as my number 2 quarterback. He was actually number 3, but not a bad pick by any stretch of the imagination. And they also took Elijah Vera-Tucker. You're trying to build around Zach Wilson. He is your future. He is your franchise. Don't do what you did with Sam Darnold. Vera-Tucker, for me, my number 12 player. Now, they did trade up to get him, and we will see how that impacts them for the rest of the NFL draft, but it's a good player. 2 good football players, 2 solid value picks as well. I like this for the Jets. An A- means you did great. A B means you did good, and that's what I think the Niners did with Trey Lance. I'm going to give this one a B+. Now, future draft classes without a first-round pick, that's going to make it a little bit tough for them to get a good grade because I will not grade on a curve for teams without or with fewer picks. I am so glad it wasn't Mac Jones. That's my number 1 takeaway for San Francisco. Lance a much better player, at least upside-wise, than Mac Jones is. Another B+ here for the Atlanta Falcons, taking Kyle Pitts. I am sure they would have loved to have traded down. They simply did not have enough of an offer in the end. Is it a full-fledged A? Not really, but I'm not going to complain. Neither should Falcons fans about getting my number 3 overall player. We can just debate the value of a tight end later on. Now, many people thought the Bengals are going to take take Penei Sewell, right? I'm not so sure on that one. I had Jamar Chase in my mock draft. They should be able to get a good offensive lineman at the top of round 2. Maybe Tevin Jenkins ends up being the pick for them, but I like this for the Bengals. A- grade. You pair Burrow up with Jamar Chase. What more could you possibly want there in the end if you're looking for an impact playmaker to go along with Joe Burrow? So an A- grade for me here for the Cincinnati Bengals. I was expecting Jamar Chase. I was not surprised by it, and they got a good football player in the end. So good job there with the Bengals. Now, as mentioned, today's show is made possible by Manscaped. See it right there on your screen. 20% off and free shipping when you use promo code CHAT. That's manscaped.com/chat, and then use that promo code CHAT at checkout to ensure you get the 20% off and the free shipping on all their fantastic men's grooming products. Not just the Lawnmower 3.0. They even got some nice crop mops as well to help make your undercarriage, if you will, smell and feel just that much better. So check out the comment section and the description, manscaped.com/chat. We will put that link in there for you guys. So all you have to do is click, shop, and make your junk smell a little bit and look a little bit better. The Dolphins here with 2 first-round picks. Jaylen Waddle was the first selection. Then Jalen Phillips was the second one. Now, value-wise, we can argue that maybe it wasn't the best value pick, but I do like both football players. And Dolphins fans should feel good about this. I'm going to give it a B. This is a good start to their NFL draft. You can't complain too much. You get to pair Jaylen Waddle with Tua up again. That should be dynamic there. And if Jalen Phillips stays healthy, he is, at least for me, the best edge rusher in this year's class. So what was the best round 1 pick? Spoiler alert, unless you want to go with Trevor Lawrence, I'm not going to complain about either. We have not gotten to the one that I like the most so far. So if you get the ad break here on YouTube, scroll on down and let me know who the best round 1 pick is. This question is the pinned comment on today's video. One of my favorite ones, and one of the only A-pluses I gave out, I believe I gave out 3 in total, yes I did, was Penei Sewell to the Detroit Lions. My number 2 overall player. You want to run the football, Detroit? You want some power? You want some meanness? You want a football guy? As Dan Campbell likes to say, you got one in Penei Sewell. Maybe he's your left tackle, maybe he's your right tackle year 1. Doesn't really matter in the end. He's going to be a fantastic football player. J.C. Horn, the pick here to the Carolina Panthers, went back and forth between a B- and a C+ here. Ended up being the first defensive player drafted. My number 13 guy, quote-unquote 5-pick reach there. I would have liked Rashawn Slater as well, but I'm not going to complain about it. I like his attitude. He is a culture changer on defense. Matt Rule is going to love him after what he did this past year at South Carolina. All right, back-to-back corners here, breaking the hearts of Cowboys fans everywhere. Patrick Surtain, giving this one a B-. I like the player, number 11 overall. Corner was not that big of a need for Denver. They paid Ronald Darby. They drafted Michael Ojemudia last year in the 3rd round. They kept, I'm drawing a blank on their nickel guy, whatever. They signed Kyle Fuller as well. Corner was not a need. Denver wanted to go with a cornerback here. Maybe they'll try and make a move for a quarterback. Maybe you shouldn't have passed on Justin Fields in the end. Now the Eagles got wild with it, trading up over the Giants to secure Devonta Smith. Now, trading up a 3rd-round pick, it's not that bad. The Eagles clearly wanted Smith, so they moved down, then moved back up. They get a good football player. I'm not going to give it an A. Now, I can't quite do it since you moved up, but I do like it for Philadelphia. Now we'll see how they fix their defense going forward. The Chicago Bears, folks, they found a way to do it. They got Justin Fields at pick number 11. This is a potential job-saving trade-up. It was expensive, but a potential job-saving move by Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy to go get my number 2 quarterback. I think he's going to be a franchise guy. I love this by Chicago. They got aggressive. They were desperate, but they got Justin Fields, and that matters. That is a brilliant, brilliant move by the front office in Chicago. To go out and to go get a legitimate franchise quarterback, that is an A+ move. They found value out to the top 10. Well done, Chicago. C for the Dallas Cowboys here, taking Micah Parsons. It was going to be a D, but you know what? They traded down, and I will give them credit for that, and they got extra picks to play with. Micah Parsons was my number 16 overall player, but the Cowboys have not learned from their mistakes. They continue to invest in off-ball linebackers who are not good in coverage and wonder why, well, our corners are bad, our secondary's bad. We could have taken Rashawn Slater, who I had a top 6 grade on there. You take Micah Parsons with legitimate off-the-field red flags. Hope that's all good there. Clearly the Cowboys think it ends up being there. If he hits, I will happily look stupid. Because Micah Parsons does have upside. He has talent. He has to be better in coverage, though. You wanted the corners. Everyone knew it, and you didn't get one as a result. And then you trade down, and you take another linebacker. That's not good use of your number 1 draft asset. So, Cowboys fans, you want to be mad at me for telling you the truth? Okay, enjoy your Tristan Hill over Juan Thornhill pick and tell me how that went for you anyway. All right, the Chargers, Rashawn Slater. Now, this is what we're talking about here. Number 6 player, you need a franchise left tackle, and because the Cowboys and the Panthers and others were like, whatever, we'll wait on one, you got him at 13. Well done, LA. So I like that one quite a bit there by the Chargers. I almost gave that one an A+, but I can't give out all A's here in the end. Now, Mac Jones, the Patriots, and you could argue a C here. I got a 2nd-round grade on Mac Jones, but pick 15 is much more in line with where he should go as opposed to number 3 overall. So Bill Belichick gets his guy, a new franchise quarterback. I think he'll have success in the NFL. I think he'll have a Jimmy Garoppolo type career, maybe even a Kirk Cousins type career. You get that guy at 15, I don't mind that one at all. Now, Zaven Collins, when we look back in 4 or 5 years, of all the guys that I'm most concerned about going like, haha, you idiot, Tom, you gave them a C-, it's Zaven Collins. Because the upside is obvious. people at his size do not move the way that he does. Now, he did balloon to 270 at the medical checks in Indy. Is he going to be an edge for them? He's a tweener for me. At his size, almost 6'5", he should be much better at taking on blockers and being able to be an edge setter and a run filler in gaps. And he wasn't that when I watched him at Tulsa. That is an issue for me. But he can do a bunch of different things. He can blitz. When he's filling gaps correctly, he stops the run pretty well, and he can cover a little bit on top of that. So high risk, high reward player here. He goes 16 to Arizona, but I can't sugarcoat it too much there. I'm just going to give it a C-. So what do you think was the worst round 1 pick? Get your votes in for me right now. It's okay to be a hater. I know how fandoms are. They always assume, even though if I told you, hey, you're going to take this player, you'd be like, no, I hate that. Once the pick gets made, well, all of a sudden it feels great, doesn't it? So get your votes in. The worst round 1 selection. Was it the Raiders? Well, they went weird again, taking Alex Leatherwood to be their new right tackle at pick number 17. I do like Leatherwood. I had better players on the board, though. Not a colossal reach. This is better than taking Cleveland Ferrell. This is better than taking Damon Arnett. But, oh boy, man, you had Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. You had Tevin Jenkins, who are still there. Maybe there's something off the field, in which case, okay, different conversation. Leatherwood's a fine pick. It's nothing special. He will be a good football player. But I thought the Raiders could have gotten someone just a little bit better. Jamin Davis to the Washington football team. I'll give it a B-. Now, maybe you guys hadn't heard of him. He was a surprise round 1 pick for us here, though, at Chat Sports. He goes to Washington at number 19 overall, where they find a way to find a dynamic, potentially rangy, still needs work in coverage, off-ball linebacker, the type of player that Ron Rivera's had success with in the past. Kadarius Toney, and I went back and forth on this one here, trading down and getting a future first, and Dave Gettleman throwing up the double birds to everyone who said he would never do it. I give him credit for that one. I think Toney's at 20 is a bit of a reach, though. There is some off-the-field stuff that has to be vetted. Clearly, the Giants feel okay with it there. Here's my biggest point. This is not the guy for Jason Garrett. You might have to scheme for touches early for Kadarius Toney, which is fine. That's not exactly Jason Garrett's M.O. So I worry a little bit about Toney struggling early. Better OC might end up being okay. Kwity Paye, the pick at number 21 by the Indianapolis Colts. High upside player. The Colts have missed on these guys in the past. Kimoko Toure, Ben Banigou. I think he fits, though, with what Matt Eberflus wants to do on defense. Some inside-outside flex. They needed more pass rush help. And with the way the tackle board has fallen so far, they might get a starting caliber one in round 2. Speaking of round 2, we will be live for it, and round 3 and all of day 3 as well. If you want every single pick broken down, none of that, we're going to do interviews on day 3, blah, blah, blah. Subscribe to us here at Chat Sports. Hit that big red button at youtube.com/chatsportstv. youtube.com/chatsportstv. All right, the Titans are up here. And this is a tough one for me. I love the upside of Caleb Farley. I'm going to give it a B+. And on the flip side, this might look dumb if his back is not healthy. But before his back surgery, his second one in his young life, I had Caleb Farley as my number 1 corner. He was my number 1 defensive player. He was that good. I love Caleb Farley. I absolutely love him. The back is a major, major red flag. If he's healthy, he's going to be a star. If he's not, it's going to end up being a bust. All right, the Vikings, back-to-back years, I love it. Christian Darrisaw, my number 15 overall player, slides all the way down to Minnesota, who traded down and still got a guy I would have minded if they took him in round 1. So great job, Minnesota. This is back-to-back years. I love what they have done in the draft. Hopefully there's no Jeff Gladney off-the-field type of stuff there. But this was the third of my 3 A-plus grades given out so far. All right, Najee Harris here. Now, we can debate the value of a running back if you want. I am fond of it. That's why it's not getting A grade for me here in the end. But if you want a focal point workhorse back for at least his rookie contract, That is what Najee Harris brings to you. Now, the Raiders still must find offense lineup or this is a bad pick. But as we sit right now, only through round 1, I'm fine with it. I'm okay with this for the Pittsburgh Steelers. All right, the Browns, Greg Newsome. I love it. Corner, I believe, was a need for this organization. I had a number 19 overall on my board here is what Greg Newsome was. There was some medical stuff, some injury history that had to be checked out. I think that's why he slipped a little bit. But he can play outside. Denzel Ward, Troy Hill, Greg Newsome, if Greedy Williams can get healthy, that's going to be really, really, really good for the Cleveland Browns. Now, I don't want you guys to be homers on this next particular question here. I don't want you to be. So who won round 1? Don't just pick your favorite team. I want you to be as honest and as real as you possibly can be. So who do you believe won round 1 of the 2021 NFL Draft? Go on down in the comments section. Get your votes in. Team focus here. You can mention a player if you want. That's fine. But I would prioritize the team instead. Let's talk Baltimore Ravens here, as they had 2 first-round draft picks and made some fairly interesting choices in the end. I'm going to give them a B-. For starters, I do like a lot the Rashad Bateman pick. I have no trouble with that one whatsoever. You found a potential number 1 receiver for Lamar Jackson, and you needed one. You had to find somebody who could win consistently on the outside, and not just with pure speed like Marquise Brown sometimes does, but you also found a good football player who fits that role. The lowest graded round 1 pick that I had, Jason Oweh. And I get it. The upside is there. He is so fast. He's a freak athlete. But you know what? At his speed, how do you have 0 sacks last year? How do you have very limited college production? Now, I think the Ravens are a good fit for him, and the upside is sky high. That's a gamble I was not going to be willing to make. I would have taken Azeez Ojulari. I would have taken somebody else altogether. That brings down the grade for the Ravens fairly significantly. Peyton Turner. I think this will be a popular worst pick of round 1. I actually like Peyton Turner, though. 48th overall player for me. But this was pick 28. This is 20 picks early. I had better edges on the board. Inside, outside flex. I like Turner. Please don't hate me too much there, Saints fans. But let's be honest. That's not the pick you thought they were going to make in this year's draft. The Packers then take Eric Stokes, who, if you wanted a true, pure outside corner for Green Bay, knowing that Asante Samuel might be a nickel and Elijah Molden is a nickel, Stokes was my best one on the board, number 44 overall. You can talk me into a C+ there. I am worried about Aaron Rodgers, but we can only grade on the draft and not what's going on elsewhere for Green Bay. Gregory Rousseau, my 58th overall player, as things kind of got weird at the back end of round 1 here. I get it. He's got the length. He's got the size. He produced great at Miami. The way he won it for the Hurricanes, though, is not translatable. He is not going to win on the interior at 245 like he played last year. Now, he's bulked up. Didn't test that well either. The sack production is great. He needs to grow. If he hits, you're talking, a Calais Campbell, a Chandler Jones. If he doesn't, I got visions of Deion Jordan dancing in my head. Finally, Joe Tryon, who I thought he was going to sneak into the back end of round, at least had a chance to there. 54 overall on my board. Opt out in 2020. Good athlete, too. Kind of in that Jason Oweh mold. There's a lot of work to be done there. Now, he's in a great spot in Tampa. Where he is at is going to allow him to get almost a redshirt year, become a number 3 to start, and be a rotational piece. So, in Tampa, behind Jason Pierre-Paul, behind Shaq Barrett, I like that one. Overall, though, look, I got to be honest here. I didn't have him graded that highly. Edge is always a need. They always go early. It's a weird edge class, but it's not the route I would have necessarily gone if I were the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. If you guys have not already, hit that big red button and subscribe. YouTube.com/chatsportstv. We will be live for round 2 tomorrow as well, along with round 3 and all of day 3 on top of that. So for everyone here still in the live chat, guys are awesome. I appreciate that so much. You guys were awesome throughout today's live coverage here. So if you haven't already, hit that big red button and subscribe today, youtube.com/chatsportstv. And before we go on loop, by the way here, folks, how about we have some fun? Bottoms up. Cheers, and see you guys tomorrow. Round 1 is in the books for the 2021 NFL Draft, so I, Tom Downey, am here to hand out Round 1 grades for every single team that, made a first-round pick, and it's all thanks to Manscaped. Head over to manscaped.com/chat, and you'll get 20% off and free shipping when you use promo code CHAT at checkout. That link, by the way, folks, will be in the comment section and in the description. We'll go team by team here from number 1 to number 32. So we'll start with Jacksonville, who had 2 first-round picks this year. No surprise, they took Trevor Lawrence with the first overall selection. That shouldn't have been much of a stunner whatsoever. They also took Travis Etienne with their other first-round pick, which was a little bit more of a surprise. You reunite the 2 Clemson superstar players, 1 quarterback, 1 running back. I'm going to give this one an A-. Now, I've been a pretty hard grader in the past, but I guess I'm feeling nice today in my instant gut reactions here. We can debate the value of going RB in round 1. I think it's fair. They still might get Trevon Merrick in round 2 since he is still on the board there. 2 good football players. I get it for the Jags. The Jets are next up here, also with 2 first-round picks. Zach Wilson, who I did not have as my number 2 quarterback. He was actually number 3, but not a bad pick by any stretch of the imagination. And they also took Elijah Vera-Tucker. You're trying to build around Zach Wilson. He is your future. He is your franchise. Don't do what you did with Sam Darnold. Vera-Tucker, for me, my number 12 player. Now, they did trade up to get him, and we will see how that impacts them for the rest of the NFL draft, but it's a good player. 2 good football players, 2 solid value picks as well. I like this for the Jets. An A- means you did great. A B means you did good. And that's what I think the Niners did with Trey Lance. I'm going to give this one a B+. Now, future draft classes without a first-round pick, that's going to make it a little bit tough for them to get a good grade because I will not grade on a curve for teams without with fewer picks. I am so glad it wasn't Mac Jones. That's my number 1 takeaway for San Francisco. Lance a much better player, at least upside-wise, than Mac Jones is. Another B+ here for the Atlanta Falcons, taking Kyle Pitts. I am sure they would have loved to have traded down. They simply did not have enough of an offer in the end. Is it a full-fledged A? Not really, but I'm not going to complain. Neither should Falcons fans about getting my number 3 overall player. We can just debate the value of a tight end later on. Now, many people thought the Bengals are going to take take Penei Sewell, right? I'm not so sure on that one. I had Jamar Chase in my mock draft. They should be able to get a good offensive lineman at the top of round 2. Maybe Tevin Jenkins ends up being the pick for them, but I like this for the Bengals. A- grade. You pair Burrow up with Jamar Chase. What more could you possibly want there in the end if you're looking for an impact playmaker to go along with Joe Burrow? So an A- grade for me here for the Cincinnati Bengals. I was expecting Jamar Chase. I was not surprised by it, and they got a good football player in the end. So good job there with the Bengals. Now, as mentioned, today's show is made possible by Manscaped. See it right there on your screen. 20% off and free shipping when you use promo code CHAT. That's manscaped.com/chat, and then use that promo code CHAT at checkout to ensure you get the 20% off and the free shipping on all their fantastic men's grooming products. Not just the Lawnmower 3.0. They even got some nice crop mops as well to help make your undercarriage, if you will, smell and feel just that much better. So check out the comment section and the description, manscaped.com/chat. We will put that link in there for you guys. So all you have to do is click, shop, and make your junk smell a little bit and look a little bit better. The Dolphins here with 2 first-round picks. Jaylen Waddle was the first selection. Then Jalen Phillips was the second one. Now, value-wise, we can argue maybe it wasn't the best value pick, but I do like both football players. And Dolphins fans should feel good about this. I'm going to give it a B. This is a good start to their NFL draft. you can't complain too much. You get to pair Jaylen Waddle with Tua up again. That should be dynamic there. And if Jalen Phillips stays healthy, he is, at least for me, the best edge rusher in this year's class. So what was the best round 1 pick? Spoiler alert, unless you want to go with Trevor Lawrence, I'm not going to complain about either. We have not gotten to the one that I like the most so far. So if you get the ad break here on YouTube, scroll on down and let me know who the best round 1 pick is. This question is the pinned comment on today's video. One of my favorite ones, and one of the only A-pluses I gave out, I believe I gave out 3 in total, yes I did, was Penei Sewell to the Detroit Lions, my number 2 overall player. You want to run the football, Detroit? You want some power? You want some meanness? You want a football guy? As Dan Campbell likes to say, you got one in Penei Sewell. Maybe he's your left tackle, maybe he's your right tackle year 1. Doesn't really matter in the end. He's going to be a fantastic football player. J.C. Horn, the pick here to the Carolina Panthers, went back and forth between a B- and a C+ here. Ended up being the first defensive player drafted. My number 13 guy, quote-unquote 5-pick reach there. I would have liked Rashawn Slater as well, but I'm not going to complain about it. I like his attitude. He is a culture changer on defense. Matt Rule is going to love him after what he did this past year at South Carolina. All right, back-to-back corners here, breaking the hearts of Cowboys fans everywhere. Patrick Surtain, giving this one a B-. I like the player, number 11 overall. Corner was not that big of a need for Denver. They paid Ronald Darby. They drafted Michael Ojemudia last year in the 3rd round. They kept, I'm drawing a blank on their nickel guy, whatever. They signed Kyle Fuller as well. Corner was not a need. Denver wanted to go with a cornerback here. Maybe they'll try and make a move for a quarterback. Maybe you shouldn't have passed on Justin Fields in the end. Now the Eagles got wild with it, trading up over the Giants to secure Devonta Smith. Now, trading up a 3rd-round pick, it's not that bad. The Eagles clearly wanted Smith, so they moved down, then moved back up. They get a good football player. I'm not going to give it an A. Now, I can't quite do it since you moved up, but I do like it for Philadelphia. Now we'll see how they fix their defense going forward. The Chicago Bears, folks, they found a way to do it. They got Justin Fields at pick number 11. This is a potential job-saving trade-up. It was expensive, but a potential job-saving move by Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy to go get my number 2 quarterback. I think he's going to be a franchise guy. I love this by Chicago. They got aggressive. They were desperate, but they got Justin Fields, and that matters. That is a brilliant, brilliant move by the front office in Chicago to go out and to go get a legitimate franchise quarterback. That is an A+ move. They found value out to the top 10. Well done, Chicago. C for the Dallas Cowboys here, taking Micah Parsons. It was going to be a D, but you know what? They traded down, and I will give them credit for that, and they got extra picks to play with. Micah Parsons was my number 16 overall player, but the Cowboys have not learned from their mistakes. They continue to invest in off-ball linebackers who are not good in coverage and wonder why, well, our corners are bad, our secondary is bad. We could have taken Rashawn Slater, who I had a top 6 grade on there. You take Micah Parsons with legitimate off-the-field red flags. Hope that's all good there. Clearly the Cowboys think it ends up being there. If he hits, I will happily look stupid because Micah Parsons does have upside. He has talent. He has to be better in coverage, though. You wanted the corners. Everyone knew it, and you didn't get one as a result. And then you trade down and you take another linebacker. That's not good use of your number 1 draft asset. So, Cowboys fans, you want to be mad at me for telling you the truth? Okay, enjoy your Tristan Hill over Juan Thornhill pick and tell me how that went for you anyway. All right, the Chargers, Rashawn Slater. Now, this is what we're talking about here. Number 6 player, you need a franchise left tackle, and because the Cowboys and the Panthers and others were like, whatever, we'll wait on one, you got him at 13. Well done, L.A. So I like that one quite a bit there by the Chargers. I almost gave that one an A+, but I can't give out all A's here in the end. Now, Mac Jones, the Patriots, and you could argue a C here. I got a 2nd-round grade on Mac Jones, but pick 15 is much more in line with where he should go as opposed to number 3 overall. So Bill Belichick gets his guy, a new franchise quarterback. I think he'll have success in the NFL. I think he'll have a Jimmy Garoppolo type career, maybe even a Kirk Cousins type career. You get that guy at 15, I don't mind that one at all. Now, Zaven Collins, when we look back in 4 or 5 years, of all the guys that I'm most concerned about going like, haha, you idiot, Tom, you gave them a C-, it's Zaven Collins. Because the upside is obvious. People at his size do not move the way that he does. Now, he did balloon to 270 at the medical checks in Indy. Is he going to be an edge for them? He's a tweener for me. At his size, almost 6'5", he should be much better at taking on blockers and being able to be an edge setter and a run filler in gaps. And he wasn't that when I watched him at Tulsa. That is an issue for me. But he can do a bunch of different things. He can blitz. When he's filling gaps correctly, he stops the run pretty well. And he can cover a little bit on top of that. So high risk, high reward player here. He goes 16 to Arizona. But I can't sugarcoat it too much there. I'm just going to give it a C-. So what do you think was the worst round 1 pick? Get your votes in for me right now. It's okay to be a hater. I know how fandoms are. They always assume, even though if I told you, hey, you're going to take this player, you'd be like, no, I hate that. Once the pick gets made, well, all of a sudden it feels great, doesn't it? So get your votes in, the worst round 1 selection. Was it the Raiders? Well, they went weird again, taking Alex Leatherwood to be their new right tackle at pick number 17. I do like Leatherwood. I had better players on the board, though. Not a colossal reach. This is better than taking Cleveland Ferrell. This is better than taking Damon Arnett. But, oh boy, man, you had Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. You had Tevin Jenkins, who are still there. Maybe there's something off the field, in which case, okay, different conversation. Leatherwood's a fine pick. It's nothing special. He will be a good football player. But I thought the Raiders could have gotten someone just a little bit better. Jamin Davis to the Washington football team. I'll give it a B-. Now, maybe you guys hadn't heard of him. He was a surprise round 1 pick for us here, though, at Chat Sports. He goes to Washington at number 19 overall, where they find a way to find a dynamic, potentially rangy, still needs work in coverage, off-ball linebacker, the type of player that Ron Rivera's had success with in the past. Kadarius Toney, and I went back and forth on this one here, trading down and getting a future first, and Dave Gettleman throwing up the double birds to everyone who said he would never do it. I give him credit for that one. I think Toney's at 20 is a bit of a reach, though. There is some off-the-field stuff that has to be vetted. Clearly, the Giants feel okay with it there. Here's my biggest point. This is not the guy for Jason Garrett. You might have to scheme for touches early for Kadarius Toney, which is fine. That's not exactly Jason Garrett's M.O. So I worry a little bit about Toney struggling early. Better OC might end up being okay. Kwity Paye, the pick at number 21 by the Indianapolis Colts. High upside player. The Colts have missed on these guys in the past. Kimoko Toure, Ben Banigou. I think he fits, though, with what Matt Eberflus wants to do on defense. Some inside-outside flex. They needed more pass rush help. And with the way the tackle board has fallen so far, they might get one, a starting caliber one, in round 2. Speaking of round 2, we will be live for it, and round 3 and all of day 3 as well. If you want every single pick broken down, none of that, we're going to do interviews on day 3, blah, blah, blah. Subscribe to us here at Chat Sports. Hit that big red button at youtube.com/chatsportstv. youtube.com/chatsportstv. All right, the Titans are up here. And this is a tough one for me. I love the upside of Caleb Farley. I'm going to give it a B+. And on the flip side, this might look dumb if his back is not healthy. But before his back surgery, his second one in his young life, I had Caleb Farley as my number 1 corner. He was my number 1 defensive player. He was that good. I love Caleb Farley. I absolutely love him. The back is a major, major red flag. If he's healthy, he's going to be a star. If he's not, it's going to end up being a bust. All right, the Vikings, back-to-back years, I love it. Christian Darrisaw, my number 15 overall player, slides all the way down to Minnesota, who traded down and still got a guy I would have minded if they took him in round 1. So great job, Minnesota. This is back-to-back years. I love what they have done in the draft. Hopefully there's no Jeff Gladney off type of stuff there. But this was the third of my 3 A-plus grades given out so far. All right, Najee Harris here. Now, we can debate the value of a running back if you want. I am fond of it. That's why it's not getting A grade for me here in the end. But if you want a focal point workhorse back for at least his rookie contract, that is what Najee Harris brings to you. Now, the Raiders still must find offensive lineup or this is a bad pick. But as we sit right now, only through round 1, I'm fine with it. I'm okay with this for the Pittsburgh Steelers. All right, the Browns, Greg Newsome. I love it. Corner, I believe, was a need for this organization. I had a number 19 overall on my board here is what Greg Newsome was. There was some medical stuff, some injury history that had to be checked out. I think that's why he slid a little bit. But he can play outside. Denzel Ward, Troy Hill, Greg Newsome, if Greedy Williams can get healthy, that's going to be really, really, really good for the Cleveland Browns. Now, I don't want you guys to be homers on this next particular question here. I don't want you to be. So who won round 1? Don't just pick your favorite team. I want you to be as honest and as real as you possibly can be. So who do you believe won round 1 of the 2021 NFL Draft? Go on down in the comments section. Get your votes in. Team focus here. You can mention a player if you want. That's fine. But I would prioritize the team instead. Let's talk Baltimore Ravens here, as they had 2 first-round draft picks and made some fairly interesting choices in the end. I'm going to give them a B-. For starters, I do like a lot the Rashad Bateman pick. I have no trouble with that one whatsoever. You found a potential number 1 receiver for Lamar Jackson, and you needed one. You had to find somebody who could win consistently on the outside, and not just with pure speed like Marquise Brown sometimes does, but you also found a good football player who fits that role. The lowest graded round 1 pick that I had, Jason Oweh. And I get it. The upside is there. He is so fast. He's a freak athlete. But you know what? At his speed, how do you have 0 sacks last year? How do you have very limited college production? Now, I think the Ravens are a good fit for him, and the upside is sky high. That's a gamble I was not going to be willing to make. I would have taken Azeez Ojulari. I would have taken somebody else altogether. That brings down the grade for the Ravens fairly significantly. Peyton Turner. I think this will be a popular worst pick of round 1. I actually like Peyton Turner, though. 48th overall player for me. But this was pick 28. This is 20 picks early. I had better edges on the board. Inside, outside flex. I like Turner. Please don't hate me too much there, Saints fans. But let's be honest. That's not the pick you thought they were going to make in this year's draft. The Packers then take Eric Stokes, who, if you wanted a true, pure outside corner for Green Bay, knowing that Asante Samuel might be a nickel and Elijah Molden is a nickel, Stokes was my best one on the board, number 44 overall. You can talk me into a C+ there. I'm worried about Aaron Rodgers, but we can only grade on the draft and not what's going on elsewhere for Green Bay. Gregory Rousseau, my 58th overall player, as things kind of got weird at the back end of round 1 here. I get it. He's got the length. He's got the size. He produced great at Miami. The way he won it for the Hurricanes, though, is not translatable. He is not going to win on the interior at 245 like he played last year. Now, he's bulked up. Didn't test that well either. The sack production is great. He needs to grow. If he hits, you're talking, a Calais Campbell, a Chandler Jones. If he doesn't, I got visions of Deion Jordan dancing in my head. Finally, Joe Tryon, who I thought he was going to sneak into the back end of round, at least had a chance to there. 54 overall on my board. Opt out in 2020. Good athlete, too. Kind of in that Jason Oweh mold. There's a lot of work to be done there. Now, he's in a great spot in Tampa. Where he is at is going to allow him to get almost a redshirt year, become a number 3 to start, and be a rotational piece. So, in Tampa, behind Jason Pierre-Paul, behind Shaq Barrett, I like that one. Overall, though, look, I got to be honest here. I didn't have him graded that highly. Edge is always a need. They always go early. It's a weird edge class, but It's not the route I would have necessarily gone if I were the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. If you guys have not already, hit that big red button and subscribe. YouTube.com/chatsportstv. We will be live for round 2 tomorrow as well, along with round 3 and all of day 3 on top of that. So for everyone here still in the live chat, you guys are awesome. I appreciate that so much. You guys were awesome throughout today's live coverage here. So if you haven't already, hit that big red button and subscribe today. YouTube.com/chatsportstv.